Good morning, everybody. It's going to be time for the final day of the Farming Simulator League Season 4, and of course, the tournament number 4 as well. As yesterday, we also do have Alex enjoying his lovely vacation. I hope he's going to be fine wherever he is currently. And, of course, it's going to be me, Caspar Koptru, and also Kerminator, aka Kemit Ball. We're just waiting for him for a while, but he should be joining pretty fast. We do have a very exciting lineup of matches upcoming. We do have 4 great quarterfinals, followed by, of course, the 2 semifinals and the grand finals. How do you feel, Kermit?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I just got my coffee and just got here and sat down just in time. But I'm ready to go. It always energizes me and wakes me up when the action gets going. And yeah, we've got some interesting matchups across the board. We saw some good games yesterday. We saw, I think the biggest thing was Trelleborg beating Valtra. So Valtra, who coming into the weekend were tied for fourth place. They're out, so we won't see them. But yeah, Vermeer's Flamboyance against Sim Game Alliance, Mind Sanity versus Lindner. That's a 3 versus 4 matchup. Cortiva and Trelleborg. That's a matchup of old foes from previous seasons. We'll see if Cortiva can finally be the team that knocks off Trelleborg. And then Bednar against Power Team Esport, another interesting matchup. So lots of things up for grabs as far as like places in the standings and circuit points, of course, the prize money as well. So it should be a good day, Maddie, and we're gonna show everyone what the FSL is about here in just a moment. So if you're new to the scene or you just need a refresher, this is how the Farming Simulator League Esport works.
Welcome to the Farming Simulator Tournament Client Tutorial. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players each. As soon as the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Here, vehicles and machines with specific characteristics and different advantages can be chosen. First, the 2 team captains take turns banning vehicles that are unavailable to either team during the course of the game. In the pick phase, the captains can select a powerful team perk and optionally choose to reserve a harvester and a baler. Following this, all players in turn choose their own tractor and individual player perk. A small challenge during the pick and ban phase is the limited time and points a team can spend. Choose wisely so that you have enough points for each player on your team. For more details on vehicles and perks, check out our stat sheet at fsl.giants-software.com. Before you start into the game, let's take a quick look at the view. The map offers for both teams hilly terrain, 2 separate fields, and a barn and a silo on each side. You can get to your barn via 3 dynamic drawbridges. But be careful, crossing them might be difficult as they are tied to your opposing team's bridges. You can, however, take the safer route over the stone bridge instead. As soon as the game starts, each player sits in their selected tractor in the starting area. Make sure you have a quick look around, as random combines and balers spawn on the pods around the starting area. But only one team can claim each piece of equipment, so be quick or you might miss out. If a team manages to secure all of the combines or balers, the game ends in a rush. Unless the team is well prepared and has secured a vehicle or piece of equipment during the pick and ban phase. So how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than the opposing team. You get points for bales delivered to your barn. To increase the bale value for bales put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, you have to sell your grain harvested in the field at your team's silo. When doing so, you not only improve your own multiplier and lower your opponent's, but you also influence the speed of the conveyor belt at the barn. But watch out! During the 15 minutes of gameplay, things can change in an instant. Random drops appear at minutes 12, 8, and 4. Each drop can provide your team with a buff or your opponent's team with a debuff, so make sure you choose the drop that best fits your current strategy or goal. Ready to prove your farming prowess in the FSL arena? Then gather your friends and form your team on our website at fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Have fun and happy farming.
Well, there we go. So that's how the game is played. I'm pretty sure that the most of the audience already knows how the game works, but it's always good to see that video, and of course, loving the lovely commentary made by Kermit for this season. So it's definitely a lovely video clip. So we do have 4 great quarterfinals that we're going to be starting with Fermier Flamboyance versus the Sim Game Alliance. And if I don't completely remember wrong, I think that Kermit actually has a pretty strong opinion about the Sim Game Alliance.
Yeah, I can't take credit for how well they've been doing this season, but I did, get these guys to join the FSL scrims once we switched them to US evening time, and to their credit, they fell in love with the Farming Simulator League immediately. They had been playing, the regular Farming Simulator game for a long time. And here's our current standings on the board now. So you see Fermier's Flamboyance second in the league, and Sim Game Alliance is not showing on the graphic because they're tied for 8th place. So going in alphabetical order, they're further down that screen, including tied with Fermier Flamboyance B team, which we haven't seen in a few tournaments now. But I think both of these teams are, really teams that are a talking point of the season in their own way. Just mentioned how Sim Game Alliance are new to the scene. Fermier's Flamboyance, meanwhile, they have burst onto the scene and sit behind Trelleborg in second place, trailing them by 100 points, as you just saw. And this is a team in Fermier's Flamboyance that you can tell have been practicing the FSL arena quite a bit. And so I'm really excited to see how this matchup goes. It's a good test, really, for both teams.
Yeah, we didn't see the Sim Game Alliance yesterday on the stream. We didn't see the Fermiers Flamboyance on the stream yesterday, so it's the first showing for the weekend, but definitely unexpected one. And we should be getting the list of bracket, or the bracket, coming up on the screen to see all the lineups, and also you can see how the bracket works today. Who's going to be going versus who from the matches that's going to go forward. So from this match, the opponent will be coming from the next one, My Insanity versus Lindner, and that will be the first semi-final. So the winner from the all of these games will proceed all the way to the semi-finals, facing the next opponent, and of course, in the end, we will have the grand final, and of course, the winner who's going to be getting a ton of circuit points to the scoreboard in the bracket, and yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one, and it's a good day. Like, My Insanity and Lindner is going to be another great matchup. I'm interested to see as well. Like, of course, Trelleborg has won all 3 tournaments so far. They've lost a couple of rounds this season, but they've not yet lost a match. So will today be the day? We'll find out. And then Bednar and Power Team Esport as well as another pretty good one. But yeah, like you said, circuit points at stake. First place gets 90 circuit points, second 70, third and fourth place get 50, and then just for making it here to the quarterfinals today, you get 30 circuit points. So you're talking about a few teams that no matter what they do are going to kind of separate themselves, give some distance between them and those around them within the circuit standings. So definitely lots at stake. And on top of that, there's some noble chairs, some prize money as well. 4,000 euros at stake for the first place finisher today, 2,000 for second place, 1,000 each for third and fourth place. And then just making it here today, 500 euros as well. So yeah, lots to play for. Lots of awesome action to come still today, Maddie.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's money on the line, but I can't be without mentioning Noble chairs. I mean, the winners are getting the Noble chairs, and I have been using one for I don't know, for 3 years or something. I have a couple of them here at the studio, one at home as well, and I just love these chairs. They are so comfortable. So I guess you're sitting in one as well.
No, I'm not. I wish I was, but I have redacted branded chair that I sit in. But no, I think that the thing about the Noble chairs is they're definitely high quality. Everyone that I know has one that loves them, including Virtual Farmer, who's not with us here today. He's a big fan as well. And we joke about pancakes all the time, Maddie.
Mm.
And the amount of Noble chairs that Trelleborg have won over the last few seasons, I think they could host like a pancake breakfast for the
Oh.
entire Farming Simulator League with their chairs. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they can just, they probably have like an empty hall with all those chairs waiting there. It's actually a pretty big package when it comes in. So if they haven't assembled all of the chairs, they do have a pretty, it's almost like a size of a bale, because it is a big package when it comes in. You have to put a couple of the screws in yourself, but yeah, it's not a hard task. But I can imagine that they might be like even practicing Farming Simulator with the real tractor with the Noble chair packages of the chairs they have won. But anyway, we do have the first game starting up, and of course, what is better than mixed pancakes with everything what we say here on the broadcast?
I mean, it's become part of the FSL at this point. If we don't
Yeah.
talk about pancakes, I think we would upset the people at home. But yeah, we do have Firmus Flamboyance and Sim Game Alliance into the ban phase now, kicking things off. Sim Game Alliance has banned the two triple stackers, the Lindner 130, the John Deere 6120M. So it looks like we've got Hayden, L. Rhodes, and Cygnus for Firmus Flamboyance today, playing Big Daddy NBC and Yosho for Sim Game Alliance. And two big tractors banned by Firmus Flamboyance there. So yeah, I expect both of these teams to go with Bottleneck, but Sim Game Alliance is gonna throw me for a loop already. They're gonna go with Unstoppable, and we saw this a bit yesterday.
Yep.
And in fact, Power Team Esport used Unstoppable to perfection to get into the quarterfinals today. So we're seeing it again here today, and I saw JK from Trelleborg in the Twitch chat saying, "Let's go SGA. Trelleborg is on your side." I think that's partly good sportsmanship and partly the fact that Firmus Flamboyance are in second place behind Trelleborg, and they want to extend their lead even more. But good to see everyone in chat, and it's always fun to see these teams, interacting with each other even on game day. We'll see how the day plays out and who makes it all the way to the final. Looks like we're pretty similar as far as the player perks go. We've got Under Pressure, we've got Runner, we've got Archimedes. These are the three player perks we're kind of accustomed to seeing most of the time now.
That is true. I mean, one thing that I gotta say about the Noble chest still, when you have these custom editions, I don't know if there's a Farming Simulator edition of the Noble chair. I haven't seen one yet, but if there will be one, I mean, you can where you have your neck support on the back, so maybe there could be like a Farming Simulator or even like Farming Simulator League logo there. And of course, I mean, there's got to be a pancake somewhere on that chair as well. I mean, definitely print it on the back side like a huge pancake, and then something like in memory of Jaws or something like that. But anyway, we can see that the game is starting in, so let's go for a while at least away from the pancakes, as we can see that the rush to the pads is happening. We can see Firmus Flamboyance going for the same harvester as Yosho. He's going to be too late, unfortunately, and will not be reaching for it. So the rush, well, not a rush, but the competition to get the first bale done, that is starting in, and we can see Game Alliance actually messing up with it, and it's going to be Cygnus who's going to steal it away. For a while, it seems that the SGA, they will get that baler out of that pad, but that just wasn't meant to be, unfortunately. And we do have about 25 seconds when we should be getting the first bales in.
I think that was Big Daddy with just a little bit of an error, backing up, trying to grab that piece of machinery. And any little slip up can cost you. Yeah, Hayden is in for a potential high first bale if he can hit it on the drive-by, and it looks like he's not going to. He's not unloading it yet, so he's going to play it safe. I'm just wondering, like, going back to the play-ins yesterday, Sim Game Alliance, I believe they didn't play, and it was a default victory. That's no fault of their own, but I would argue that it's would be better to be playing, because then you're coming into the next day having not played a competitive game yet. And that might put you a little bit off. We saw Yosho kind of a little bit slow out of the gate, getting beaten to the harvester, and then Big Daddy just messing up a little bit on the reversing and missing out on the baler. So those are the kind of moments that you don't want to see. And I know from, spending some time around SGA, they can definitely do a lot higher than 113 on the first bale. So already behind here by slightly over 1 bale. So not the smoothest of starts.
Yeah, it's probably not what they wanted, but it's not a full disaster. I mean, we have seen these starts sometimes when they cannot even get the bail in at all. We have seen that happening as well, when they miss the toss quite badly, and then they don't have the tractor which has the right utilities to push it back in. But this is the start, definitely 45 seconds till the first drops. We can see the grain game once again starting and heating up. About the same amount of grain collected, no bales for anybody so far, and just about 35 seconds until we will get the first drops in as well. But the first drops, they haven't been that significant so far, so I'm not expecting anything huge happening from those. But of course I would love to see something a little bit different happening at the early minutes of the game. We can see NBC and Big Daddy just do the teamwork on the field, and that is what the game requires, teamwork, as we can see. And yeah, no bales yet, and still about, I think it's like a 35k of grain for both sides, so that's they're definitely going for it. So this seems to me, based on what I see currently, more like a more traditional start of the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's too hard to tell at these times, but it's funny how things can already start to take shape early in a game, and you start to see, kind of how even the teams are. Vermeer is slightly more grain at the moment, but is so close that I think these guys are going to cancel each other out. And Silo closed in the 12th minute as the drop, as NBC grabs it. Vermeers is now going to have to react and get over and grab that as well, and they got to make sure they do it before the time runs out. Looks like Hayden, actually L. Rhodes is going to get it. So both teams now have closed the silo, and this is actually a good moment for Vermeers because they had already delivered some of their grain. So if they can take advantage here, they can score some extra points. But the problem is they don't have any bales yet pressed to score points with.
Yeah, true. I mean, what I said yesterday as well, I think I have seen like a slight change on the grain game, to be honest, versus this time the previous tournaments, because usually it has been that the teams are collecting the grain, they are waiting for the 8-minute drop, and then just before or a little after, depending if they want to risk it and waiting for the drop, then they use the grain. But we have seen, I think this weekend we have seen like a more earlier grain usage, to be honest, to change the multiplier. So something has definitely changed there, and the silo closed at the 12-minute drop. I would say that, let's say 2 tournaments ago, it wasn't so impactful because people were not anyways dropping the grain at that stage, so it didn't make a difference that much. But I think that now, this weekend, when we compare this game for the matches yesterday, I think it's making more sense.
I agree with you for sure. And it's tough to get that silo closed in the 12th minute. Definitely much more useful when it drops in the 8th minute, that's for sure. Big Daddy now is headed back to the silo. Due to the silo close, they had to leave the grain cart sitting there. Cygnus is coming in with the ideal combine full. Oops. With more grain. He crashes into the building a little bit there, just a slight slowdown. Could have been a whole lot worse. So now SGA are trying to even things up, but he's going to run out of grain available here at the silo. So I think Vermeers is going to be able to get back ahead again. And in fact, here comes L. Rhodes now, the John Deere combine full of grain. So they're going to do a little bit of grain chaining already here, and with 9.5 minutes to go. Oh, and he crashes in to this side of the building as well. So not the smoothest of driving through this area, but let me tell you, this is so difficult to drive these big combines. You got to lower the header down on the ground and then hope for the best, because the clearance is not very big at all.
Yeah, I don't want to even think how many times I would be crashing on those buildings, because when you watch it, when they drive it, there's like 1 meter on both sides, and it's a very wide, utility, of course. So it's a little bit difficult, definitely. But yeah, the grain is definitely being used from both sides. They're gonna be settling down on 2.1.9.
Oh, NBC's missing some.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. He's trying to reverse. He's trying to catch up. Oh, let's turn this away. Oh, that's 3 actually. So let's not go there.
This is not good. I think they were trying to replicate what Power Team Esport were able to do yesterday, and unfortunately for NBC, just a little bit of miscoordination here, and then Big Daddy and crashing into the side of NBC. Big Daddy's going to grab the grain from here, and NBC will just keep on harvesting for now. Yes, not the cleanest game so far between these two teams, but there haven't been any mistakes that have been super costly as of yet. But sometimes every second counts. Here's going to be the first moment of some points being scored outside of the first bail points, and there is a slight advantage for Vermeer's Flamboyance right now in the multiplier. So there's going to be 1 extra point at the moment for each bail that they're putting in. L. Rhodes is going to go for the toss.
Ooh,
he gets
just
one
one.
in. 2 more about to go in courtesy of the belt. Their belt is really slow, so having this telehandler in play could be useful for Vermeers, especially when we get down to crunch time and they need to get some more bails into the top.
I think it's good that we actually see what SGA was doing there and like not getting it done, because almost every time we watch the Farming Simulator League, we see almost next to a perfection, execution of things. Sometimes, mistakes happen at the bridges. Sometimes mistakes happen at the belt. But very rarely we actually see mistakes being happening at the field, that somebody's like missing something or not doing as it should be done. And this kind of like tells the story that it is not easy. It is not as easy as it seems. Yes, we see a new trick coming from another team, and the other team might be thinking, well, let's replicate it, let's do the same. But it needs practice. And of course, if they saw it yesterday on the broadcast, for example, they have been maybe trying it yesterday. So and they still cannot do it perfectly. So in a way, I love to see that also. This kind of like shows how much skill you need when you need to really control that kind of a combination. When you have three utilities like driving next to each other and trying to do this like a very multi-dimensional unloading of a grain. But anyways, the bales are getting in, so Vermeers, they did manage to get a couple of bales on the belt. We saw the toss happening as well. The belt is quite slow, but they did manage to get about 120 points out of those bales. So they are starting the point collection as we speak. They are building or pressing the bales, 18 of them. That's a lot of bales, by the way, in storage. So I think it's a good idea to put some in at this stage.
I agree with you. You've got to start getting them in within, after the 8th minute mark. You've got to choose a time not long after to start scoring some of them. And they were going for a combo there, but SGA off screen were able to time it just right to break it up. They didn't get counter points, but they did keep the combo from hitting for Vermeers. So smart move there by Big Daddy, coming in with a couple of bales and making sure that there weren't any combo points scored. Right now, SGA's problem is they're lagging behind in bail count, 15-3. Big Daddy's got to get busy. They've got to get someone else out here too and start pressing some bales. Look at the amount of bales already at the barn for Vermeer's Flamboyance. They're just going to continue to extend their lead here. The multiplier is slightly against them now. SGA is likely going to control it the rest of the way. In fact, they have more grain, and they are delivering it at the moment at their silo. So this is going to go even further into their advantage for the multiplier. But they need to take advantage of this now by getting some bales pressed and scored.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when, because of course, Vermeer's Flamboyance, they don't have any grain anymore, so they're not doing that game. We saw Sim Game Alliance unloading the grain, and they are getting better multiplier, but they're also speeding up the belt for Vermeer's Flamboyance at the same time. And when you have 18 bales, of course, you need to deliver them. So I think in a way that actually helps them a little bit, because otherwise it would have been very slow. Still 4 minutes, of course, remaining, but I think that the faster build is going to be helping them a little bit, and they do have a quite strong. It's not an early lead anymore. It is just a lead, because we only have 4 minutes on the clock, and they're leading by 250 points. And we saw yesterday how hard, even if you have a better multiplier, it is to come back if you haven't been delivering any like early bales. There's only one bale from Sim Game Alliance, and that's the combo deny bail which they put in, and now they are finally starting to get them in. So
and Hayden just gets there and grabs the bail drop, or Lord Baylor it was actually. So they've scored a couple of bales that way. That was a close one. Sim Game Alliance really could have done with grabbing that one, because it was weighted heavily in the favor of Vermeers due to how low their multiplier is. So not a good moment for the chances of SGA in this first round, for sure.
But
Thanks,
yeah,
everyone, for joining us on Twitch and YouTube. By the way, there is a giveaway going on for FS19 Ambassador Edition. I believe the Kubota pack's still in there as well. A few hours left on that giveaway. And yeah, hello to Donner Kyle in chat as well. Good to see you yesterday in the broadcast, and good to see you in chat again. Hope you're doing well, and everyone else, thanks for joining us. Maddie, we're just getting started. There's a long way to go today. It's going to be
yeah,
fun.
it's the first game of the first matchup. So yeah, we still have plenty of games to go. So let's see how it's gonna go. I'm already super excited to be about today. I'm just waiting what's going to happen at the grand final because, I mean, this is the first time that I'm going to be doing the final. Alex has been doing together with you all the 3 tournaments on the past. So I'm just waiting. That super excited about it. But yeah, that's going to be like 5 hours from here. So let's wait for it. But yeah, now 2.5 minutes. And I mean, the situation for Sim Game Alliance, they have a 2.4 multiplier, and the belt is actually pretty fast as well. You don't see that combination that often. So in a way, they do have a great chance because now they're starting to get those bales. They still need to press more. And still, Fermius, they have more bales in store, but only 2 minutes remaining. And I'm just wondering, can Fermius actually shove all of those bales available into the barn at all? So Sim Game Alliance, if they just keep on grinding, keep on working with the belt, I think that they do have a chance, but they also need to press more.
Yeah, they do for sure. I mean, the scores aren't as far as apart as they could be. Definitely that Lord Baylor for 4 bales was helpful because for Fermiers, that scored 4 right away. And that's a pretty significant amount. You're talking, what, 64 points at the moment. So, that was just a nice little boost for them without having to do much other than go and grab it. So that's given them a bit of a cushion. And I think the big opponent now for SGA to try to get back into this game is the clock. They're going to run out of time to get these bales in.
Yeah, it is hard because, I mean, we can see Fermier is just, all the time doing the work. More bales are coming inside. 11 bales for Sim Game Alliance, but I'm just worried, can they actually get all of them in? And we can see that the action is happening as we speak. That's 1 bale. We can see the speed of the belt, and more are coming. NBC Master Dad. It's just putting 1 by 1 for now, and Yosho, who was unloading them, didn't stack them on each other's, so it was more complicated to put 2 bales at the same time, and that might be a game changer, to be honest, because only 45 seconds, and I think the Sim Game Alliance, they have 1 delivery of bales still incoming next to the belt, but do they have the time to actually get all of those in? That's what I'm worried for the both teams. But there we go. El Rhodes putting 1 more there. They are also using the lower door as the Affirmers are realizing that they can't get all of them on the belt anymore. And the point gap is 200 points, so it's going to be very complicated to catch that anymore. Harden's going to put
Nice.
a couple in, and that's it for them. That's going to be a 700 something points, 500 for Sim Game Alliance. So yeah, that should be the end result, more or less. At least the team who's going to win it, as we are running out of seconds, and the gap is 220 points about for Fermius Flamboyant. So in the end, the time wasn't on the side of Sim Game Alliance.
Yeah, I think that, kind of from the start, you could tell that they were just a little bit nervous, maybe also dealing with some higher ping playing from North America. But I know that they'll look at this round and say we can do better than that. And just looking at the total bale count, you're never going to be successful if you have nearly 20 less bales than your opponent. And even though they had the multiplier advantage in their favor, they still only had 1 less bale put into the bottom compared to Fermiers. So you got to make sure as well that if you have the multiplier, you're getting as many of those bales into the top of the barn as possible. So I think maybe if SGA can clean that up, it'll get a lot closer in the scores. Anything could happen still, but Fermier's flamboyance has been, beyond the rest of the pack really this season, except for the team above them in Trelleborg. So I think that says a lot about the quality of Fermiers. 170 points they're sitting on currently. Second place, they're 60 points ahead of Lindner, who did make it today. So Lindner could potentially close the gap, and Lindner is probably also, like Trelleborg, rooting on SGA here and hoping for the upset. because they're trailing Vermeers by 60 points and could make up some ground on them today if Vermeers were knocked out here in the quarterfinals. So lots at stake, not just for these two teams playing currently, but the rest of the teams are watching with bated breath as well, and waiting to see how it's going to play out because there's a lot on the line today.
Yeah.
And for SGA, we get to see them again on the broadcast, which is great. And I know they want to give their fans a victory, so they're probably talking right now, going back to the drawing board and figuring out how do we throw Vermeers for a loop now and switch things up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they got to think about something. They have to change something. I mean, the start of the game, it seemed quite similar, or, not a carbon copy, as you mentioned yesterday, but anyways, quite similar strategies. But then at some stage, they just, I think they once again, they focus too much on the grain game. We got some early bails coming in from the from Vermeer's Flamboyance, and then I think Sim Game Alliance they got stuck with the strategy a little bit, and then they forgot to kind of actually start making the points. And in the end, they ended up with a situation that they didn't have enough bails. They didn't have enough time to even put them in. So they kind of those middle 5 minutes they were just hung on with a different game.
Yeah, and I think Odewalla Gaming in the Twitch chat brought up a good point. This is Spencer, by the way, one of the alternates actually for SGA, and he talked about how disruptive the silo close drop can be, and it did hit at kind of the wrong time for SGA. For Vermeers, they had already delivered some of their grain and had left the scene, and for Sim Game Alliance, they were just about to get there and had to then, waste time to drive away, then waste more time to drive back and get it delivered. So you don't realize it when you're in the middle of a round, how, much each second can affect you when it comes to the end of the round. We saw SGA run out of time to get their bail scored into the top of the barn. We also, I think, saw them, a little bit late to even start getting bails pressed. So they fell behind in that bail count. So sometimes these little moments that can definitely play against you. But for Sim Game Alliance, they're going to be hoping that the timing will go more their way this time. The bans look like they're exactly the same. SGA's banned the two triple stackers, the two bigger tractors, the Fent and the John Deere banned by Vermeer's Flamboyance. Same drops or same perks here, same equipment, it looks like. So pretty much same as last time is what we should expect. Will it be the same result? We're about to find out here shortly.
Yeah, let's hope that the Sim Game Alliance can find something that they can do about it, because otherwise it's going to be 2-0. Of course, let's not go that far away, but I really would love to see Sim Game Alliance getting around here and taking it all the way to the third round of the series. But of course, we still have to wait for 50 minutes to see that happening. But the bans and the picks, not really expecting to have any kind of differences. I know that Jenny would love to hear me singing the Under Pressure, but I'm gonna wait for that for a while, so maybe later at the broadcast. And Archimedes Runner, no really surprises there.
Yeah, have we ever, Jenny's challenging you to sing. How about Jenny sings to chat? It won't translate well via text, though.
I mean, she can just sing, and she can send the record to me on Discord.
She's gonna kill me later.
And I can just play it on the broadcast. It's fine. So we can do it that way as well. I mean, I have done my share of the challenges with the Rosie costume, with the singing, and what has Jenny done? Nothing so far. So we definitely need something from her side as well. We need to get some singing.
You took it to a different level.
Yeah. I mean, I'm being challenged, so why can't I challenge somebody else as well? Okay, let's get back to the game. Okay, probably I don't even want to see what's going to be the next Discord message I'm going to be receiving, so maybe I'll just shut up for now from that topic.
Just all
let's
of a
focus
sudden,
on the
you
first
have been banned
bail.
from this TeamSpeak server.
Yeah,
there he goes.
So it was nice to see you, Kermit. If you don't see me on the broadcast anymore, have a great rest of your life.
Yeah, cool. Sounds good. All right, here goes Hayden now for the first bail. Big Daddy following Yosho. This could be a really close first bail here. Both teams kind of taking a similar approach. I do know that this New Holland, a little bit slower out the gate sometimes. Looks like Hayden's ready. Big Daddy should be ready, and this is going to be pretty close. Big Daddy can do the drive-by baling, but with this Corona baler, it's a bit bulky. So let's see if he goes for it. And
Ooh.
that's why I was saying it. That baler is so hard to pull through there because of how big it is. 133 for Vermeers, and unfortunately for Big Daddy, he's going to have to
He's
leave
stuck.
that baler. He just needs to leave it. You know, he's got it out now. Wow. Yeah, that's not the best baler to attempt to drive by. He's going to have to leave this bale, I would imagine, too. He might give one attempt to push it, but this is going to be tough. And again, these are just seconds wasted early in a round. He needs to be careful that he doesn't drive over top of this bale as well.
Oof.
It is,
Looks
it's
complicated.
so tricky. So much time wasted here, and not the best of starts again for Sim Game Alliance. This is going to be an even bigger gap in the first bale points, and he still can't quite get it in. It's on its
Finally.
it was sitting on its edge, and yeah, 133 to 94. Not only the points gap, but all of that time wasted there as well, where Hayden's already out and collecting grain from his teammates. So not a great start for SGA as they're, up against it here. They can't afford to lose another round or they're going out here at the quarterfinal stage.
Yeah, it's definitely not the start they were hoping for. It's just 2 bale difference, like you said, and wasting time. So it's not just missing those 40 points. It's about losing more time at the early stages when they are just toying with that 1 bale. So the risk which he took. I mean, we have seen all kind of first bales. We have seen the incidents happen on the past. I don't really remember when they have been really stuck that heavily. So that was definitely costing a lot of time. But I really hope that they have the means to come back from the situation. We can see that there's a slight difference on the grain, maybe because of the time lost. So we can see Vermeer Flamboyance already having 40k, 31k for Sim Game Alliance. And now we can see Vermeer Flamboyance doing the early delivery. Silo
closed again.
Yeah, that could help.
Yeah, and it's the similar situation again, though, where Vermeers is already delivering grain. They've actually gone above and stopped their belt, though. We saw this yesterday. Power Team Esport, was it? That we saw just play like a defensive game and win like a low-scoring battle. I'm actually curious if SGA will do the same here. And have the belt shut down for Vermeers, because that could cause them some problems and give SGA a chance to get back in it. But then again, do you want to have the multiplier that low against you as well when you're trying to make up ground in time? Because you'd be getting 13 points per bale right now. They can make it slightly higher if they want and keep that belt shut down for Vermeers, but they might just go ahead and get ready for when the silo reopens to deliver all of that. Big Daddy, again, is going to have to leave that there and come back. So, again, a good bit of disruption, whereas Hayden's already back out for the second set of grain here. Remember, they do have the telehandler. They are capable of driving up onto the conveyor belt with bales and pushing them in as well. So they don't necessarily need that belt to be operational. They might just go ahead and go for the max multiplier here.
Yeah, we saw them even tossing the bales on the last game, so it's doable for them. They can also manage to toss on some level. We didn't see 2 of the bales getting in, but at least 1. So they have the means to put it on the second floor, even when the belt is done. And we can see Highland just, now the silo closed is gone, so they can start unloading it. So we shall see how the multiplier will be changing, but yeah, there's plenty of grain where that's coming from, and the same actually applies for the Sim Game Alliance, so they are still collecting more. But the bale count currently, I mean, just 0 and 1 bales, and we are already more than less than 10 minutes on the game, and Hayden needs to be careful. I mean, those blades, they look awfully close to him. I mean, in real life, imagine if, I'm just gonna run from here. It's completely fine. I just have these blades going right here, like 10 centimeters from my face. But so the bale game has been pretty slow. Sim Game Alliance, I mean, actually the last game they were late with the bale pressing, but currently they are actually leading with the bales. It's not a huge lead, but they are still doing it more than Vermeer's Flamboyance.
Yeah, and if I were SGA here, I just saw, I'm pretty sure Yosho had more grain than that. and he's going to keep it to where it's shut down. The only problem here is now, like, the Fermiers will get that multiplier a little bit higher again. So SGA could pull this off. They're ahead in the bail count so far this round, which they were well behind at this point already in the first round. So I'm interested to see if they're going to stick with playing this more defensive strategy. I'm wondering if Yosho is actually bailing this section of this field where your reserve bailer spawns and there's already this strip of straw ready, so that he can be near the silo in case he needs to deliver slightly more. Elrod's going and finally collecting his telehandler that he left near the starting pods at the beginning of the round, and that's going to be very much needed with their belt shut down right now to try to still score these into the top. This is the only problem for SGA, is that yesterday when we saw Power Team use this, there wasn't a telehandler in play, so it really stopped their opponents in their tracks, whereas Fermiers, with that telehandler, will be able to score bales into the top of the barn still.
Well, the drops are in for the 8-minute mark. Bale drop and bridge is raised. I mean, yeah, they will do something, but it's not like a huge. There's no disruptive drops, as we have been discussing multiple times. That, for example, the silo close is doing a lot, especially when the game is so heavily focusing on grain. By the way, Fermius Flamboyance with 55k, so they definitely want to make sure that the in-game alliance doesn't really have a huge advantage from being able to use the belt, as they do have it stopped. So in a way, they are that's why they're unloading the grain. That they want to make sure that the advantage which the Steam Game Alliance has is the smallest possible. They of course have a very fast belt, and we had a similar situation yesterday when we had a belt which was like 1.1 and super fast, but then the other team, like you said, didn't have the telehandler, so then it didn't happen. And look at that, that's a nice jump. And can we see? No, we cannot see the toss because he's going on the wrong direction and doesn't have the bail. I was like already getting excited, yeah. But I mean, that's one way of getting away from there. And the I mean, the telehandler is actually a pretty low vehicle, so you can you can fit on that hole because you cannot fit all the.
He was. They switched away right as he was about to jump. Oh, the bridge has actually come down. He's gonna go for the toss. He's not. He's gonna play it safe here. He's just gonna leave them for now. It looks like not a bad idea either. So it's interesting there. All of a sudden, like, Fermiers are now ahead in the bail count, and they've already scored some points too. And NBC and Big Daddy getting close to crashing into each other yet again. If I were NBC, it looks like he's headed out to the field to grab more bales. He needs to be careful here with Fermiers already scoring theirs, that we don't have a combo scored. Walking away from the belt as the main stacker is always a risk. And now we're having a look at Yosho. I have a feeling he's headed to the silo to deliver more grain. And look at that, Hayden. He says, we don't need the belt. He drops straight up and delivers 2, and they got 30 points for each of those. So they're continuing to pull away our Fermiers despite the belt being shut down.
Yeah. I mean, we see these great performances and players climbing up on the belt and all kinds of moves on the fields and the jumps and everything. And there was a perfect term for that on the chat. Agricultural ballet. I like that. I just love that term. It is a very well describing what is happening here. You know, sometimes when we have the harvesters on the fields and, you know, the equipment is working right next to each other's, and then we can see Hayden climbing here. So this is agricultural ballet at its best, definitely.
I like that term,
love that term,
but
yeah.
Man, this is the most chaotic and insane ballet I've ever seen, if it is to be considered one. But I love it nonetheless. Yeah. Our community is great. We're always coming up with these fun terms within the community. Let's see if Elrose can do the toss. He can't, and those are just going to sit there. And will he be able to rescue these now? They might just drive up there next time Hayden's up. He'll be able to push them in. But yeah, for SGA, they got to start getting these bales scored. One falls off there for NBC. 4.5 minutes to go. NBC needs to spend the rest of his time as he drives over a bale. He needs to just be sitting at this barn and delivering these. Hayden now is going to go and try to rescue these. He's going to get... ooh, that's getting sketchy with that one. Because he can't get that one in, and that other one's going to fall off. This is time wasted here. Okay, he gets that one in. Oh, be careful. Oh, what if he had flipped upside down? That would have been bad news. He rescues it a bit. But yeah, having to put themselves at risk here. Hayden so far doing well driving up the belt, but you never know what could happen.
Mhm.
SGA, meanwhile, picks up Bale Withering. I think it was only for one Bale. So that's kind of given them a little bit of a lead in the Bale count. The problem is that Vermeers has already scored a lot more
Mm.
and scored a lot or scoring a lot more still for each Bale put into the top. In fact, why is NBC even putting those into the top? Because he's only getting 10 points per Bale. He could be just shoving those into the bottom for the same result.
Yeah, what I'm currently seeing is that I think Sim Alliance currently, when we look at all these bales around the belt, it's pretty chaotic, like you said. Okay, we spoke about different things, but this is actually looking how the bales are organized. It's not easy for NBC master that to get those fastly on the belt, because every bale is in a different alignment on the ground. They are not stacked. So I think there's definitely something they should consider for the upcoming matches, that they should get them like better organized, get them like already two on top of each other, so that it's going to be easy to put two at the same time on the belt and so on, because I think it's costing a lot of time when they're now organizing it right next to the belt, and you can't really like repeat the same moves. You have to like do the every bale individually from the different angle and so on. So I think that is definitely something that I would love to see happening for the Sim Game Alliance in the future. Hayden, again, like you said, showing off the skills. They know how to climb. And we
Right.
haven't seen anything happening with that telehandler. I would love to see that they try to shove them from the side, as we saw Trelleborg just, reaching it from the side. But that is a trick that I have seen only Trelleborg doing so far. But we see finally somebody else trying to do the tosses as well. So definitely a nice showing from the Vermeer's flamboyance.
Yeah, it's risky
Oops.
though, and Hayden looked like he was taking a spill there. Now it does make sense for SGA to put their bales into the top, because now they're getting 14 points per bale. Yeah, he is all over. He's got to be
Oops.
careful here. This is a good moment for SGA, 103 points down, to start scoring some bales and try to close this gap. A minute 50 to go. Anything could still happen. Problem is that multiplier is against them. But Hayden has to keep driving up. I don't think Vermeers are going to be able to get all of their bales into the top because of this. L. Rhodes needs to start grabbing some with the telehandler now and trying to put them into the top. Unfortunately for SGA, they're just running out of bales at the barn. Here comes Big Daddy with some more, but currently only 3 sitting at the barn. And I just don't think there's enough outstanding at 14 points apiece to close this gap all the way.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, every time when we see Hayden going with those two bales, it's going to be 40. What is it, like 42? No, it's even more. It's like a 52 points per one run on that belt. So every time he does it, it's 52 points. And that's a lot of points. So I don't honestly think that the Sim Game Alliance, where you have 1 minute or less than 1 minute remaining, so it's going to be very hard for them to come back from this situation. There's 7 bales pressed. If that's going to be 14 points per bale, that's not going to be 200 points, which they need, as the Vermeer Flamboyants are just getting all these in. And now we can see L. Rhodes actually reaching for it.
Oh,
We can see Hayden reaching for it. And
Oh,
together
he's on
they
his side.
fail. Hayden goes sideways, needs to find a different angle, still has 25 seconds to go, as L. Rhodes probably going to be settling down for the lower
let's think twice
door.
about this.
Yeah, and just the last 20 seconds remaining, and they'll be happy to shove them off. Hayden wants to have the final showdown. Let's go, let's climb. There we go, but the bales are causing a major issue. So it seems that they will not have the time to put those in anymore. And we can see SGA trying to do everything they can, trying to get a combo, trying to get everything they can, but they just don't have the time. And it will be Vermeer's Flamboyants with the second game in a row winning the series.
Yeah, Vermeers has got the clean sweep here, and that was definitely a big test for SGA. This time, a lot better as far as bale counts go, but unfortunately for them, even though they scored a large portion into the top, they were still getting 10 points per bale for those they were putting into the top for a long portion of the end of that round. They got the super drop bale withering, but because the multiplier at that time was against Vermeers, it wasn't weighted very high. So yeah, it's just for SGA, for them, a big test, and they're gonna have to, go back and clean some of those things up, I think, because when you come up against a team near the top of the standings, you can't afford to make mistakes. On the flip side, though, Maddie, I think that SGA also brought out some flaws in Vermeer's flamboyance in those games and did kind of disrupt them there with that belt shutdown, just leaving it shut down the entire time. We saw, luckily for Vermeer's, they were able to get out into an early lead before that happened. And, but near the end of the round, they were all over the place trying to drive up that belt, kept falling off. And against, a different opponent with more points already scored, it could have been a different story. We're going to have a break. We'll be back with My Insanity versus Lindner in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a moment. All right. We are back. Kerminator live with Cast by Copter. You're seeing Homer and the Red Cat on screen. Stefan and Steven, the German casters. You're hearing myself and Cast by Copter on the English cast. We're going to have replays here in just a moment. But again, Vermeer's flamboyance into the semifinals yet again, and a minimum 50 points now they're going to get in circuit points, Maddie. And you expect them to go even further today?
Why not? I see no reason. They didn't get so many points on these games, so Sim Game Alliance was able to disrupt them a little bit, and the score lines were not that high in either of the games so far. So I think that they definitely have a chance. They have proven and shown that on the past as well that they're definitely a capable team. So just needs to see who's going to be coming up against, and it comes down to the strategies as well. So I definitely they do have a chance to proceed all the way to the final. I'm not going to say that they don't have a chance, but the Team Game Alliance on the other side on the last game. So yeah, the first game was definitely problematic, and the second game, I mean, even though they had the early problems with the first bail and the kind of like struggling a little bit with the multiplier and stuff like that, they still managed to close the game with a smaller gap than the first game. So I think that even though it seemed like a more problematic game, the second match of the series, I think they still kind of improved in the end and managed to put the scoreline closer than many of us would have expected.
Yeah, I think it was more bad timing than, bad play really for SGA in both of those rounds. It was the first round, the bad timing on the silo close, costing them some precious seconds, where they could have been out bailing and grabbing even more grain perhaps. And the second round, they did get more bails, like you said, but it was just bad timing on the fact that they scored a lot of them only at 10 points each. We're going to see the highlights now for these two rounds. So Yosho there, a little bit slow out of the gate. Wasn't even really a close contest in the end for that John Deere combine. Here was Big Daddy missing the mark
Yeah.
on the Kuhn Baylor as well. And so this is the first round where SGA maybe perhaps showing a little bit of nerves there and just wasting a little bit of precious time early on. Vermeer's Flamboyance was bumping into buildings here and there. Here comes the second one. Ooh, clipping the staircase a bit with the John Deere. This is when NBC dumped a bit of the grain trying to reverse with the ideal and just not able to keep up with Big Daddy and Yosho. So again, some seconds wasted. And then at the beginning of the second round, we're going to see here in a moment too, is when Big Daddy had all those kinds of trouble with the first bail. We're still in the first round here. L. Rhodes putting a bail onto the belt. Here was the end of the round. Yosho bringing some bails in at the last second. Unfortunately for SGA, though, just too far behind in that first round. Now we're going to see the first bail with the. I said it. I said it as he was approaching Matty. I'm just worried about that Corona Baylor because of how big it is, and then he clips the tire on the backside of the belt.
Yeah, unfortunate, yes, but also I think the angle was quite steep when he was trying to approach it for the swing. So he tried everything he could. I think there was definitely like a full attack mode going on, and you need to take some risks at some time. We spoke about the risks yesterday, and that's the close call.
Speaking of risks,
yeah.
In real life, that would be a huge risk.
Yeah, we would see that on the news. Like a local farmer lost a hand at the fields, but Hayden showing off the skills on the belt. We can see Rhodes doing a toss. This is not going to go in.
Those are the two that just stuck.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to do twice to toss the two bails. On the first attempt, he managed to get one, and then on the second attempt, he didn't get them all the way in, but Hayden helped them a little bit too, at least to get one of those in. Hayden having his own issues. Maybe this is the agricultural ballet, which we were talking about earlier. Like, or maybe that's the, fighting with the bales. It's a completely different sport, I would imagine. But this, I really like how L. Rhodes was jumping there.
Yeah, he was doing a good job with that, and I think that it was good that they had the telehandler, and even better that Hayden was good at being able to drive up on those belts. He had a few mishaps, but we saw yesterday where the belt was shut down. The team didn't have a telehandler, and they didn't yet develop the skill to be able to drive up onto the belt either. So ended up costing that team yesterday. But for Vermeers, they were able to kind of react to it. I'm curious, like teams are putting themselves into these dangerous positions with unstoppable in play for their opponents by delivering over 2.4 on the multiplier, delivering grain over that point because they're shutting their belts down, and then their opponents are pretty much saying, yeah, fine, go ahead, have your belt shut down. We'll take our chances. This next one now, Maddie, is I would argue the biggest match of the day because of the implications of this match. So we have Lindner, who are third in the overall standings, sitting alone in third place, 110 circuit points, facing off against My Insanity, who are right behind them, joint fourth place with Bednar and Vultra. Vultra lost to Trelleborg yesterday and will not be gaining any circuit points this weekend. So already My Insanity has pulled away from them. Bednar is playing today, so we'll see what they do. But if My Insanity were to knock Lindner off here, they would jump over Lindner in the overall standings. So yeah, lots at stake already here today. Tournament number 4, and this is only our second of 4 quarterfinals and beyond today.
Yeah, pending from the other matches, of course, but the winner of this match basically guarantees at least the 4th place on the overall standings after this tournament. But of course, they can go all the way to the even for the 2nd place. That's doable. But so a lot in stake in here, and the team that's gonna lose it, they might end up 4th, they might end up 5th. So yeah, there's a lot of differences that can be made on this game, and of course, both teams they want to win it. They want to make sure that the other team is not getting the circuit points and, of course, not getting the possible prize money from the end as well. So definitely, yeah, you're completely right. This is, I would say that from the remaining matches on the quarterfinal stage, this is the most, I would say, even. And there's a lot of question marks around this one because they have about the same performance as we have seen in the past. So it's very hard to see how this is going to end up. We saw My Insanity playing yesterday. We didn't see Lindner playing yesterday. I think I said about My Insanity yesterday that they are looking very strong. I think they have been definitely upping the game a little bit. So it is a question mark for me how well Lindner is going to do versus them. In a way, blame me, but I kind of like feel for My Insanity on this one. I'm becoming to become a My Insanity fan, to be honest.
Oh, okay. There you go. My Insanity are a good team. They've made it into the final this season and lost to Trelleborg. So they do have one runner-up finish so far this season. They've also made it to the quarterfinal stage and been knocked out. And I believe it's one trip to the quarterfinals and one to the semifinals for Lindner so far this season. So, yeah, this one is a tough one to call from my perspective because both teams are evenly matched, and I'm not sure what to expect. Both teams have gone with Bottleneck, a similar setup, the usual player perks that we see. No telehandlers at play this time around, as Apollo is looking like he's headed for the New Holland Harvester. He beats someone from My Insanity to that. Meanwhile, though, Jan from My Insanity grabs the New Holland Baylor for his team. There's Hightower getting the ideal off the pod and claiming it for Lindner now. And here we go. It should be first bail time any moment.
It will be in about 30 seconds. Let's see. I mean, My Insanity actually a bit slow getting the first building starting up. We can see Hannes going for harvesting. We can see Sidfrey going with the baler already. There should be enough already on the ground, so he can just collect what's there, and then he should be heading straight towards the bridges. So definitely Lindner currently is looking stronger on getting the first bale inside. But I was wrong once yesterday already when it seemed that the other team is quite far away. We can see Jan now moving, and yes, he is further away. So Lindner definitely has the a better chance of getting a higher score. But it all the way comes down to the tossing or reversing. Let's see, it's coming out. It's a bit early, to be honest. And that is not what you want to do there. That is, and the bale is like on the wrong side of the whole building. That is bad. And will he go for it? No. He needs to go for it. Otherwise, it's going to be just too complicated, to be honest. And this is going to take a while because he needs to move the bale. And Jan is going to go for the, in a way, a safer route as well. Just to reverse it in, and that's going to be 114, and Lindner will be definitely some points behind. And one thing I still got to mention, we spoke about the movies, and Lindner, I think Hightower, I guess the guy has been watching a lot of Police Academy movies back in the day.
Maybe. That'd be a good thing to figure out. So 114 to 103, so Sinfry for Lindner able to kind of save face a little bit there. That could have been a lot worse. And sometimes, though, like, he was able to recover pretty quickly. My Insanity were trailing behind as well. But in the previous matchup, we saw Big Daddy spend a lot of time trying to get that bale in. Sometimes you wonder if it wouldn't be more beneficial to just leave it and go press more bales to make up the difference or something. It's always those things you have to kind of figure out as you're playing the game, things you don't plan for. The best teams are able to react and adapt to those types of situations.
Well, soon it's going to be time for the first drops. We can see still 103 points for Lindner. So, I mean, it could have been worse. We saw the 90 something, was 94 points, the first bail on the last game. So in a way, I think that crash was quite impactful, but it could have been worse. So the situation is not that bad. Just 11 points between each of the teams for now. The grain game once again going on. The drops are there. Bridges raised, Herbicide, and Herbicide being picked by Hightower. I think it's I might be wrong, but almost the first time during the whole season when somebody actually picks it up.
Yeah, we haven't seen it a lot, which is kind of a shame. But for Linder at this moment, it doesn't make sense to go for the other one because Bottleneck's in play. So now this just gives them, 45 seconds or so where they can just harvest the entire field and just go ahead and, make straighter lines and not have to worry about avoiding those patches of weeds. Jan for Mind Sanity is bringing their first load of grain in here. Here comes Sinfry not far behind to try to match him for Lindner. So already we're having grain delivered in the 12th minute. And he's actually going to leave that there for the time being. My guess is that maybe he's got a teammate coming along soon who is going to bring the harvester closer, drive that in, and then bring the harvester in for a little bit extra grain.
Yes. Okay, so we can see Lindner. The belt is gone. Once again, we see that somebody's going to be taking away the belt. And my insanity with the huge. Actually, I can't see the multiplier completely. Is it 2.0 or 3.0?
It's 3.1 to 1.1. Once the belt shut down, it's a max. Without Unstoppable in play, it has to be a max multiplier. So luckily for Linder, Unstoppable isn't in play. They can recover their belt if they go deliver the grain now. Mind Sanity has the advantage, but they haven't pressed a single bale yet. So these are those moments where you're not able to capitalize on having a 3-to-1 multiplier because you haven't pressed any bales and not brought them in. So they are getting more grain loaded up. But I think the teams are probably likely to cancel each other out here with the amount of grain that both teams have either already delivered or have stored up. So I think that this is going to end up being a 2-to-2 multiplier kind of matchup unless we see grain multiplier popping up here in a minute and a half to the 8th minute drops.
Yes. No bales delivered. We can see 8 of them being pressed for Lindner, so they are kind of like, starting off the game with the bales. We can see Mind Sanity still collecting the grain. And now we can see John also unloading it, so they want to, still do something with the multiplier, make sure that Lindner is not having any kind of an advantage. But they will just leave it there. We can see Hightower, they definitely want to still change the multiplier. The belt is going to be fixed at the same time as well, but Mind Sanity is ready to do the same again. Hightower going to be missing just a little bit of grain as he's unloading it to the silo. But otherwise, should be doing a good job there. And we can see that they are almost packed to 2.0. Now we are back on the even multiplier, and the bolt belts are working with the same speed as well. So that is a good situation. Luckily, they can recover from the situation. We have seen actually quite many broken belts which they haven't been able to cover anymore at this stage. So it's nice to see that somebody actually comes back from it as well.
Yeah, here comes PB now with more grain in the case combine. Hightower, meanwhile, bringing the grain cart back to where they left 2 harvesters. Both of these are nearly full. So look at the bale count already, though. Lindner 8 ahead of Mind Sanity, but we kind of saw this from Mind Sanity last month, where we were concerned about their bale count early, but then they're able to make it up later in the round. So I do think this is an intended part of their strategy. There is that grain multiplier in the 8th minute. This is one that teams want to see. It's weighed more heavily in the favor of my insanity at the moment from the look of the screen there. Looks like teams are maybe just sitting and waiting. You can see Lindner is nearby where the drops are. We were seeing the ghost mode there. So they've got someone in the area able to just pop over and grab it. They're probably going to wait until closer to the end of the minute that they have to grab it just to maximize how long it'll last after that. But if one team gets this and the other team doesn't here, this could make a huge impact on the game. In fact, they're both headed for it now with 5 seconds to go. And there it is for my insanity, and shortly after, picked up by Lindner. So yeah, it's actually in the favor of my insanity, 1.7 to 1.5 due to the weighting system. So is that enough, though, already trailing in the multiplier for them to get a slight advantage when it's all said and done? We're about to find out here. Hightower is nearly out of grain at this point. And I believe my insanity has a little bit left. There it is. So 2.2, now 2.3. It's continuing to climb. 2.3 to 1.7, but they have harvesters nearby as well. They can get even more into there. This is a huge moment for my insanity. And Lindner do not have any more grain left, Maddie.
Yeah, I think Lindner actually, I mean, they have been also delivering the bales. Meanwhile, so they have been able to kind of like take the early lead here. I'm not sure. I do have a feel that the teams are leaving the bale deliveries a whole lot later than they used to do at some stage earlier this season. Of course, we still have 6 minutes to go, but still I feel that, when we have like 5 minutes remaining and the teams are just having a couple hundred, so they are trying to collect those like 600-700 points during the last couple of minutes. And of course, the multiplier will be an issue. It's going to be 1.1 versus 2.9. So the belt is very fast. It's not broken, but definitely Lindner, they have an issue on their hands. So they need to be very fast delivering. What's going to be the solution? I don't think that they will go for any more grain at this stage anymore. So they just have to keep pressing the bales, and they have to be very fast with the deliveries. Maybe try to get a combo, but that's very difficult at this stage, as my insanity will be definitely ready to counterfeit that as well. So yeah, in a way, yes, definitely my insanity, they have an advantage. They have a huge advantage, but also the belt is pretty slow.
Yeah, I don't see any way for Lindner to win this one now unless my insanity make huge mistakes. 29 points per bale for my insanity now. 11 points per bale for Lindner for those put into the top. That is a significant gap with only about a 50-point lead or so for Lindner with 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Plenty of time for my insanity to capitalize here on that bit of good gameplay. And it just turned out to be bad timing for Lindner because they delivered grain early to give themselves the multiplier advantage. But because they did that, they had already spent a lot of their grain. And then the grain multiplier showed up before my insanity had even delivered any of theirs. So that was definitely a huge moment. The super drop is about to drop, and Lindner could really do with this as they're now trailing by 11 points. And I just don't see any way for them to get back into this.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be very hard. I mean, my insanity has already taken the lead. Yes, there's bales for Lindner, but the point situation will be problematic, definitely.
Multiplier
because they will get
switch.
just so little. Yeah, that might change something, but they need to hurry for a while. They do have 29, but that's only just, how many seconds was it? It's 27 seconds remaining. So yeah, just get them there. But the belt is also very slow. Because, they can get couple bales in maybe with that multiplier. But, I mean, the first one is going to go in, but I'm not sure about the second one. Do they have the time for it?
It's so slow.
So just one bale with that multiplier, 7, 5 seconds, 4. It's not going to go in with that multiplier, unfortunately. And now, they are just sucked in to the second floor. I love that. That is almost like waiting for your bag to come from the airport belt when they are moving,
right.
And they are just moving like in a carousel. But so
that
Lindner,
multiplier switch I think could have been useful, but it ran like if Apollo had already had bales on the belt instead of approaching it as it was activated, they could have scored a lot more there. So a missed opportunity really for Lindner.
Yeah, but you need to take a huge risk if you. Okay, you need to put the bells anyways at the belt at this stage, but still, like we spoke about the timing of the multiplier switch and the crazy tool yesterday, and I think it's very complicated when you have so few seconds on the super drop. So yeah, you need to have the belt already on the belt, and if you're gonna start like piling them to the belt, just maybe get that super drop, which is actually not that common, to be honest. So
Maybe
you need a bit of luck as well.
Yeah, maybe there it would have been nice. It looks like they might be preparing to load these up and try to get combo points at the end because Lindner know that's the only way for them to win it. But maybe they're the solution for that multiplier switch because it was so heavy of a difference, 2.9 to 1.1. I feel like that was a good amount of time for it to last. But like we said, you already had to have bales on the belt. But maybe the multiplier switch, if it only switched the multiplier and didn't switch the belt speed, would be a better drop, a better super drop, because then they would have been able to score all three of those that he put on, and you're talking about a little bit more of an impact that it can make. So
Yeah.
just food for thought. But yeah, can Lindner get enough combo points here to win? The problem with trying to get combo points now is that My Insanity are still delivering bales too. So it's going to have to be timed perfectly. And also, I'm worried about the state of this stack. Somewhere, someone has crashed, meanwhile. I think the safer route may have claimed a victim, and in fact, it looks like maybe it did. Hightower is in the water, and this is the last thing Lindner needed right now with 50 seconds to go. Here goes the push. My Insanity actually got a combo. My Insanity got a combo while Lindner were stacking these up, and then Lindner responds with their own Bale-tastic, but then the Bale-pressive is countered by My Insanity, so that is backfired there, and in fact, My Insanity has come out further ahead.
Yeah, but it's good that they actually managed to get the combo. Definitely they will get some points which they need, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. 20 seconds on the clock, just 5 bales for the both sides, and doesn't matter which multiplier, even like 3.0 for Lindner, they're not going to get enough points from those 4 bales which they have remaining. So this game is unfortunately lost. We can see PB showing off the skills, just like we had Hayden doing on the last game. So My Insanity, I said that I'm becoming a fan, and this is like even making that feeling stronger. So they are almost getting to 1,000 points. They had a great showing yesterday, and the first game today is definitely a promising one as well.
Yeah, good result by My Insanity. A little bit fortunate that the grain multiplier rather dropped for them, and Lindner had already put their grain in. That's a risk that you take when you deliver your grain before the 8th minute drop shows up. But if it hadn't been grain multiplier, we maybe are talking about a different victor there. I think the issue there as well is Lindner were so focused on stacking those bales up and trying to get as many combo points as they could that they didn't realize that My Insanity were getting their own combo. So it was a Bale-tastic first for My Insanity. That was 50 points for them. And then a Bale-tastic was scored by Lindner, and that was 50 points for them, but then countered on the Bale-pressive, and that's another 50 points to My Insanity there instead of 100 to Lindner. So good bit of play by My Insanity, and a good first round for them, nearly 1,000 points. We saw some lower scoring matches in our first matchup of the day, and these two teams, though, are scoring a lot of bales and a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, every time when you are kind of like the underdog of the situation, you need to have that ace on the sleeve, and with that ace on the sleeve, you are trying to, of course, catch up. We saw that yesterday, that with the combo points, there was actually a win coming with those. And of course, I mean, they knew that that's something which they need to do, because there was nothing they were able to do about the multiplier anymore at that stage. But when kind of like the team or the opponent that you're trying to catch, if they have the ace on the sleeve as well, so it's like pressing another turbo button at that stage, and then the kind of like the advantage is gone. So well played from both. It's nice to see that Lindner still tried to go for the combo, and they went for the combo as well, but very well defended from My Insanity. I don't know if it was calculated or was it just like a bit of luck with the timings mixed there, but we see the end result, and definitely deserved from My Insanity.
Yeah, good first round for them. For Lindner, though, they have to have some hope as well because they didn't necessarily play bad. They just had that grain multiplier go against them, and it was hard to play catch up at that point. They had to adapt their strategy, and it wasn't a bad idea to adapt their strategy to try to load those bales up. It just wasn't really timed right and didn't go their way. I expect both teams here in the second round to go with a similar approach and just hope that the timing goes better in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Lindner, they have what it takes. So it's just a matter of well, okay, don't throw the first bale, and then be more careful at the early stages of the game, because kind of like already when we had like less than about 9-10 minutes remaining, the situation was already complicated at that stage. So I think the kind of like the moves to win that game were made on the first 5 minutes of the round. But now we have the bans. We're not expecting anything crazy here. They have been following the same path so far, and of course on the captain's big phase as well. Uh, I guess, and the player pick phase. I don't know if you're going to be expecting anything crazy. I think they will follow the same. So we will have the bottlenecks coming in, and then of course the Archimedes runner and the under pressure for the player perks coming in. That's what I'm expecting.
I find it. I was just going back and looking and at my Insanity's previous results this season, and in the 3 tournaments so far, they have been knocked out 2 out of those 3 tournaments by Trelleborg, including one runner-up finish to them in our previous tournament last month. And then they were knocked out by Vultra in tournament number 2 in the play-in rounds and didn't make it into the quarterfinals that day or that weekend. So for my Insanity, like they very well could be even further up in this table, and it's definitely not anything to be ashamed of going out twice in those 3 tournaments to Trelleborg and then losing to Vultra, who you're joint fourth with as well in the play-ins on another occasion. So my Insanity definitely one of those teams that like we should be keeping an eye on. Same could be said about Lindner, though, and they have every right to be able to force this third game here. They have the skills to do it, and in 15 minutes, we'll find out which way this one's going to go.
Yeah, we'll see. But once again, the run for the pads, the rush for the first bale. And there we go. We had some battles going on. Yes, we have one here for the same pad as well, because it's seen Fry and some player from My Insanity, which we cannot see. We can see it only in the X-ray, and he's gonna go at the same time. About the same time, Sinfrey seems to be getting it, and yes, he will get it just by a half a meter or something like that. So My Insanity, they need to go for a different target, because it's Jan. It was probably Jan who was actually circling there, so he needs to go and pick something else, and there he's gonna be finding a... No, he's not gonna go for the New Holland. We can see that he actually takes a quite long route along these lovely sceneries, and he's going to find a John Deere baler instead. The lovely green yellowish colors, which we love to see at the FarmCon as well. So he's going to be happy with that selection. And now we can see Hinfrey just following Apollo's harvester, and this he should be engaging just in a matter of seconds. We can see that the bridges are also lower at the moment. It's not going to be like a 40-minute bell, so maybe a 130 points or something like that, depending from the toss, but it should be the early advantage coming from My Insanity from this one. Sorry, for Lindner, actually, because My Insanity is late. Let's see if there are any problems. No, it's going to be 129 this time. No crashes, not getting stuck with the belt support, so... and I love to see these like a clean sweeps from time to time as well. I love to see some action and crashes happening, but it's also nice to see when the players are not doing the mistakes after a while.
Jan delivering that one now. Yeah, 20-point gap to start with, so that's 1 bale difference now that they're going to have to make up. That's not exactly difficult to do, but also not really ideal either to be that far behind here early on. Plenty of time, though, to make it up. And Jan heads back out to bale up some more of this straw. Sinfry for Lindner, meanwhile, gathering the grain into the grain cart from his teammate Hightower. And just a little bit shaky on the lineup there, trying to keep Hightower moving and getting that straw down on the ground so they can bail it up later.
Okay, so 12 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So we have had the first minutes of the round. So far, so good. Everything with the grain, with the multipliers. We haven't seen any huge changes. The agricultural ballet happening at the fields once again as the 3 members of the team. It's almost like you can make it like a portrait of the whole family from this picture, to be honest. It's a lovely scenery. I mean, I think that a lot of farmers are like, dreaming about this. Yeah, me and my sons doing the hard work at the fields. And but yeah, PB misses some, but not much, and Jan is going to be catching the rest of the grain. And it's pretty equal situation, almost exactly the same amount of grain. So let's see how the strategy is going to be evolving from here. And of course, we have the 12-minute drops, no silo close. That's good news. That's going to be keeping the situation quite even. So everything that's going to happen during the next 4 minutes, it's all about the strategy, more or less. Yes, the direct delivery is there, but that's not having a huge impact on this situation. Both teams actually going to go for it, so it's about the same as well.
Yeah, you got to cancel each other out. That would have been a mistake for Mindsanity not to go for it, in my opinion, because they had the multiplier advantage in their favor last time around. If you don't pick that up there, it's a very slight difference, but just the tiniest bit of difference can make all the difference sometimes in the Farming Simulator League, especially when it comes to the multiplier and the impact it has on the amount of points you'll score per bale.
True. Well, it is not that far away from the 12-minute drops, and we still have to wait for 3 minutes to get the next ones. The collection is still going on. We can see Lindner having actually a bit of more of it because we can see My Insanity unloading it as we speak. We get a chance to the pictures. So they are once again going for the multiplier. You don't want to execute the same strategy. What's going to happen with the belt on Lindner's side? Because that seems to be going all the way till the end, 2.8 to 1.2. We got the Sinfrey counterfeiting that. And they do have a plenty of grain, so they can definitely get it back to 2.0. And I think they are paying more attention to what is happening here on these first minutes of the second match of the series. So yeah, they are getting it even. No bail, so both teams are focusing on what is going on with the grain. And yeah, I'm eager to see how it's going to end up. But definitely, I think that we are seeing now more grain game happening, before the 8-minute drops than we had on the past. So this is kind of like, I'm not going to say that it's a new meta, but it's definitely something different.
Ten minutes to go. Still too tough to call at this point. It's kind of, teams are kind of going through the motions at this point, Maddie, and doing the things that we would expect them to do. I think Lindner trying to be a little bit more cautious about delivering their grain before the 8th-minute drops show up here, because that did, come back to bite them in that first round. They can't afford that to happen again because they have to force a third of the best of 3 here, or they're headed out at the quarterfinal stage.
True. Okay, so 1.5 minutes. No bails. I mean, we haven't seen a single bail so far, and we have done 6 minutes from this. This is a nice view, by the way, getting two of the spectators at the same time. Jan making his way to the silo, and then we have the lovely view from the fields for Lindner. So Jan running away. We cannot see the unloading stats on this screen, but yeah, both teams are still collecting. So they are still thinking that the grain needs to do something. The multipliers are completely even. So they are still completely focused on what is going on. And now when the teams are so heavily pressing, and pushing to the grain, I would love to see something very disruptive coming in about 35 seconds when we do have the 8-minute job. What would be your favorite? Silo close or something else?
Well, I think here it's not going to have much of an impact if teams match each other like for like. If it were to be grain multiplier again, Lindner have made the decision to not deliver their grain. In fact, I was wondering with 20 seconds to go, was he going to start delivering some? He's going to leave that there for the time being, and then I would assume that Sinfry is going to go out and look for the drops now with his teammates as the 8th minute approaches. Silo close is definitely can be a disruptive one at times too, But if both teams grab that one, it's all it's really going to do is slow down their delivery of grain. And there we have it, grain multiplier yet again, back-to-back rounds. These teams are not going to go for speed limit. It has to be grain multiplier. But it doesn't look like anyone's really in the area for Lindner. We have Jan, I believe it is, there bailing for My Insanity. I would assume that he's about to, run over after he finishes bailing. There is a ghost mode view of someone from Lindner in the distance, so they're nearby now as well. So I would assume these teams are gonna go for it, but you got to be careful. You have to give yourself enough time, 20 seconds. But if you give yourself only 3 seconds to get to it and you miss it,
Yeah.
we saw it yesterday where like someone overshot the drop as well and didn't get it. They're both there now waiting. My Insanity's picked it up, and now Lindner have picked it up.
Yeah.
So it looks like as well like 1.5 and 1.5 this time. It's not weighted in the favor of either team.
Yeah, it's. Yesterday, yeah, we saw that situation, but it was a super drop, so only one can collect it. Now the both of them will get it. I love how the players like circling around them. Just like if you will be planning a bank robbery, and the guys are just watching over the place these couple of days before. No, I'm just here to open a new account. They're just like completely innocent, and then then they strike. And that is what's happening here on the Farming Simulator League, as well as the players are lurking around the drops. It's like, this game has been all about grain. Yes, we can see some bales coming in finally as well, but there could be like a separate, like a Farming Simulator League, the Grain Wars edition.
The Grain Wars.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I love that view, by the way. We don't see that much, that split view of both teams at their silo. Good work by our production team behind the scenes. Shout out to all the FSL team running this broadcast from our studio in Germany. And we're having a great time. They make it easy for us. We just have to show up and talk. I bring coffee. And then I'm ready to go. The game gets me going, gets me excited, even if it is just now 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, coffee is definitely needed. It's way more earlier for you than me, but it's still quite early. Usually.
You've been working hard this weekend too. Not only are
yeah.
you doing Farming Simulator League, but you're doing some PUBG stuff, I believe, right?
Yeah. There's the PSL Grand Finals going on. So I had a Friday evening, I had a PSL, then I had a Saturday morning FSL, yesterday evening PSL, then this Grand Final of the Farming Simulator League, and about 2 hours after this one we have the last day of the Grand Finals on the PSL as well. So I have been sitting on the studio since Friday, 4 o'clock on the afternoon, almost the whole week, and just went home to sleep some hours between. But that's what it is. That is esports commentating, and I love it. So, and that's why we are here to talk. And I'm not complaining at all. I'm definitely loving it. It's very nice to be here. It's a very nice start for the day as well. You wake up, you go to the shower, and you take your cup of coffee. I guess you're happy that we don't have the cameras yet on the broadcast, so you can just, straight walk to the front of the computer, because otherwise you need to be fixing your hair and stuff like that. But it's a lovely way to start the day, because it is really nice. We just need to come here and talk, open the video feeds, and in general have a great time.
Yeah, and it's easy to have a great time, especially when teams are as evenly matched as these two. We've got 10 seconds until the super drop pops up. Both teams, My Insanity does have the bail count advantage right now. Lindner, though, came out slightly ahead in the multiplier advantage this time around, 2.1 to 1.9. Lord Baylor's the drop. Hightower grabs it for Lindner, and that was a big moment for Lindner now as well. And we could be looking at a third round here if Lindner can keep this up. They are behind in the bail count, 7 bales now. They've scored those 2 extra. Sinfright almost ended up in the water there. What happened at that moment? But the camera switched right as that was happening. So it could go either way here. It's a low-scoring game with 3.5 to go, but these scores are going to climb significantly now.
Yeah, it's the last 3 minutes. Yes, I'm 19 bales from My Insanity. And the multiplier is about the same. So yeah, the stacking is going to start. The Palo working hard on the belt, getting one there. The second one is going to follow pretty soon as well. So yeah, these last 3 minutes will be definitely the time. It's the what we call the hammer time. Now it's time to finally start making the points and see how far all that like a 100k of grain, which both teams have used in total. That's a lovely stat, by the way. I would love to see the total amount of grain put to the silo from the teams during the round, because it is hard to follow sometimes because they're just collecting it more, then they're unloading it, collecting it more. But that is a lovely stat that I would love to see. Or maybe I'm just blind at the end screen, but I haven't seen that so far. But yeah, PB getting 2 bales in, that is the style that I love to see, 2 on top of each others, and of course this like a 3 at the front as well. It's definitely a show of skill, and yeah, now the points are just really coming in.
Yeah, it's kind of back and forth right now. If it goes bale for bale, My Insanity is moving on to the semifinal. Lindner has to hope that they can press some more bales with this 2 minutes to go, or that there's a mistake made somewhere by My Insanity, maybe on their approach with some more bales. They end up in the moat or something. But PB is a very strong stacker in the FSL, especially with this John Deere 6120M with the triple stacker on front. That manure fork makes it nice to be able to stack things up a little bit easier. That bale there falling off for Lindner, and that is the last thing they need. That other one that Apollo just put on looks a little bit precarious as well. Will it stick? A minute and a half to go, and My Insanity are looking good at this point for moving on. Anything can happen still, though.
Anything can happen. 120 points to catch up, and Lindner, they have the bales. They have 13 of them, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know, maybe it's just my eye, but today, all the teams who have been playing, okay, Lindner is the second team so far, but still, all the teams who have been playing on the red side, kind of like how they are working with the belt, it seems complicated. It's not as smooth as the blue side currently. My Insanity getting those 2 belts at the same time. Now we can see Apollo as well. That's a nice load, and Sinfre is going to be putting some more in as well. So this is actually looking pretty close. And only 6 bales, by the way, remaining for My Insanity. And there's more bales. Oh, that one is going to drop down, but the gap is going to be about 60 points. Actually, just only 40 points when those 3 bales are going to go inside. So Hannes, you better hurry. You know where the pedal is, put it to the metal. Go there, use whatever bridge, the safer one, the more scariest one. Don't care about the flames, the spikes, the missile strikes. Just go there and make those bales to go on the second floor as we have 15 seconds to go. And Lindner, they're doing everything they can. It's going to be 90 points they are currently missing, and the amount of bales, it is not looking good.
Yeah, one more into the top for My Insanity being scored. Another one's going to be pushed into the bottom. Apollo having a hard time getting that one in. There was one stuck on the bottom and one on the top. And My Insanity takes the victory in 2 straight games. They played 2 really smooth rounds. Not a whole lot of mistakes made at all. A little bit low scoring compared to the first round this time, 699 to 600, 33 bales to 25. You see the delivered grain was slightly in Lindner's favor. That's why they had the multiplier advantage. The delivered grain with multiplier is similar as well. The super drop Lord Baylor did help Lindner have a lifeline there, but it just came down to bale count in the end.
Oh well, My Insanity definitely showing that they can go for the semi-finals, and who knows, maybe even further. My Insanity is really growing into me, so I'm not gonna lie, I said it like 3 times already before, but definitely this is just making the feeling stronger. A great showing from Lindner, though. I mean, yes, they lost the game, but I mean, you said it, Kermit. My Insanity has been very strong. They have lost only to Trelleborg almost all the tournaments before, so they are definitely very strong. And maybe this time, because they're not facing Trelleborg, at least not on this stage, they can, get some more circuit points.
Yeah, they're going to be playing Fermier's Flamboyance in our first semifinal coming up later on. But before that, we have a few more quarterfinals to get through. The next one coming up is Cortiva against Trelleborg, Bednar versus Power Team Esport later on. Don't go anywhere. Maybe get up and stretch, but come right back. We'll see you in a moment.
And welcome back. There we go. We had the second game of the day, My Insanity versus Lindner, and it's gonna be My Insanity who actually proceeded all the way to the semi-finals, and the next match is gonna be the weighted one, Cortiva versus Trelleborg. And I guess a lot
Yeah.
of viewers have an opinion about this. Trelleborg going undefeated so far, so Cortiva, they have a tough challenge ahead.
Yeah, they do. I want to talk about My Insanity first. We had mentioned before those two, Lindner and My Insanity, faced off that Lindner was slightly ahead of them by 10 circuit points in third place. My Insanity was joint fourth place coming into the weekend with Bednar and Valtra. Valtra were knocked out by Trelleborg yesterday in the play-in, so Valtra will not be gaining circuit points this weekend. So already, My Insanity has at minimum given themselves 50 points in between themselves and Valtra. They also have gained 20 extra circuit points minimum over Lindner, which means they jump over Lindner in the circuit standings. So with Bednar still to play in the final quarterfinal of the day, currently as it stands, My Insanity would be sitting in third place awaiting the result of that Bednar match. They could gain even more points. It's going to be a huge matchup because now they're going to be playing Vermeer's Flamboyance in the semifinal, who currently are sitting second place. As you said, Trelleborg and Cortiva coming up, but My Insanity are definitely a team to be reckoned with so far in season 4 of the Farming Simulator League.
Yeah, this is looking very good for them, definitely. I love how they play. The second game wasn't the highest score game, but on the first game, they showed that they can actually get high score lines as well, and those are the ones you're going to need versus Trelleborg later on the tournament if they're going to be facing off on the next stages. But now we do have the replays coming in from the last game. We had a couple of the challenges happening on the pads. This was quite easy for Apollo, so it wasn't really a challenge. Then we had this heartbreaking moment with Sinfrey, a very rough crash, but a great recovery as well. Sinfrey, oh, what's happening with that bail? That's like almost like a circus trick.
Hey, sometimes you got to pull out the tricks. I still am ashamed that no teams this weekend have seemed to want to go for my strategy of taking a ride on the drawbridge. I thought this was what the Farming Simulator League was about, but maybe that's just me when I play. Not everyone can get stuck on a bridge with such skill and grace, Maddie.
I thought it was about pancakes.
My Insanity played 2 really good rounds. I think Lindner played some good rounds as well. This first one was a pretty significant gap in points because of the grain multiplier dropping after Lindner had already delivered a significant portion of their grain. Here we saw Sinfrey taking the better approach to this baler compared to Jan, and then getting the drive-by bale in just in time as he clipped the edge of the barn after the bale had already gone in. Here goes PB dropping some grain unintentionally as well. And it didn't end up costing My Insanity just that little bit. It's tough sometimes because you want to keep those harvesters rolling. But if they get full, you have to make a decision am I going to dump this on the ground or where is my teammate, basically? Because you don't want to waste much time. There goes Sinfred. I'm not sure if that was a lag spike or what, but he almost ended up with like a reverse accident on the safer route where he was driving out of the barn area and made a sharp turn.
Yeah. And there we go. The second game goes to, of course, for My Insanity as well. And they will win the series 2-0. But now we can focus on the next game. So Trelleborg versus Cortiva, which we mentioned already. And we haven't yet this weekend seen a game with the 4 digits on the end score. So what do you think, Kermit? Is now going to be time for 1,000 points?
I'm really interested to see like how this game goes because Cortiva at one point, early especially in season 3, looked like the strongest team in the Farming Simulator League. And then about midway through, Trelleborg started to, assert their dominance more. And then Cortiva started falling off. And Cortiva, unfortunately for them last season as well, were quite a bit coming up against Trelleborg, against Valtra's team of last season in the play-in rounds. And so they weren't able to keep that momentum going with the circuit points. But Rablix is a really strong player in the Farming Simulator League. His teammates Lucas and Richie and Lamy as well
are nothing to slouch at, but to only have one appearance in the quarterfinals so far this season is definitely pretty interesting for me from Cortiva. I don't think, I'm going to actually go back and look. I'm not sure if we even saw them in some of the tournaments this season, like especially early on. I'm looking back at the first one now. Oh, okay. So they did play the first one. They got knocked out by Bednar. So maybe we just didn't see that on the broadcast. And then second tournament, I'm not seeing them here. Oh, there they are. They lost to My Insanity in tournament number 2 in the play-ins. And then they were able to make it into the quarterfinals last month where they lost to Fermir's Flamboyance. So again, you could argue like they've only really been knocked out by teams at the top end of the table. So Cortiva could pull off an upset here if everything goes their way. But Maddie, as we know, of seeing Trelleborg dominate, especially this season, like you have to play a near flawless game to beat Trelleborg, especially to beat them in 2 out of 3 matches.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge for Cortiva, and I mean, we have seen new tricks from Trelleborg almost every weekend of the Farming Simulator League. So I'm just wondering, do they have something new to show us once again? And if they do, will they do it here? Will they save it for the finals? So I'm always excited to see these guys when they are playing. And yeah, but Cortiva, I mean, they need the best game they can bring if they really want to beat Trelleborg. Like I said multiple times, they have gone undefeated so far, and we haven't yet seen any signs of them stopping. So this is definitely, if Cortiva can pull that off, that would be the biggest moment of the whole season so far. The picks are there, no surprises there. Much of that we have Ideals, we have a case for the other side, New Holland for Cortiva, and then we have the players pick phase, and I guess we're expecting the same perks, and not so many changes or differences here what we have seen on the previous games as well. It's pretty clear what is the gameplay this season.
Right, I agree. Especially like it's going to be under pressure, runner, and Archimedes plus plus for the player perks almost every time. I would imagine we're not really seeing much else picked. But to be fair, like we did see Easy Stacker some yesterday. I'm not so sure that has much of a place anymore in the FSL without Transport Company in play to widen the hitbox of the upper barn door. Really, I think you're only going to see that if someone isn't like 100% comfortable with their stacking and maybe need a little bit of extra leeway. But yeah, in fact, we are seeing similar setup. In fact, same equipment, same set of perks picked. The only difference really is they reserved a different Baylor. But both of those Baylors are kind of equal. They're not similar exactly in stats. That New Holland Baylor has 2 extra kilometers per hour work speed, but the Case Baylor has 200 less liters of fill volume. So they kind of equal each other out. But here we go, Cortiva against Trelleborg. Can Cortiva be the team to finally knock Trelleborg off their perch? We'll find out in just about 30 to 45 minutes or so, as Wooler and someone for Cortiva are fighting for the New Holland. It looked like Cortiva was going to get that, and then Wooler, with the runner perk, with that boost of speed right at the last second, in those crucial moments, grabs the New Holland Harvester.
And JK is back on the server as well, as we can see already pulling the Baylor. We can see that there's definitely some straw waiting to be picked, and he wants to make that first bale. And of course, you said it yesterday, they are looking for the 150 point. That's the benchmark currently. Cortiva also having a pretty good start. We have 20 seconds until we have that 14-minute mark, which is usually pretty close to the moment when the top teams are tossing the first bales. JK seems to be disengaging. 10 seconds to go. It's going to be hard to get that 150 points out of this situation, but let's see the toss. Will we see any mistakes? We have seen many of them, but JK is not really the one who's usually going to be doing them. And there we go, 141. That's the first bale. Trelleborg claims the early lead here in the Pancake Farming League.
The Pancake Farming League. Here comes Rablix now, going to take a little bit safer of an approach, 128 to 141. Yeah, you mentioned it. Oh, he actually had an extra bale on there. That actually, I'm interested because grabbing an extra bale wastes a couple of seconds. So I mean, it's good to have for later, but maybe a couple extra points could have been scored. Not really much of a difference though. But yeah, JK did not play yesterday. Martin was in for Trelleborg. JK did send me a little behind the scenes note before the tournament this weekend and said Martin is on vacation and would play yesterday because JK was busy practicing with firefighters in real life. So he is back today. Martin, I hope if you're out there listening, I hope you have a nice vacation time. And the good news for Trelleborg is they have such a deep roster now with the addition of Martin this season that if real life were to get in the way for one of them on any given weekend, you don't really even notice any kind of drop in quality. And it's hard for most teams in this league to say that. And here comes this lovely camera work again. I'm loving these split views that we're getting today from our production team.
Yeah, this is really nice view. The only thing that I would love to see are the stats, but of course it's hard because they are on the bottom left corner of the screen, and you need to cut it from somewhere. But it's at this stage it doesn't really matter because it's so early, minutes or seconds of the whole first round of the match lineup. But both teams getting the grain, as we can see. And we can see JK just heading to the silos already. There is about, it's like a 20k, which they have currently, or is it 39? It's 40k. Yeah, it's sometimes the numbers are a little bit pixelated on my feed, unfortunately. Silo closed and direct delivery coming in. And the silo closed has been quite effective this weekend already here at the 12-minute mark or 12-minute drop because the grain game has been starting earlier. And we can actually see that there's unloading already happening. So Trelleborg is unloading the grain. Nobody has yet picked the silo close, and if Cortiva's going to go there now, it's going to be maybe just a little bit too late, so it's not going to do a huge difference. We can see the belt of Cortiva being broken already, so Trelleborg will do the job.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for Trelleborg because now they can go grab silo close. Cortiva are delivering their grain now. Can someone from Trelleborg get there before they get it back to even? We'll see. Cortiva may have been able to dodge a bullet here and might be able to get it to 2-2. In fact, I don't even think JK is going to bother to go for these drops at this point. And why should he? I think by the time he got there, it would have been pointless anyways. And so the game continues on as normal with the 12th minute drops ignored.
Yeah. 2.0, the same belt speed, so nothing has changed from the start except that there's a one bale for Cortiva, which they managed to make at the start. But that's good to have. For example, if you're going to be focusing on the grain and somebody tries to do a combo or something, so you have that one bale lying around for emergency use only. I mean, I can already see that one bale sitting right next to the belt, and there's a sign like "use only for emergencies." You know, some people have those little jars at home that don't use this money unless it's an emergency or something like that. So, a similar kind of meaning with that one bale. That if you really need to do it, then just use the bale. Of course, they will use it at the end anyways. But yeah, just to have it there lying around. 10 minutes closing in, so we are pretty far away. 1/3 is already played. We can see that the score situation hasn't really changed, so the teams are still focusing on the grain and just waiting to see what is going to happen with it because JK is going to go for the second delivery, and definitely it's not yet over, so the multipliers will not stay that way during the whole round.
Yeah, both of these teams are playing a pretty smooth game so far in this first round, Maddie. I haven't yet seen anything that's really going to separate them, but there's still plenty of time to go. Cortiva just needs to keep plugging away, keep doing what they're doing, and make sure they don't let Trelleborg get the upper hand and pull off an advantage. Looks like some teams are maybe going to wait now. Both teams are going to wait now for the 8th minute before they deliver more grain. It could be grain multiplier showing up. And we saw it backfire for Linder if you deliver your grain before the 8th minute. Watch out, Raplix. Luckily, nothing would have happened in the Farming Simulator League. We do not condone violence in Farming Simulator, of course. But yeah, that still would imagine that in real life. Someone would be in serious trouble.
Yeah, it's Yeah, it would be a scary moment. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't dare, to be honest. I mean, I'm a brave man, but yeah, I don't want to play with my life, to be honest. that would be that would be too close call, to be honest. But it is what it is. 30 seconds for those 8-minute drops, 2 bells for the both sides, and about 55k for both of the teams on the grain. So yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to be coming from the drops. Will some of the teams decide to unload a bit before, because the other team might be denying it the silo if the drop is going to be right for it. So we just have to wait and see. But now it seems that they're both waiting and not going to do it until they see what is coming from the drops. And then we'll see probably I would say that either a key changing moment of the round or a moment that's going to keep things exactly at even. And Bale multiplier, speed limit, not going to change much for those factors with the multipliers or with the grain levels. So this should be a pretty even round.
Yeah, excuse me. I still need more coffee. I think like I was coming to respond to your thought, and then a huge yawn came out instead.
It's fine.
But yeah, I mean, for these teams right now, here comes JK with some Bale, so I'd imagine that he's going to grab this Bale multiplier. So this could be the first moment. If Cortiva aren't ready to respond here, this could give Trelleborg a nice little advantage. Looks like he's going to drop these off. Unload the baler, and I would assume he's going to go grab that Bale multiplier and take advantage of it. He's got 12 seconds left to go grab it. In fact, someone from Cortiva is there. It looked like they were around the speed limit and then ran away.
Yeah, JK seems to be going for the Bale multiplier. We'll grab that on the last possible second almost. So,
right.
But yeah, the multipliers are still pretty even. Trelleborg actually has about 10k more grain. So let's see what's going to be coming out of this situation. But I mean, this is building up nicely. It's a slow build, but I'm loving it because this is just meaning that at the end game it's going to be quite hectic. And now we can see Trelleborg 6.5 minutes going on. Wooler's going to be putting 1 bale on the belt, so they will start collecting some points. They have a slight advantage, 2-point point. Both teams are unloading it, by the way, and it's going to be exactly 2.0 at the end. So no changes there. The belt speeds are the same as well. No, it's not going to make a huge difference, and Wooler just will continue the stacking. We can see Lucas coming to the scene on the other side as well, so they will start putting the bales on the belt as well. And I mean, I just can't get rid of the whole pancake idea. Every time I watch the chat, there's only things about pancakes. And one thing that really annoys me is that I mean, I can't really make them here at the studio, so I can't have them on the morning. But what we are really missing here in Finland is that lovely, like a bakery culture. It's really hard to find a bakery on Sunday which is actually open in the morning. So there's no way for me to get anything like that in the morning here. And that's why I'm kind of like loving the chat, because that's something that I want to have, but in a way hating it because I can't have it.
I would love to talk more about pancakes, but I would rather instead just talk about how many points Trelleborg just scored with that Bale multiplier. I'm really surprised that Cortiva didn't also go for it, but if you're not ready to deliver Bales, there isn't any point in picking it up. So that is the first moment where Trelleborg have been able to give themselves a little bit of an extension of that lead. And with the multiplier at 2-2 for each team and the Bale count even, Cortiva now is going to have to hope for the super drop to go their way, or maybe some mistakes by Trelleborg. Those are really rare, though, to see happen. They do happen, but that's, wishful thinking. I think to kind of rely on that, Cortiva has to find a way to get some more bales pressed here and be able to close this gap now. It was 30 points per bale, and Trelleborg scored 5 or 6 of them. So that was a significant amount of points. And now Lucas on the safer route. It claims another victim. Not only does he lose the bales off the front, it could have been a lot worse, but he slows down his teammate Rablix as well. That is definitely not what Cortiva needs at this moment of the game, Maddie.
Yeah, and they dropped 1 bale on the bridge as well. So that is not good. Meanwhile, Trelleborg, they will continue delivering, and that's going to be 60 points on the belt right there. They do have 4 bales waiting there, so he's going to grab 2 of those. They're going to be pretty fast to put on the belt because he can take them at the same time. The 2 others will take a couple seconds more to collect. We can see the super drop being a spawn, and that is the Lord Baler for 2 bales. And let's see if somebody wants to go for it. We might see that happening. The score situation is that 150 points are going to be setting apart Cortiva and Trelleborg, and we can see Cortiva going for the Lord Baylor. So that's going to immediately close the gap to about 90, 85 points. And that's going to give Cortiva a chance. About the same amount of bales, by the way, remaining for the teams as well. Currently 10, 11, 9-ish. So on the same ballpark. And we have 3.5 minutes. And the both teams, they are doing the hard work. And we can see this nice stacking of the bales already by Beatmaster, which is going to help the actual stacker quite heavily when he's finally going to be transferring those to the belt.
I think it would have been better for Cortiva if that was a bale point super drop. Because bale points score points for bales that you haven't pressed already, so it gives you extra points, whereas Lord Baylor, all it really does is automatically score the number of bales that you already have pressed that it says for the drop, depending on how much it's weighted. So really, I don't think Trelleborg were even bothered at all to try to go for that. And Cortiva did claim it, but they also wasted time going and getting it that they could have instead been spending pressing more bales. So was it really worth it? I'm not so sure, but the game is really close now.
It is.
Just about 24 points at the moment, 2.5 minutes to go. Either team could win this first round, depending on how these final 2 minutes and so goes.
Yeah, I mean, the score situation is so tight that the one mistake, one bale dropping from the belt, for example, it can make the difference. And that's why the stackers are now just, in such an important role. Another traffic happening at the bridges. No mistakes, though, this time. But maybe install some traffic lights or something there that you can decide who's going to be going first. Cortiva getting there. The bales are getting next to the belt. But the Trelleborg side, it seems to be still more organized, to be honest. I mean, they have them very nicely set there, and Wooler can just, reverse, go forward, do the right things, and he can just, rinse and repeat the safe movement. As Cortiva, they need to be, trying to find those. It's like, you need to leave somewhere and you have lost your key, so you have to go through all the places where they can be. But the Trelleborg, they have a system which is definitely working out, and that also means that they have taken the advantage on the points to 140 for now.
Yeah, Trelleborg looking good with 120 to go now. I'm not really sure. There's not enough bales in the advantage for Cortiva to be able to close this gap. And like you said, definitely just so methodical, like Trelleborg. Wooler is such a good stacker, especially with that John Deere. It's like, teams can't... If teams could ban both the John Deere and the Linder and the 2 telehandlers, then maybe it would throw Trelleborg off their game, but they're just as comfortable with the telehandler as they are with the triple stacker. So it's really hard to throw them off when it comes to the stacking the bales. I mean, just look at that. He's able to grab those 2 with such speed and precision. I would have fumbled over them and knocked that top one probably off the stack and ended up driving over it. It would have been an absolute mess. Look, here comes 2 in. They're going to stack these 2 on top of each other. That one's going to be a little bit further out. He's going to grab all 3, and with 20 seconds to go, is probably going to score all 3 of these as well. You're just seeing an absolute masterclass in Farming Simulator League here by Trelleborg. It's not a bad performance by Cortiva, but again, if you don't score 900 points or more, usually you have to have about 1,000 or more to beat Trelleborg. You're going to have a tough go at it. So it was a good round by Cortiva in the end that could win them a lot of matches against other teams. But against a team like Trelleborg, it's just not going to be enough. And I think the difference in the end, I would argue, was that moment where Trelleborg grabbed the bale multiplier after the 8th minute drop and were able to score several bales. I think they had 5 or 6 go in at 30 points apiece. So if you calculate that up, you're talking about pretty much the difference in the score of the game. So it's one of those things where you can play a really strong game, Maddie, against Trelleborg, but if you're not taking every single advantage that you can, and they are able to pull off every advantage, it's going to be tough for you to pull out the win in the end.
Yeah, it's a very close series. There was a 2 bale difference on the barn. Basically about 40 points, and just like you said, the rest of the difference came from the drop which they picked. So definitely, both teams, they managed to get all the bales in, also a Cortiva, so there was no points which they missed because of the last minute action at the belt or anything like that. So they did manage to get all of the bails in. So that is definitely the reason. And the bail count, yes, there was a slight difference there, and then the slight difference on the drops as well. So very small differences. Otherwise, a very, very tight series as the scoreline is suggesting. And just like you said, you have to do everything you can. All these small details, they are costing, and they are in this. For example, in this case, they costed the win.
Yeah, you have to be, at the top of your game, and you have to have everything go your way when you're starting to get into the higher levels of the competition of the Farming Simulator League. I mean, we've seen a lot of good teams this weekend that just weren't able to match their opponents because it's funny, it's a 15-minute round, but it starts with that first bail. That's the first chance to put a gap between you and your opponents, and then the 12th minute drops. Those can start to impact like how the game takes shape, and then after the 8th minute, that's when things can really start to change. And then obviously the last 4 minutes too, when the super drops pop up, that's when the bulk of the points are being scored. So throughout the 15 minutes, there's several moments that you have to capitalize on. You can't just expect, one moment to go your way through a 15-minute round. You really have to be ready and able to take advantage throughout the entire 15.
Yeah. Oh, well, we have the second game of the series, and now if Cortiva wants to advance to the semifinals, they will have to find those small fine-tunes to the strategy and to the gameplay in general if they really want to challenge Trelleborg. We have seen Trelleborg to lost round, so there is a chance for Cortiva to pull this off all the way to the third game of the series, but it will be hard. It's not going to be easy, as we have said multiple times. Bans picks coming up, but like I said multiple times, not expecting to see anything groundbreaking here unless Trelleborg has something new which they want to show. But I don't think it's going to be the case.
Yeah, both telehandlers banned again. Same I'm assuming it's going to be another big tractor ban by Trelleborg here. Indeed it is. The Vultra S374 to go alongside the Deutz Fahr 9340. Both telehandlers are out by Cortiva, but again, you can't ban both of those and both of the triple stackers, unfortunately for Cortiva. So Trelleborg are going to be just fine with going with the John Deere 6120M, I would imagine. Same setup as far as the harvesters and balers and the team perk goes. And it's going to just come down to the actual 15 minutes of gameplay here. Which team is going to come out victorious? I think that, you have to always say that Trelleborg are the favorite going to any given round. But if things go Cortiva's way, they definitely can pull off a victory and force the third of the best of three here.
Yes, best of three. I want to see if they want to do something with the first bale. The 141 is a good one, but we know that they can do better. So I don't know if they want to just take it safe to be making sure that they will reach the higher stages of the tournament. If they would have missed that. Just one mistake on the first bale. We have seen like 50-point differences building up on the first bales today. Right. So that would have been costing. So maybe they actually want to play safe a little bit, or maybe they just were not lucky with the pads and the placement. So let's see what they can do here, because the second game is just about to start, and they are definitely getting ready. The equipment is waiting there on the pads, and there we go. Nobody hopefully going to be getting stuck on the gates. JK seems to be leading the battle between Cortiva. Wooler heading towards the same pad actually as the player from Cortiva, and let's see who's going to be getting that one. Who's going to be faster? Wooler is going to take that down, so it's just going to run inside, and the second battle happening right here.
Could be a higher one here.
Nope.
Oh, my connection's going in and out. I think I'm good now. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Yeah, it looks like this could be a higher score because Trelleborg gave me a little inside knowledge that I wasn't aware of. I mentioned it yesterday. And in the first round, they had the New Holland baler that they claimed on that nearest pod. This time, it's the Ideal. They said if it's the New Holland, then you can pretty much forget about like a higher 140, close to 150 score.
Yeah, Trelleborg player was already getting away from the behind the harvester, so he should be getting there.
Here we go.
Have 10 seconds. It's going to be a super fast bale. JK is going to be tossing it in, and that's going to be 148.
So close. So close. it's the finest of margins. They do hold the record at 149, and I know they're desperate to get the 150, but at the same time, they're not going to be upset with 148, especially considering that Rablix is just now coming in for Cortiva.
Yeah, it's gonna be about 20-point difference. What's gonna happen here? So about 1 bale. That's what I'm expecting. It's a bit more than that.
Ooh, yeah.
26 points. That is the gap. So of course, early lead, and every time when the early lead is more than 1 bale on points, then you need to work harder on the fields. Well, I mean, even if it's 1 point, you still need to work harder on the fields. But yeah, the 1 bale is just so clear gap, so clear difference. So Curitiba, yeah, the second game, they will need to pull something out of that hat, as said yesterday, and let's see how it's going to start building. Grain once again being collected. Curitiba having, or again, by the way, that 1 extra bale, it seems. So they did produce that, and I think that they got 120, was it 8 on the last game, and they still had an extra bale. So yeah, this time they got to be just a little bit slower than they were on the last game.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to kind of counteract being behind in the first bale points, going ahead and pressing 2 bales and bringing them both in. You're going to lose some seconds that could get you a few extra points, but one could argue that there is, another 20 points there that they brought in with the first bale if the multiplier stays the same. So that would mean they're only 6 points behind at this point of the game. So not the worst case scenario really for Cortiva. Now as the game continues to, this round continues to go on, they need things to start to go their way because they played a pretty smooth round last time. But when you're up against Trelleborg, you need things to go your way. You need maybe a slip up by Trelleborg as well, which is very uncommon. We'll see how this plays out as the round continues to go on.
I'm just wondering about that second bale. So if you swing the first bale and you still have that extra bale, I'm just wondering, like, would there be any theoretical possibility to get like more than 150 points if you have a very fast swing and then you have a second bale? So you're gonna lose a couple of seconds, yes, but you could still make it like a 100 and let's say 44 with the thriller box pace, and then you just shove the second one inside as well. Then it's 154. I don't know. Maybe there's somebody has probably tried that, and I'm probably completely wrong. But just wondering that of course, you're gonna lose 10 points when you don't put it on the second floor. So in a way, it doesn't make sense. But as an early show off of the skills.
You never know. Yeah, you do want to maximize those points you're getting, but also like if you get one scored early, maybe you won't have to worry about trying to score it later. So it's not the worst idea for sure. Trelleborg has picked up Herbicide meanwhile in the 12th minute drops, and I don't think My Insanity is going to grab anything. So this is another moment where Trelleborg have taken advantage of drops, and My Insanity haven't really matched them on it. So this now means that Trelleborg can do exactly what they're doing now. They can just drive through these weeds, not have to worry about stopping, and they can drive in a straight line where both harvesters are nearby the grain cart. Wooler is emptying out his ideal into the cart that JK's driving, and then JK is perfectly positioned to be able to pull up alongside Beatmaster here in a moment as well, and that's what he's going to do exactly at this moment.
Well, 10 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Situation is about the same. Trelleborg is still leading with about 5k on the grain. So they have been faster getting back on the field, and they are slightly leading there. It's not going to be like a huge difference at this stage. Depends, of course, when they're going to stop collecting and what are the final numbers, where they're going to end up, and when they are going to end up with those numbers is going to be before anything else happens on the field. But now JK seems to be heading for the silos. So once again, that's a slight bump, but yeah, it's going to be handling that just fine. So not getting stuck, not going to be flipping anything. And he's probably going to start unloading before, or is he going to wait? No, he's going to start unloading it. So yeah, still 1.5 minutes, just a slight amount actually going out for now, and they will keep collecting at the same time. So just making sure that they will have that 2.1, and Cortiva has a 1.9, and Rapp is going to be, of course, coming in and probably going to be unloading a little bit more later, as he will left it there. So they're probably going to be waiting for that 8-minute drop, as we can see that he's actually running quite far away from the whole place. So he needs to get something else to do. Just cannot be running around the field. Let's see if there's going to be any close calls with the officers this time. We have seen so many this weekend already. But yeah, he's just going to be dodging it completely. Not going to go that direction at all. And just 55 seconds till we have the next drops.
Yeah, and it's not a significant gap. It's just 26 points still from the first bale, but I do think that Trelleborg are, already at an advantage. They have some nice straight lines to bail up right nearby the barn, and anything can happen, but Cortiva need to make sure they get this multiplier flip back as well. They can't afford to be at a disadvantage and be scoring 2 less points per bale right now to Trelleborg. JK now bailing up some more of the straw right here on the larger field. Seconds away from the drop. Last time it was bale multiplier. Grain multiplier could be interesting here as well. We're about to see what they're going to be. Once the camera switches, there it is. Grain multiplier and bale drop. So I would assume both teams have plenty of grain ready to deliver. Trelleborg has about 4,000 extra liters, and they already have a 2.1 to 1.9 advantage. As we have a look now, they've got the grain chain going on at their silo. I would imagine that both teams are going to pick up the grain multiplier here. There's Cortiva now, Richie coming in as well. So both teams are doing a little bit of a grain chain from the look of it. There goes Wooler now running for the multiplier. So Trelleborg's going to start delivering their grain. Cortiva now, Lucas is running for it, so they're going to do the same. I'm wondering if Trelleborg are still going to pull out slightly ahead out of this exchange, Maddie. Looks like they probably will.
I mean, they should, but of course, I mean, it could be that they're just not unloading everything. They have so much. When you have the multiplier, you have basically 60k, so I don't think they're going to be unloading everything for now, and that it might still leave, some moments for the later stage, as we can see Trelleborg actually stopping the unloading. We can see Cortiva now getting 2.0, 2.1.
And Cortiva does have
and,
a 1.6.
Yeah,
and compared to 1.5 on the grain multiplier drop, so it is weighted in Cortiva's favor.
Yeah, but they're gonna leave some there, and Trelleborg they now have they're unloading more, so they are just gonna continue. So they want to have it on their side, and we can see now Cortiva going back on their harvester as well. So let's unload it. So they are playing this cat and mouse game currently. So who's going to be unloading and how much? Because both teams, they clearly wanted to leave something for the later stages to kind of have the surprise going on. But now Trelleborg has emptied everything they have, and Cortiva does the same. They had the slight advantage on the grain multiplier, like you said, Kermit, and they're going to end up exactly at 2.0. So that's where it's going to be left, and I don't think there's going to be more collected. That 300 liters is not going to make a difference for Cortiva. So now it comes all the way to the stacking, and we can see Lucas starting to get those points home. 3 bales got to go inside, got to go close to Trelleborg, but at the same time we can see Wooler doing the same. That is 60 points on the belt right there. So the situation, the gap as we see, it's going to stay the same for now. So Trelleborg will keep the slight lead even after the bales which were currently going in at the belt.
What we didn't see while we were watching all that action at the silo is that Trelleborg had actually scored a bale when they had the 2.2 advantage. So they got 22 points for a bale there and jumped from 248 to 270. And then they scored another one when it was back even at the multiplier. So they were able to take advantage and get some extra points in that brief moment where they had the multiplier in their favor. So again, a good bit of play by Trelleborg to have that awareness to score some extra points when it was possible. With 4:50 to go, it is a close contest, 28 points in it. That first bale really making the difference at the moment still for Trelleborg. 40 seconds to go, though, before the super drop. Trelleborg have 1 extra bale pressed already. Cortiva really could do with something like bale points here or bale withering. That would work out really nicely for them. Anything else, and I'm not sure it's going to be beneficial, especially if it's multiplier switch, then we're not going to see either team go for it. We've got 15 seconds before we see what it is, and this could make the difference.
Yeah, it can. I mean, on the last game, we saw that the both teams actually managed to get all the bales in, so there was no kind of like bales left behind. And when you take that into account, the current score situation, that may be one bale difference for Trelleborg side, and that small gap on the points, I think Trelleborg they have a slight advantage here. It's going to be bale withering for one bale, and JK, well, he seems to be going for it, so he's going to leave the tractor, going to run for it. We can see also Cortiva trying to come for it, but they're going to be
Yeah,
too late, unfortunately. JK, even
bad
though he's
news
not
for
the
them.
fastest runner, but they will get it, and that's going to be 2 bales going inside for Cortiva for now. So 470 points for for Trelleborg, and about 48 points less for Cortiva. And we do have 8 to 10 bales remaining, and I mean Trelleborg actually having 2 bales less. So if Cortiva will be very efficient with with delivering and stacking those bales, it seems that they actually do have a chance because they have been now busy pressing the bales as Trelleborg has been busy collecting the super drop.
Yeah, and man, Cortiva really could have used that super drop to go in their favor. That could have flipped things, a little bit more even. It's silly to sit here and say with 50 points not even in it that Cortiva have lost. Anything could still happen. A mistake, someone ended up in the moat, dropping a bale at the last second or so. But when it's Trelleborg, the standard is just a little bit higher, and the stakes are a little bit different. Here comes Wooler now across the safer route, a little bit shaky, but handling it well. Lucas the same with 3 bales on the front of that John Deere going over the bumpiness of that stone bridge. The weight isn't quite heavy enough to keep it completely solid, so you got to be a little bit careful there. 2 minutes 15 to go, though. Either team could still win, but it's going to take a mistake by Trelleborg for Cortiva to win at this point, and they as well need to make sure they don't make any mistakes themselves.
Well, 2 minutes remaining, still the same 48-point difference. Nothing has changed, but Trelleborg has been able to get some more bales. They have 14 bales as Cortiva has 10, and now it's going to be 60 points on the belt. And once again, that very smooth operations around the belt are happening. The logistics are working just like they should. For Cortiva's side, we can see bridges being up, so Raplix needs to go all the way from the Kermit's lovely, the Bridge of Doom or Death, or the safer route. So many names with that bridge, and doesn't have any issues with it though. And Richie seems to be going quite smoothly. I think that the players, they have learned how much that bridge can actually punish, and they are definitely taking it easier than what we saw in the first tournaments of the season. But yeah, the score situation, it is exactly the same. Yeah, we can see 1 bale now more delivered for Cortiva, but it's still that 8 points there plus 1 bale, which is still there.
1 minute to go, 7:30 to 6:82. It really could still flip either way, but just look at Wooler yet again, grabbing 3 and putting them on. Trelleborg as well have 5 extra bales right now. I just don't think Cortiva have enough bales, and even worse, they're not yet at the barn. They've got 2 left, and they still have to bring them in. Meanwhile, Beatmaster's bringing more in. This should be just about enough time for him to unload these and still get them stacked. JK is now bringing some in and stacking them as well. Wooler's going to grab these off the back of the baler that Beatmaster's bringing in. Rablix, meanwhile, bringing some bales in. That is just 1 bale, though. And it's going to be Trelleborg taking it in the end. Just not enough bales at the end of the day. And we've got someone stuck on the bridge. Richie having a bad time. And the baler gets stuck on the bridge. That's the last thing they needed. Wouldn't have made a difference anyways. And Trelleborg takes it in the straight sweep, Maddie.
Yeah, Trelleborg, definitely. I mean, they did everything right. There was no huge moments on this game, to be honest. But you can look at the bales delivered. And actually, we can see the whole total amount of delivered grain as well, which I was asking earlier. So we do have that stat. But the delivered bale, that made the difference. And also we can see the multiplier delivery of grain. So yeah, just a little bit more for Trelleborg. But the amount of bales and the efficiency of putting them all in. That's what kind of like made the win for Trelleborg, and Cortiva missing couple bails and some points on the first bail. So once again, I mean the same situation which we had on the first game. Great game from Cortiva on the both matches, but those very small, very slight changes or mistakes, they caused it the win in both of the matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's good news for Cortiva is they've doubled the amount of circuit points that they had coming into this weekend. They've now made it into the quarterfinals each of the last two tournaments. So that is good news for them. Trelleborg continues to show that they are the best in the Farming Simulator League. They are going to be playing the winner of our next match we'll have after this coming up break. Bednar versus Power Team Esport. Fourth place team against the eighth place team. It's still really too close to call. We'll have highlights from the previous one, and we'll get ready for that next match when we're back from the break. See you in a moment.
And welcome back. There we go. Trelleborg is going to win that series versus Cortiva. And they will proceed to the semi-finals. We still have one quarterfinal remaining. That's going to be Bednar versus Power Team Esports. But we're going to be getting some nice replays from the previous match just in a couple of seconds. And of course, you're watching Farming Simulator League Season 4, Tournament number 4. It is definitely my pleasure to be here together with Kermit Ball. who seems to be still on his way. So we're going to continue. But the lovely series from Trelleborg, as we saw, Cortiva doing a very, very great 2 matches there as well. But unfortunately, those very small things which caused them both rounds. They had a chance definitely to beat Trelleborg. I think that the gameplay was definitely spot on, but the very small differences on the strategies, the drops which they picked, they caused the win in the end, unfortunately. So Cortiva will go down with a 2-0 scoreline, and the replay should be coming any second now. But yeah, we are still waiting for them, so they are soon here. And but I mean, definitely great job, especially the how Trelleborg is working right next to the belt. That is very impressive. They don't do much of mistakes there. I'm not saying that Cortiva did any mistakes, but also they managed to get a couple more bales from the pressed, and then of course delivered all the way to the belt. So that's where Trelleborg was really shining, and that's where they made the differences. And Cortiva, on the other hand, I mean, the first bales, they lost some points there on both of the matches. So Trelleborg was winning both of those duels. And that, of course, kind of gave the early setup for both of the games. Here we have the replays. We can see the early challenges going for the pads. We can see Wooler winning this one. And, of course, Cortiva is not going to be happy about it. Lucas, all the 3 bales going to be just tossed away. He's going to collect 2 of those. And if I remember, he left 2. We can see Rablik's being slowed down a little bit on the same situation as well. And Rich is going to be waiting for the traffic on the bridge as well. So this is the place where you maybe need some traffic lights at some stage. We can see the ending of the first match here as Lucas tries to do everything he can. Just climbs all the way to the belt and tries to shove the last bells. The 148-point bell from JK going to be tossed inside right there. And JK squeezing to a very small gap between the harvesters. I think we had a small bump here, yeah, but that didn't cost much. He was able to rescue the whole situation. Did manage to find his way, and here we can see Wooler just jumping in with the 3 bells in front, manages to balance, do that agricultural ballet which we were talking about earlier, and just getting all the bales safely next to the belt. But meanwhile, as we can see, the second game, this is the game where we had the starting situation that there was a 26-point difference, if I do remember correctly. And then the gap was staying the same most of the time. So it was a very close call in the end. But the couple extra bales, which Trelleborg was able to get in the end, and also as they managed to pick up the drop as well, where they got slight advance from it, they did manage to increase the gap a little bit bigger as it was on the middle stages of the game. And JK showing off the kind of like the monkey hanging skills on the belt, gonna be dropping eventually on the end, but they knew already at that stage that they are gone and won that game, so they didn't have to try to do anything else. I think they were already out of bales as well. But now we're going to be preparing for the next match lineup. It's going to be Betnar versus Power Team Esports. That is the last quarterfinal match which we have scheduled, and then of course the team who's going to be winning this one will proceed to the semifinals. Going to be facing Trelleborg, so that's not going to be an easy opponent. Of course, we know the other semifinal already. That's the in the end, Fermier Flamboyance versus My Insanity, who's going to be facing off on the first semi-final. But first, we're going to be, of course, seeing this quarterfinal match to see who will be the last team that will be proceeding all the way to the semi-finals. And, of course, they'll have a chance to go to the final as well. But let's see what we have coming up. That's what we have coming up is Kermit.
Contrary to what chat said, I did not go for pancakes. Later, I'll be having biscuits and gravy after the conclusion of the tournament today. But for now, still too early to fill my stomach with more than just coffee at this point. I had a tiny snack for breakfast and some coffee that will carry me the rest of the way. Bednar against Power Team Esport, Maddie. This one is going to be an interesting matchup. I'm not sure really what to expect coming into this one, to be honest.
I mean, I do have an opinion. We didn't see Betnar yesterday on the matches. We saw Power Team Esports. They won the series, but my honest opinion was that they were not really on top of their game yesterday. They won the series, yes, but we didn't see any high score lines, and we have seen Bednar getting pretty good scores on the past as well. So
Yeah.
I do have a slight feeling that Bednar definitely has the upper hand on this series, but I'm not going to be ruling it out. We just have to wait and see. Of course, yesterday is yesterday, even with the song that was suggested on the chat, but but based on the stats that I have seen before, I think Bednar, they have a better chance of succeeding. But of course, I mean, everybody loves the underdog. I love the underdog. That's probably why I love the My Insanity as well, if they're going to go all the way to the finals versus Trelleborg. But but on this series, if I'm completely realistic, I do have a feeling that if our team spots wants to advance all the way to the semi-final, they have to pull something magical once again out of the hat.
You're probably right about that. And so far, first tournament, Bednar runners up to Trelleborg in the final. Second tournament, lost to Trelleborg in the quarterfinals. And then in last month's tournament, they actually were knocked out in round 2 by Cortiva and did not make it into the Sunday portion of the event. So they missed out on circuit points last month. But here today, like, they very well are a strong team at the top end of the table, and it's a good test for Power Team Esport. We saw Power Team Esport yesterday play kind of that defensive style with they went bottleneck first round and lost, and then they switched it up and went to unstoppable in the final 2 rounds and really, kind of messed with their opponent. Can they do that against Bednar? We're about to find out.
We're about to find out as the first round of the series is starting in. So best of 3 once again as all the matches on the finals. And we can see El Pepito heading for the, I guess, the John Deere Harvester might be the idea. We can see Bednar actually challenging it. Pepito, he was going to win that duel. And that is always, I mean, those are very tight battles when the guys are running the last meters. It's very hard to call who's going to win it. And one thing is for sure that the other team is not happy about the result. Every time you lose, you're so close. Oh, it's taken already. And they definitely will be, they have to adjust the strategy. And I mean, we are talking about milliseconds there. It's not about like losing with a second or 2. It's like milliseconds, not even maybe hundreds of them. So that's a very small gap. But yeah, that's part of the sport, and that's what we love about Farming Simulator League. Now we can see the first bales being built here. We can see Obelix pressing it, and he should be going in. We have 10 seconds. So every time when you hit the bridge about 10-second mark, then it's a very good bale. When you hit there like 5 seconds before 2-minute mark, 40-minute mark, then it should be pretty good as well. And that's gonna miss the toss.
No!
I think it would have been like a 139-38. If he would have been able to get that inside, but it's going to be still 133, so still a decent recovery as Ventil seems to be more late with it, and this is going to be 120 around that ballpark, depending how the toss is going to go. Is he going to swing it? Might just, reverse it in at this stage. It's going to be too risky to lose those possible points if the toss is not going to go that way. And there we go, 113, and you know what, Kermit, I'm going to go and get some coffee.
You should. You should. I can handle this for now. You need it to keep you going. Bednar is 20 points behind after that first bale. That was a good moment by Obelix for Power Team Esport, kind of, carrying that momentum in. And I could see them getting the win here, really. They played some good rounds yesterday. Bednar, a team that could easily win these as well. We'll find out as it continues to play out. This is our final quarterfinal match of the day. And then we'll have the semifinals coming up. I know that Copter was talking about those matchups that are coming later. Vermeer's Flamboyance beat Sim Game Alliance earlier. My Insanity knocked off Lindner. Trelleborg has beaten Cortiva and awaits the winner of this one in the semifinals. So we still have about 4 hours or so of Farming Simulator League action to bring you today. Plenty more exciting matches to come. But for now, look at this teamwork for Power Team Esports again. We saw this from them yesterday, even the reverse driving of the Harvester. Bednar, there's Chase, a Farming Simulator Giants partner and ambassador. Farming Simulator League player from the Czech Republic. I'm loving all the nationalities that we're seeing represented in the Farming Simulator League these days, including a couple of teams from the Czech Republic. This is a Czech team against a French team here. We've seen a Swiss team, a American team today. Of course, the German representation is always there as well when it comes to Farming Simulator. And hello to everyone joining us on Twitch and YouTube today. YouTube chat has been quiet this weekend, so thanks to those of you on Twitch for bringing the conversations, even if you are making me hungry all the time with the pancake talk. I don't know. I guess we have to blame Yas for making the pancake meme a thing originally in the Farming Simulator League, but now everyone pretty much has embraced it at this point. Both teams picked up speed limit in the 12th minute drop, so canceling each other out there.
Excellent. And I have my coffee as well, so everything is going just very smoothly here. We can see Ventil unloading the grass. And I'm just putting the final drop of milk on my coffee at the same time as we are watching what is actually going on here. But yeah, there's a store situation, so the gap is exactly 1 bale. And that is what the Betnar needs to do. I mean, Power Team Esports, I said what was my expectation from this game, but Power Team Esports, they have the early lead. They have also 2 bales pressed, and they're also leading on the grain, so they have started really well.
Yeah, what kind of coffee are you drinking? I'm curious now. We've talked so much about pancakes. Let's talk a little bit about coffee.
I think I typed something on the chat yesterday about it. So I don't have a proper coffee machine here. I have like instant coffee. So I just I just boil some hot water and then I put something there and a bit of a milk. I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, Finnish people is definitely a coffee people. I think we drink the most coffee in the world, like, you know, on a yearly basis. So it is pretty good, the instant coffee here in Finland as well. But I'm wondering about getting maybe one of those like capsule coffee machines to the studio. That might be a good idea, because that would be like fast and easy without any like a huge amount of you know, doesn't need to have anything else than the water and then just the capsule. So that would be probably an idea. But yeah, I like to drink my coffee with milk, and usually these days with oat milk.
Okay. Yeah, oat milk is delicious, but I drink my coffee just straight up plain black coffee. That's the way for me. I would find it hard to believe that Finland drinks more coffee than the U.S. just due to the sheer amount of people we have in this country.
Yeah, I mean,
and we love our coffee. There's a Starbucks on every corner in this country, in most cities.
Yeah, but I mean that I mean, of course, I mean, yes, we have less people, but of course, I mean, most coffee per person. That's what I mean.
Per capita. Okay,
yeah, per capita.
I might believe that.
Yeah, and Starbucks, I mean, yeah, they are a great shop, but I think the coffee which you're getting from Starbucks these days, it's just like more like
it's awful. No,
it's like you know, so much sugar and all the. It's not like the real coffee anymore. And we have Starbucks in Finland as well, so they have definitely spread here as well. So we are not that far away from that. But yeah, drinking a lot of coffee. It's definitely a very heavily Finnish thing. Even though we don't have any like a huge roots with the coffee, but we drink like large cups of coffee. So it's not that we drink like espressos and stuff like that. It's like a big cup of coffee every time for me.
We'll get back to the action in a moment. But do you drink coffee while in a sauna, or is that just too much?
No, no. I mean, there is only there's a couple drinks that I can't mention which we drink in sauna.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, so they usually have something, you know, something else than coffee.
Direct delivery and speed up are our 8th minute drops. These teams are pretty much going back and forth here. They're going to cancel each other out, I would imagine, when it's all said and done.
Yeah, let's focus on the game. We have been talking about coffee, we have been talking about pancakes. I don't think that we can stop the discussion with pancakes, but we can stop with the coffee for now, because that is not so hot topic. But of course the chat is all, oh my god, it's instant coffee, that's gonna be horrible. But it's gonna do the job, it's gonna cheer me up a little bit. It's a long day, it's been a long day, especially when we have just 2 casters. So basically we only have like a couple of minutes of a break, so it's completely understandable that sometimes you need to you know, get something done, especially for Kermit. It's so early for you there as well. I don't know. Maybe you're gonna go hit back to the bed after the broadcast, but yeah,
Nah.
I could understand that easily happening.
No, I'll probably nap on the couch later. That's what I did yesterday.
Oh.
If I go back to bed, I end up feeling worse than if I just, kind of stay awake, maybe take a short nap and then try to go to bed at the same time. It usually works out better. I have to say the 1 hour difference, I've gained an hour by moving to the Chicago area and in the Central Time Zone. And it seems silly. I mentioned it yesterday after the broadcast. That 1 hour has made a huge difference in how I feel getting up for these events now. I always enjoyed them no matter what, but it always was more of a struggle for the energy levels and such previously. Maybe it's also that I'm not living at a mile above sea level now, and the altitude had an effect on me. I don't know, but yeah, it's been a lot easier this weekend, even without our compatriot virtual farmer, our comrade, to join us on the broadcast this weekend. I hope he's having a lovely holiday out in the UK with his family this weekend, and hopefully we'll have him back and the three amigos will be reunited next month.
Yeah, I can easily imagine that he's going to be enjoying the holiday with his family. I was maybe expecting that he might be on the chat a little bit, but yeah, he's definitely well on holiday, and that's how it should be as well. I mean, in the modern world, well, basically everything needs to be online, happening instantly, and you need to be following like 10 different broadcasts at the same time and what is happening in all the parts of the world. I really appreciate people who can take the time off and just, enjoy holidays. And Jose is going to take his enjoyable moment in the fresh water as he jumps down. And we saw this happening on the previous tournament as well. We first thought that it might be a mistake, but then we got an explanation that sometimes when the bridges are actually raised, it's going to be the faster way of getting there than the safer route.
Yeah, and he took a short trip to the water park as well, had his own short holiday there, jumping into the moat, taking a splash. And I want to say thank you to everyone again in chat watching. Look, 353 to 333 and 4 minutes 45 just about to go. This is going to be a close one. Hello to everyone in chat. First and foremost, yes, Silver News stepped away from doing Farming Simulator League commentary at some point last season, about a year ago or so actually, because he is now doing real life farming, and that is taking up a lot of his time. In fact, I don't even think he is doing much content creation for Farming Simulator anymore, and most of it now is his real life farming stuff. And then as far as Virtual Farmer, as we were just talking about, he's out enjoying himself on a nice holiday. So you've got myself, Kerminator. I've been doing FSL for slightly over a year now. Of course, also full-time employee with Giant Software, the developers of the game, as a community coordinator out of our U.S. office. And you've got Maddie, also known as Cast by Copter, who has joined us for Season 4 and has multiple years experience in other esports doing casting, and also used to be a pro player himself in esports back in the day.
Yeah, that's a long time ago, but it still feels like yesterday. Not referring to the song, though. That was just a complete mistake. But the scoreline, it was actually, when I said it just changed, but it was like 3-3-3. 3-3-3. So they had 333 out of the team.
And now
we
it's
can
433.
See, yeah, they are exactly the same. We can see Power Team Esports having a bit more bails though, and 3.5 minutes on the clock. So this is actually looking pretty good for them. I would love to see them getting on the semi-final as well from this one. And so they're definitely doing a great job here. It's a very tight series. I think the tightest we have seen today. The multipliers are the same. The points are about the same. The bail difference is there, but there's still 3 minutes on the clock, and we know how effectively some teams can actually you still press the bails on the last minute and the last seconds as well. So I'm not gonna still go with the bail count. That's gotta be like the deciding factor, because I think they can still overcome the loss of couple bails. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how the series is gonna be ending. And once again, we are on that exact moment when the smallest mistake, like one step away on the bridges, one bail being dropped, let's say, when we have 1.5 minutes remaining or something like that, that can cost the series. So you have to be very careful with all the steps. Until not really taking the risks, there's going to be actually 6 bails on him, 3 on the fork, and then 3 on the bailer. So that is a great delivery. We can see Hyper doing a hyper job. Got to be taking it safe, not going to be blocking the way from Jossie. And 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this one's too hard to call. Power Team does have the bails, but can they get them all stacked up? Papito having a little bit of trouble here with just these two. Not the best fork to be using to stack these as well with under 2 minutes to go. So the problem for Power Team Esport right now is that they're trailing and they have the advantage, but they got to get all of these into the top. They're starting to run out of time. Here goes Chase again into the drink. You got to be careful though. You need a little bit more speed than that, and that is bad news for him. He's able to recover it. That was smart by disconnecting and then quickly reconnecting, but that really cost them some valuable seconds there.
Yeah.
Good news for Power Team is I think that they have more bales sitting at the barn too. We're not seeing what Bednar are doing. Bednar continues to score points too. There goes one off the belt. There we have this lovely split view now as well. Shout out to our production team. We can't see what the scores are in this view, but you can see both teams are ready to score bales at the moment. 693 to 633. So 60-point difference. That's 3 bales that Power Team needs to get in over Bednar with under a minute to go. I don't think they can do it. They had the bales to do it, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to get all those bales on the belt, to be honest. I mean, 16 bales on less than 1 minute remaining, so it's going to be an extra miracle. They have to put something on the first floor, as we can see Wallow realizing that, going to put 2. The third one is going to go inside as well. Papito at the same time putting stuff on the belt, and we can see the scoreline. Bednar getting a couple of points, 50-point difference for now, and now we can see Power Team is going to be closing the gap to 10 points after those 2 bales on the belt, so that's going to be 7-43, and it's going to be exactly the same. 20 seconds to go.
No.
This is it, my friend. We can see the deliveries are coming in as
There's
they're trying to do everything
the
they can, and yes, there's bales on the belt, and we can see also Bednar putting 1 a little bit later. They have a slight advantage for now, and let's see the bales for Power Team. So they're going to stack a lot of bales on the first floor going
they've got to get those in.
and it's going to be
get
so
that one
close, Bednar.
It's tied.
Oh, it's a tie. What is going on?
Oh, it comes down to now bales put into the top, and Bednar will win on bales put into the top unless some points were scored there. Yes. So 4 extra bales put into the top of the barn gets the tiebreaker for Bednar. And there was a mistake there by Power Team. They left one sitting right there. They were going to push it in and then missed the mark and then had to pull out so that their teammate could come in with some more. If they had been able to push that one in, they would have won. The tiniest of margins. Talk about close. That's just about as close as you can get. If you're wondering, by the way, those ties don't happen often in the score, but the tiebreaker goes score obviously first. Then if it's tied, it goes to the bales into the top of the barn. If that's even, then it goes to the total number of bales. If that's even, it goes further than to the first bale point. If that's even, it goes to the amount of grain you've had as well. And then it goes all the way to first claim as well, which has to do with claiming off of the pods at the beginning of a round. That's how the tiebreakers work. I've never really seen it go further than like the first or second layer, but man, what a round, Maddie.
I mean, this is the first tiebreaker I ever seen on the points, so definitely excited about this. And yeah, I just love to see that happening. I mean, we spoke about the number of bales available for Power Team Esports, and they show quite many at the end on the first floor. So yeah, 1 bale on top could have solved the whole situation, or 1 bale more on the lower door as well.
They just needed.
So it is what it is,
extra.
or maybe 1 second difference on the first bale that could have saved the situation. So so many things. I mean, you can say if and if all time long. I mean, there was definitely moments during that 15-minute period where you could have made the difference, but yeah, it's too late now. The game has been settled, and Bednar will win it with the smallest margin. But I gotta say, I mean, I said my predictions about the game. I said that I'm expecting Bednar to, win the series. They won the first game, yes, but I mean, this is so close. So Power Team Esports, they are absolutely doing a banger of a job currently, and putting it so tight, even while kind of like the expectations are that Bednar should be the stronger team.
Yeah, Power Team are a great team, and they're part of that rise of quality that we're seeing from the French teams. They and Infirmary Flamboyance have been spending some time practicing within France. They had a tournament away from it was an unofficial tournament is what I'm trying to say. I need more coffee, I guess, to get those thoughts out cleanly. But they've been putting in the practice. They've been an improved team. Fermiers as well. And if Power Team are able to force the best of 3 here and then go on to win, we'd have 2 French teams in the semifinals. So it's a good showing from them that they are improving for sure. And to match Bednar on points is not too shabby. It's funny because hindsight is everything, Copter, and you don't really think about it. But if they had put 1 bale into the bottom earlier in the round, they would have won that game as well then, and they wouldn't have had to worry about shoving it in at the end. But you want to try to get all of them into the top to maximize your points. So it's kind of hard to make those decisions in the moment. But Power Team very easily could force the 3rd game here. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I gotta say I have no expectations for the next one. It can go either way, so we can see either 2-0 or we can go for the 3rd game. And I do have a feeling, anyways, that this is gonna be a close match as well. And if it's gonna be as close as the previous one, then I mean, Bednar, yes, they will make it to the next stage. I mean, if it has the same result as well, but if it's going to be as close, then if Power Team Esports going to lose the series with this kind of gaps, then they can be still very happy. Of course, they don't get the circuit points they were hoping for, but yeah, putting this kind of a performance is definitely still something. If nothing else, they have earned a place in our hearts already. But yeah, the bands picks they are going in, and especially when you have this close series, the first bale, once again, it's super important. So I want to see what's going to happen on the next one with the first bale, because I mean that can solve or resolve the whole game.
Yeah, it can for sure. You're right. It's crazy how many times the score was even in that last round. I really hope that it's similar in the second one because it's so entertaining to see. I'm actually surprised this time that Power Team Esport have decided, with the telehandlers being banned, to ban the 2 triple stackers as well, because Papito did struggle a bit with the 2-pronged fork at stacking, and that ended up being the difference at the end of the game. If they had been able to have a little bit smoother stacking, at one point in the final 2 minutes or so, one fell off the belt for them. That was, I think, maybe even the one that they struggled to not get pushed in at the end. So if you're able to clean that up, you might be winning. But maybe they just think they're better matched, and they wouldn't be wrong without those stackers in play for their opponents too. So that's something you have to consider for sure. Bednar has been beaten to the ideal harvester. Hyper is now going to run to the reserved one. Meanwhile.
Yeah, first bale starting to build at the same time as they are fighting from the equipment. We can see Bednar picking something. We can see that they're harvesting already. We can see Power Team Esports starting to harvest as well. We can see Obelix just following the trail and getting, well, of course, what El Papito is actually leaving, but we can see on the X-ray view that Bednar is actually kind of like farming the same place on the different fields, but no, Power Team Esports will be not picking up that straw and pressing the bales from it. And now we can see Obelix already just moving towards the bridges. He has the bale. He's ready to work with it. We can see also Bednar having that bale. So let's see how the tosses are going to go, or the deliveries of the first bale. We're not going to have 140. It's going to be less than that, but there's a swing coming in, and that going to be still going inside, dragging a little bit, 134. Let's see what's going to be the response from Bednar Ventil. Just like on the last game as well, they were a little bit late with the first delivery, and I think they managed to get 113, so maybe 140 would be a good number here. Then they would have exactly 1 bale difference. So let's see what it's going to be. And 115, so the difference is 19 points. It was 20 points on the last one, about the same. So they do have a 1-point advantage. And if the series will close as the previous one, that 1 point is going to have a very important role.
So Taz Polycount is asking, what's the triple stacker? I mean, it's obvious from the name, but still, that's just the kind of short form term I've come up with for the manure fork stackers that are in the game. The Lindner Lintrack 130, the John Deere 6120M, both of those have that manure fork on the front that you can stack 3 bales on if you get them lined up right. Those are the only two that are capable of doing that in the game. So you often see those banned. You often see the telehandlers banned as well because those are the most sought after stackers when it comes to the equipment in the FSL.
Yeah. Well, just like Feldon said, 3 pancakes with equal layers of syrup on each layer.
Of course.
That's a
It
triple
always
stacker
comes
as well.
I
Oh
saw
my
yesterday
God.
someone asked like what I think someone asked me what my favorite toppings were, and then everyone else was talking about their favorite toppings, and someone said the best topping for a pancake is another pancake. It's not necessarily wrong either, to be honest. It's hard
Yeah.
to eat just one at a time.
Yeah.
We talk about pancakes so much though, and like, it's become a meme at this point. We're gonna have to just continue to embrace it. We've got some great action going on in the background. Meanwhile, though, as we're talking about it, 134 to 115, as you said, plenty of time to go. Crazy Tool is out there, speed limit as well in the 12th minute. It's probably too early for Crazy Tool because teams aren't ready to bail yet. So looks like both are going to go for speed limit, and they're going to cancel each other out. So yet again, these teams continue to match each other.
Yeah, and that 19-point difference, that's definitely something that we have to be watching out. But yeah, the crane game is going on, so we can see Power Team Esports, they have been quite busy with the loading. They have done, I think, like 28K already. They will break the belt of Bednar. But yeah, Bednar, they still have the full load of grain. They are still collecting it, so we can expect that at some point they will just come back here and just even out the situation. Don't have to be waiting that long, as Ventil is already on the job, and the multiplier is going back. We can see the belt back on a working state as well. So this should be quite even situation as Power Team Esports will start collecting more grain. So they are just collecting it, and now it's 2.0, so it's completely even, and we can see Ventil still leaving some of that as well. Not going to be emptying everything. Going to be happy with the even situation. And talking about the pancakes and talking about the backstages, I can tell you that because I do play a guitar as well, and there might be some small bits of content creation coming up.
Oh, nice. You're a man of many talents, we're learning.
Yeah, let's see. It might be just a private recording, but who knows? We'll see. But the ideas are definitely coming up from the chat, so we'll see what's going to happen. Anyways, meanwhile, back to the game, away from the pancakes. I mean, we need to stay away from the pancakes. We go back there like
it's such a trap.
Yeah, it is. It is like, yeah, we're always going back there. I said it yesterday. We go back to the future, but it seems that we go back to the pancakes.
Oh. We are about a minute 50 away from the 8th minute drops. Still too early, really, to see how this one's going to take shape. In fact, we didn't know who was going to win until we saw the victory pop up with the blue color last time, because I wasn't sure where we were for the tiebreakers. I'm loving. We're having a lot of new people show up today, so welcome to all the new people. We're really glad you're enjoying the Farming Simulator League. And you will as well find out soon that there's definitely a meme about pancakes that has started this season. So feel free to engage in discussions of that as well. But it's fun to see new viewers finding the league every time we do a tournament, Maddie. It's really still at the younger stage of being an esport. This is the 4th season now, and really it's only the 3rd season in this version of the tournament client. The first season was the Farming Simulator Championships, which looked a bit different. The past 3 seasons have been taking place in this arena. The map has been the last 2 or so in this form. So it still continues to evolve, and word is still continuing to get out there that it does exist, and it always surprises people, but it is a lot of fun. Once you start watching it, it's easy to fall in love with the charm of the league, and it's very cool to hang out and chat and talk to everyone too, even from our perspective as casters.
Yeah, 8-minute drops are coming in. The situation, I mean, Power Team Esports has been putting some bales in, so they have managed to make some points. We can see now Betnar starting to collect some bales in as well. Just 2 of them, as far as I calculated right. So they are also getting some points in. And now we can see the second batch of grain coming from the both teams, which is what we haven't seen happening that often. Silo closed. Oh my God! And the both teams are actually ready. They're unloading it, but do they have the people to go for the drops fast enough to deny that? I think they're going to be able to unload everything before the drop's going to be collected, and silo close will not have much of a meaning anymore at this stage, so they will go for the other drop.
Slight advantage for Bednar.
Something. Yeah, there's a no. We can see actually, there's slight advantage, and we can see Power Team Esports actually picking up the other drop. So bail drop's gonna be picked by both of the teams. So they will not go for the silo close because there is no grain left to deny, and now it's gonna be. I mean, the stacking needs to start, and we saw on the last game Power Team Sports had the bales, but they didn't have the time to actually put them on the upper door. And I think that it's a good idea for Power Team Sports to start doing that well in time. But the bale situation is now the same, but they are still leading by about 80 points. So if they will do the stacking well, keep the lead, keep the people pressing the bales, and Papito keeps all the wheels on the ground as well, they have a chance to actually take this home and take it all the way to the third match of the series. So that is definitely doable. And one thing that I still gotta mention, and that's the last thing that I'm gonna say about pancakes during this game. I was just wondering when you said, Kermit, that you were talking about the new viewers. I'm just wondering, are they actually here for the farming simulator, or are they here for the pancakes?
Yeah, I would like to think that they came for the Farming Simulator League, but they hung around because of the pancake talk and the lovely action that they're seeing. And JK from Trelleborg, who still have more matches to play, just came in and said, why is everybody talking about pancakes and nobody delivered some to me? And I just said to him in chat, winner has to buy. I think that's fair, right? They've got enough noble chairs, like I said earlier, to host an entire dinner for all of us, or a breakfast even. Let's have a pancake luncheon with Trelleborg the next time we're together. Set up your noble chairs around a table, and let's have a pancake feast.
Okay, the winner buys it, so maybe Trelleborg is going to be denying the... maybe they will just forfeit the final if they make it all the way through there. Okay, let's not go that far away. Anyways, so we can see 5.5 minutes on the clock. The bail situation still pretty same. Chose that this time he's going to build problems for himself as the jump once again. It is not the greatest. He's going to be able to get away from that though, but it's going to cost about 5 seconds of trying to wiggle his way out of it.
Is that still faster than going across the stone bridge? I wonder, like, when you get stuck like that. I get it if you pull it off smoothly, but it's one of those risks that you take. Sometimes you have to take risks in the FSL, I feel like, but sometimes they backfire, and that could be the case in that moment. Bednar is trailing. At this point of the last round, I felt like the scores were constantly flipping even, back and forth, back and forth. It was like, what, 333 and then 433. Both teams were tied. We got 40 seconds until the super drop, and it's too early to really say who's going to win, but Power Team are looking better as far as how far they are ahead now. Not as many bales sitting at the barn to get stacked, but they have to get in now. Here comes El Papito. He's got to start stacking and stay around the barn for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I mean, there was a 100-point difference, so they have been about keeping the same, but now we can see Bednar kind of getting some bales in, but there's still plenty of time for the Power Team Esports to keep that lead because they have more bales. And I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again, so El Papito just needs to keep those bales going. That was the last game where they lost some points. Lord Baylor being the super drop,
this is
Hyper
good.
Going for it, and they're going to take that away. So that's going to be 470 for them now. But the Power Team Esports, they still have 7 more bales. Papito getting some more points for Power Team Esports. I mean, this is definitely looking very good for Power Team Esports. Jose once again emerging from that river. It's almost like a submarine that is just all the time coming to the shore. Or if you fancy James Bond movies, there's always this lovely scenes when the female top actresses are coming out of the water with the knives and everything. So maybe that's Josie on the other side.
Yeah, this is still really close. That Lord Baylor was helpful for Bednar to get, because now that just gives them a little bit of a chance. They can score 2 more bales now and not have to waste the time to stack those 2. Power team in the lead. 3 minutes to go. It's 27 points. It's slightly higher now because more bales went in. 558 to 512. And with no, Chelsea, no. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This
Yeah.
is maybe unrecoverable, and this is not what Bednar needed. They were right in the conversation. They have the multiplier advantage. He might be able to rescue this,
I think he
but
can.
precious time wasted here. Will he be able to rescue it? I don't think he can.
It is hard, and he needs to go. He needs to leave it there. Doesn't have the time. I mean, you can easily spend 30 seconds trying to get it out of the
Man.
water, but you need to continue working. You have to find something else that you can do the work with. And meanwhile, Power Team Esports, they are just stacking the bales, and 3 bales out of those 8 which Bednar has.
Oh,
They on
he's
the
able to
river,
save
and
it.
now he's going to get that up. So that's going to be 3 bells, which they can still deliver. Ventil needs to go from the other bridge. Have to hurry. Doesn't care about the risks involved if the bridge is going to be erased at the same time.
Man.
So this is going to be getting close. 2 minutes on the clock, and that bale is way too far away from the belt as well. Because if Papito going to pick that one bale, we can see Josie. Let's see,
Finally,
a second
careful.
try. Oh, he's gonna make it, and that's a long delivery, definitely.
Wow.
And finally, they will get it there. They still have a chance, but definitely, I mean, that costed some very important time, and I can't be without thinking that it might have costed this whole second round of the series as well.
I think
for
so
them.
because not only did you miss the chance to get those 3 scored quickly, but you could have gone back out and gotten a few more and brought them in too, and every little bit counts. They're only down 30 points. But the good news for Power Team Esport is that they're ahead this time, and they don't have as many bales to get stacked. So they should be able, with 1:10 to go, to get all of their bales onto the belt. Bednar are into the lead, though, meanwhile. 743 now to 710. They are getting 2 extra points per bale. Only 2 left at the barn, though, and 3 out in the field somewhere. Those
More's
are the
coming.
3 extra they could have been bringing in without that crash. That one's going to fall off. And then Papito has 4 bales sitting here. So if you're talking about bales at the barn, this is about to be 38 points right here. That is going to put them into the lead, Power Team Esport, by 3 points. And then Papito has time to get at least 2 more onto the belt. There's 2 sitting there that are going to have to be pushed into the bottom. Bednar into
It's
the
gonna
lead
go so
now.
close.
Here's
It's gonna-
Ventil bringing a few in.
Yeah, it's gonna go so close. Both teams are 1 point
1 point
difference.
lead.
That is the 1 point we spoke at the start. Of course, it has changed the side, but still, we can see Jose coming in. This time, he didn't go to the river. They have 5 bells remaining, 5 seconds. Who can stack them all
Oh, no,
of them
Obelix
inside?
was
Power
trying to
Team
drive
Esports,
up.
that's gonna be a problem. We can see at the same time, Bednar just trying to do everything they can. It's gonna be a
Oh.
10-point difference if I do see it correctly.
Wow. These 2 teams are so closely matched, and this is our first best of 3 of today, only our second one of the weekend, and both of them have involved Power Team Esport. 2 extra bales, 3 extra into the top. And man, Power Team, it looked a little shaky at the end as they were trying to drive up the belt to score 1 and fell off instead. But man, they were tied last time, and this time only 10 points in between them. Man, this is going to be a heck of a third match with a lot on the line, a place in the semifinals and more circuit points and more prize money at stake. And these teams are too close to call.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we had the first game with the 0-point difference, and now we have a 10-point difference, which is 1 bale on the first floor. So it is close,
Wow.
but I can't be without thinking if that mistake wouldn't have happened to Chelsea. What
Yeah, they
would be
would have
the-
won, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they still had the bales, but they lost the time of delivering them next to the belt. So it could have been, 1, 2, maybe even 3 bales more for Bednar
Yeah.
in this situation. But it is what it is, and definitely I love to see the third game of the series because it is so close. So yes, please, more of this.
Yeah, I could watch these 2 play a lot. This has been really exciting, these 2 rounds so far, and we're surely in store for a third one. Not sure how it could get much better than these 2 rounds we've seen from them, but maybe they can match score again and go to the 3rd or 4th layer of the tiebreaker. That'd be something to see. That's not very likely, however. But I don't know. We came in saying it'd be great to see the upset, of course. Everyone likes an underdog, but I'm not so sure that the standings through 3 tournaments truly reflects the difference between these two teams.
Mm.
Bednar coming in was joint 4th, Power Team Esport joint 8th. But if you look at the larger like scheme of like the standings, really like there's not a whole lot in between these two teams. 70 circuit points, but really the only difference it's 4th to 8th is because of the teams coming into the weekend that were tied for 4th place. There's 3 teams tied for 4th. So really there's only like 2 places between them in the standings. Yeah, great matchup so far. I'm excited for the third one.
I think we can just skip the semifinals and the grand final, and we can transform this series as best of 13. And then we'll see what's going to happen, how far it's going to go. Okay, maybe not going to be that fair for the other teams, but definitely a great, very well-balanced action from both of the teams. And the third game, let's hope it's going to be as close as the other ones as well. The bans and the picks once again. John Deere, telehandler, Massey Ferguson is going to be banned as well. Let's see what else we do have coming in. I guess the other telehandler is going to be banned as well. Yeah.
Lindner. And then here comes the Lindner. These are pretty standard. You either see these banned or you see the larger tractors banned and not really much else. These are the pretty standard ones. Get the 2 manure fork triple stackers out, get the 2 telehandlers out, and then it comes down to just the tiniest of margins between these two teams. I'm sure we're going to see Bottleneck and the Ideal Combine and the Case Baler. Indeed, that's what we're going with for both teams again.
Yeah. I think I know how to resolve this. I need a crystal ball, and then we know what's going to happen. It's sometimes quite difficult to see, but yeah, with the bans, we don't need the crystal ball. We can just have a look on the previous selections quite oftenly, and that's about. But I do have my nice farming simulator notebook that I'm actually, by the way, keeping notes from the games currently, which I got from the farm console. That is a nice piece, and it's definitely a very well suited for this purpose. But yeah, then we have the picks. So we have Runner Archimedes under pressure. No changes there. Casey's, Massey Ferguson, and Fence. Pretty much the same for both sides. The only thing that is maybe a little bit bothering me that the order is not the same. I love when things are like exactly the same from the both sides. So they are reflecting each other's. But yeah, still the result is the same.
My insanity has to be like the biggest Power Team Esport fan right now, because for them, if Bednar were to go out at the quarterfinal stage, they're going to be jumping ahead of Bednar, jumping ahead of Lindner, and they would be in sole possession of 3rd place from the look of it. At stake for Power Team Esport, they could put some distance between themselves and all of the other 5 teams that they are tied with in 8th place towards the bottom of the standings. They could move actually into joint 7th place with Diaka Ehrenfeld, who are sitting in 7th place at the moment, and that's what's minimum at stake for both of these teams. For Bednar, it could mean moving further ahead of the teams behind them and into sole possession of 3rd place in their own right too. So lots at stake. Plenty of time still left in this round, but in 14 minutes, one of these teams is going to have their hearts broken and be out.
This is good.
Yeah, 142. Oh, 4. Nice. Well done.
Immediately when they got the first bale, I was watching it from the clock at the same time as the one bale appeared, and I think it was like 14:80 on the clock at the time, and they were so close to the bridge. So yeah, definitely Power Team Esports going to take the early lead here, and Veldil, he's going to go with the safe strategy as he has done on the previous rounds as well. So they're going to be losing at least 1 bale. It's going to be 23 points the gap. So Power Team Esports, they will claim the early lead with a very good bale. I think the best first bale we have seen from the Power Team Esports so far during the whole season, and exactly on the moment when they need it.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest gap, too. They've been right around 20 points gap or so every single time, but that's the biggest one now at 23 points, slightly more than 1 bale at the standard multiplier. So that could be a huge moment. It doesn't always come down to the first bale, of course. There's so much more action to go after that first minute, but it could make the difference in the end, especially in the close contest that we've had between these two teams. Every little bit counts.
Yes. Okay, the lovely joint or the split view. As we can see teams just working there on the field. We can see Power Team Esports going with the combination. This time Valo is actually holding up, so he's not going to be left away from the speed of the others. So this is a nice teamwork that we can see happening here, and they are just hitting the grain to the right places. We can see Bednar is not going to go for the same, so just hyper unloading it to Ventil for now. And we can see one of the harvesters now getting away from that nice formation which they had for Power Team Esports. And it's not going to be that far away. Once again, waiting for the first drops. If there's going to be anything impactful, we'll see that in a second. And to remember, on the previous games, these teams, they kind of like have had those two different moments of unloading it. So this 12-minute drop is actually has to be making a lot of difference, especially for this series.
Yeah, Crazy Tool and Bridges Raise now as our 12th minute drops. I'm not sure that teams are going to go for these, to be honest. Not the best selection with Bottleneck in play for both teams. Teams aren't really ready to bail at this point, but Crazy Tool could give you a slight advantage early on if you're ready to bail, but it comes down to, are you ready? Both teams are delivering grain here now, so that would make me think that they're not ready for bails at this point.
Ready?
Teams are going to end up about even here.
Yeah. Ready, set, bail. That's the how you need to do things. But yeah, we can see just a couple of bails coming from Power Team Esports. So yeah, they're not really focusing on that. I guess those bails, they came as a side product of something else. And if you had a short moment that you're changing the equipment or something, and you can see something on the way, you just do a couple of them before you change the utilities on the field. But yeah, the situation is the same. We can see Power Team Esports actually going for the drop, and that's going to be Crazy Tools. So they are ready, and we can see actually Obelix being ready to use that as well. So finally,
nice.
We see Crazy Tools being in use, and that's going to be a lot of bails. They still have about, it's like 15 seconds, if I can see correctly. So they can definitely make these bails. It's going to be next to 10 bails almost, 8, 9, which they can make out of this situation. Oof. And that is, I mean, nothing to complain about. They will just take that, they will use it exactly the right timing, and they don't even have more straw on the field, so they will just immediately, the Crazy Tools going to wear out when they stop. So that's going to be a great couple of seconds on this game, and I mean, you just have to keep that in mind for the end game.
Yeah, they have a 8 bale advantage now early on already over Bednar, so that could come into play, especially because we've seen Power Team Esport be a little bit shaky with the stacking, especially in the first round earlier. So if they can start getting some of those bales in now in the next few minutes, go ahead and get them onto the belt early on in the round and not have to worry about them later, that'll serve them well.
Yes. Well, no bales delivered so far, and so far Bednar hasn't been making any bales because the Obelix definitely heading for the barn. There's no other reason why he would be having so many bales with him as he currently has, so he's going to be definitely delivering those. Maybe not going to be putting them inside, but at least going to deliver them out of the field because it has such a great load. We can see Ventil just placing something next to the silo, so he's going to be ready to unload at some stage, but doesn't do it for now. The multipliers are, by the way, 2.0 for both, so we haven't seen much of the things happening with the multiplier. Obelix gonna cross the bridge, and yeah, we'll be just let's see how he actually decides to unload these, because I think Power Team Sports, they were a bit struggling at some point when they were delivering the bales. They were not so organized, but they will actually put those couple on the belt. Why not? Because you have, you have the tractor to do it, and then just unload those and probably leave it for the stacker at the later stage to finish up that delivery.
Yeah, nice moment. 40 points more on the board, extending their lead here early on, and with 40 seconds to go, leave the other two. You might get bale multiplier to pop up. You might get grain multiplier to pop up here in the 8th minute. So smart move to go ahead and score those while the multiplier is even, and you've got the bale advantage. And oh, actually, he did put those on the belt because he scored more now. He just drove away. So 204 to 121. Power Team now is delivering grain at the silo. We're 15 seconds away. This is kind of a gamble to deliver the grain now, because if grain multiplier shows up in 10 seconds,
Yeah.
that's going to be a wasted moment
Yeah,
for
but if
Power
it's
Team.
not there, I mean, we saw this happening on the previous tournaments, that sometimes they want to unload a little bit early, because if there's
Ooh, there
nothing,
it
there's
is.
a grain multiplier, so they did deliver
That
some.
could backfire.
It can. Power Team's gonna be
Going for bail
collecting it,
drop.
but they have no.
They went
Yeah.
for bail drop.
Yeah, because
and
they have no grain. Of course, they will go for it. And Josie needs to go for the grain multiplier. This is the moment when Betgar
Oh,
actually can make a difference here. So when they take the multiplier, and they do have a lot of the stuff waiting, we can see this nice
Oh, my.
combination here,
This is not
ideals
good.
and everything. And Josie's gonna start unloading it, and let's see what's gonna happen. I mean, it could even break the belt
Yeah.
from Power Team Esports, and that is not great news, because we only have 7 minutes and plus some seconds remaining, and they're not going to go anymore to
Oh, he's
collect the
dumping that
grain. They
out.
have to find something else to do, and this is just slightly helping out with the situation, but not much.
Yeah, that was a bad moment for Power
they
Team. That's the
stopped.
risk you take, like, going ahead and delivering your grain with the 8th minute
stopped.
approaching.
Oh, they continue. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so like you have to hop in and out of those vehicles so much that it will stop. The Titan will unload faster than the harvesters will as well. So we see him moving around. He does have the Archimedes Plus perk, which allows him to empty faster from the vehicle he's sitting in. So he'll probably alternate in between. Still plenty of time to take advantage
There we
of
go.
this grain multiplier, and it is 3-1 now. And they can just, honestly, I'm not sure that Chase should even bother with emptying the rest of this. You need to just leave now, because no more grain for Power Team Esport. I don't expect them to try to get any more delivered. And the good news is, for Power Team Esport, they don't have to stack them on the belt now. The bad news is that they
might
can only
go for
get
a
10
combo.
points.
Just a couple bales missing. They have 7 out of 10.
Oh, and
there
they've
we
got
go.
enough here.
They have them. They have them. Let's see. We might have a combo. Is Bednar ready for this? Because this
they
is
reset it.
going to be.
Yeah, they
oh,
reset it.
damn it. They were ready for it. We got the answer we were looking for. But yeah, I mean, no matter. I mean, still Power Team Sports getting a good amount of points. The lead is more than 200 points, and we have 5.5 minutes remaining. So Bednar, they haven't been making that many bales. Of course, they can still make them. They can still take the lead. And I guess this is the real benchmark for the Power Team Esports, how they will handle this kind of a situation. They don't have the telehandlers. They're not on the play. They were banned, so they can't be, trying to do the Trelleborg toss. They cannot be trying to shove them in. So let's see how good El Papito is actually driving on the belt. I guess that's where it comes down.
Yeah, Power Team needs to get like that lead extended now as much as possible, because it's going to be really easy for Bednar to start closing this gap. Right now, the bale count is pretty close to even, but Bednar are getting 20 points extra per bale now for the rest of the way. So this isn't exactly game over for Power Team Esport, however, but they are kind of up against it now. They have a 137 point lead. And right now, just 10 bales, they would score 100 points. Bednar would score 300. So if it comes down to just, Bednar getting all of these into the top, Bednar are going to walk away from this victorious and be moving on. Super Drop's about to come up. A multiplier switch that Power Team were ready to take advantage of could be useful here, but I'm not sure if they have enough bales really ready to go with the barn to take advantage of. Bottom boost wouldn't be helpful for them at all, because their multiplier is already at 1. They could use some bale points. In fact, that's what it is, and they get it, 47 points. Remember that moment if it comes down to that type of a margin later on. That was definitely what Power Team Esport needed. That'll make up for a little bit. It's like, a little over 2 bales that Bednar deliver that would be the difference in the points right now. So 3.5 to go. It still isn't looking good for Power Team Esport, but it's still possible.
Yeah, I think the time is the problem. I mean, if this would have happened later, then there wouldn't be a problem. But still having 3 minutes. So Betnar, they definitely have the time to make some more points. With that 3.0 multiplier, the belt is slow, but they are still getting those points. So I think that the time is currently on Betnar's side. I guess that Power Team Esports, they would like the time to end pretty much right now when they're still on the lead, but they're just slowly losing that lead as they're getting only those 10 points. They're trying to deliver everything they can. But I mean, every bale which Betnar delivers is 3 times more points. So if, for example, this delivery, look at that. There's 3 guys. That's 90 points. And to get same amount of points, Power Team Esports, they need to deliver 9 bales, which is basically at least 2, maybe even 3 separate deliveries to the belt, or next to the belt, next to the barn. So it's gonna be complicated. So unless there will be some combos or something really magical happening with the belt, driving all the way up and getting that routine working like steadily for the remains of the clock, then it's very hard for me to see why Betnar wouldn't be closing that gap and taking the win.
Yeah, they should be able to close the gap, but I mean, it could be a mistake again. We saw, Bednar kind of shooting themselves in the foot in that last round by ending up in the moat. If they have that happen again, that could make the difference. It is surprising that Power Team has been able to hold on to the lead as long as they have been able to be honest. 6:45 to 6:21 now, and it's getting to crunch time.
Whoops.
Ooh, going for a little ride there. Good recovery by El Papito. But here come now Bednar into the lead with 3 bales about to be on the belt. This is another 90 points here, and this could be the end of the tournament run in the 4th tournament for Power Team Esport now.
Yeah, they still have the bales, and there we go. Valo's going to be delivering them. No combos coming, at least. At the Power Team Esports side of things, we have 5 bales for Betnar, but I guess Power Team Esports, they're not going to allow that to happen because they will be just pressing. Oh my god, they're going to be almost getting stuck with the baler, but he's going to be able to get away, and he should be having no issues of reversing these in. So yeah, but at the same time, Betnar, those bales, which you said they are getting inside, they are closing already on 800 points, still 50 seconds to go, and that is more, 90 points more, which shows that he's delivering. This time he's not just, standing in the river. He's actually getting with the bales right next to the belt, because eventually getting some more bales there. So this is just getting out of hands from Power Team Esports, as Bednar is just able to get these so good scores, and still 30 seconds, so I think they can still unload 3-4 bales on that belt, which will go inside and then show off everything else on the lower floor, and they're gonna be getting 9,500 points possible for Bednar. But also kudos to Power Team Esports, even with the 1.0 multiplier, they are at 7,500, which is quite a lot.
It's really a shame, honestly. Like the first round, they were even on points. It went to the bales into the top of the barn tiebreaker. Bednar won that one. Then Power Team won the second round by 10 points. This one is going to be a lot larger of a gap. And this is the gamble that you take, Maddie, when you deliver your grain before the 8th minute. If Power Team had waited for that grain multiplier to pop up, they could have matched Bednar like for like, and we're probably, talking about a lot closer score line. Maybe still would have not come out victorious, but it would have been close like the first 2 rounds were. So Power Team Esports should be proud of their performance, but also maybe a lesson learned that it definitely is a gamble to deliver your grain before the 8th minute. Now, having said that, like we said, if grain multiplier doesn't show up, then it's a good bit of strategy. So those are kind of the risks you take when you make those types of decisions.
Yeah, and Power Team Esports, actually, there was 47 bales delivered. That's a lot of bales. 32 for Bednar, so the difference is 15 bales, but the multiplier did the job. But 47 bales is still a lot of bales, so they were definitely trying everything they can, keeping their hands busy and trying to win the series. But unfortunately, it's going to be Bednar who's going to go all the way to the semifinals, and Bednar, they have to face Trelleborg on the next game. Of course, the next game is going to be their other semifinal, which will be Fermier Flamboyance versus the My Insanity. But then on the second semifinal, let's see how far Bednar can take Trelleborg.
Yeah, I mean, Bednar's lost to Trelleborg in 2 of the 3 previous tournaments, so it'll be an interesting matchup. Next, though, we'll have Fermier's Flamboyance against My Insanity. We're into the semifinals. We'll be right back. See you soon.
All right, we're back, and we are into the semifinal stage now. You're seeing Stefan and Steven on your screens, the Red Cat and Homer, myself, Kermit, aka Kerminator, alongside Maddie, cast by Copter. And Maddie, that was a great matchup we just saw between Bednar and Power Team Esport. I hope for more of that the rest of the way today.
Yeah, it was definitely a close series. I mean, the first game was tied with the points, then the second game just with a 10-point difference, and then, of course, a little bit bigger gap in the end for the third one. We also saw like a very tight series with the first two matches, and then we definitely saw kind of like the impact of missing that grain drop. Like, it's not a strategy change, but we definitely saw changes on the gameplay, and we saw the end result from it as well. So it's a great example how things change.
Yeah, you have to be careful. I mean, the thing is like it's easy for us to sit here as casters and say like that was a mistake by Power Team Esport. But if the drop doesn't show up there, if it's something else other than grain multiplier, then that doesn't end up costing them. So it may have been a good bit of strategy. That's the risk you take when you have random drops appearing. You never know what it's going to be. It ended up costing Power Team, unfortunately, in the end because they had every right after those first two rounds to say that they could be moving on to the semifinal. But nonetheless, they're out at the quarterfinal stage, but they have to be proud to make the quarterfinals again. Another 30 circuit points on the board for them. We're going to see the replays from this matchup in just a moment. And that first match was just about as exciting as you could see in the Farming Simulator League. Here was the start of it. I mean, these teams, especially in this first one, they were just matching each other like for like. We had several moments, Maddie, where the game was tied, not only at the very end of the round, but as the round developed as well. There was Obelix missing the drive-by bailing, and then a bale went flying from Vintel there, nearly driving over it as well. But yeah, look at this. This is one of the moments here in a moment. Here's Chase bumping into the sidewall. It was 333 to 333. It was 433 to 433. And then it was 553 to 513 here. Then it was evened up again. 593 to 553. I mean, just back and forth constantly within range of each other.
Yeah, and the first bale, which Power Team Esports missed, imagine if they would have tossed that in. They would have won the series. So it's really about the small things here. A very tight series, and we can see also as a laughing commentator at the same time as well. So that's definitely a worth of a highlight as well. But yeah, very tight series on the first one, also on the second one. Then the third one was a different series. We can see Josie. Oh, that's the same one. So yeah, well, I mean that is definitely worth showing again as well. We can see him doing another mistake on a different bridge, and that was the most costly mistake we saw. That took a lot of time, and then he also had some issues getting it away from the water in the end, managing to do it. But that definitely costed something for them. So a very tight series. That is something that we didn't see actually on the broadcast. Obelix are getting stuck with the ground with the fork. But managing to wiggle his way out of it, and then the final moments, how we actually managed to end with a tie. But there we go.
I mean, it was so exciting watching these teams. It's a shame that it had to come to an end. And Power Team in the third round that we're seeing now just wasn't quite, as close because of the moment here. With the grain multiplier, this is really when the game changed. Right now, they have nearly a 200-point lead, but that would just evaporate in the final 5 minutes or so as Bednar was scoring 20 extra points per bale as they were putting them in. It was tough. So there's a question in chat I want to talk about real quick from El Skinto. First and foremost, as Taz said, yes, Farming Simulator League streams and really most streams in general aren't the best place to talk about bugs in the game. I would definitely encourage you to report bugs into our bug tracker. But the one you mentioned about disappearing contracts is one we're aware of. And also, if you go past the first year, they don't disappear anymore. That's just a temporary fix, but it's one we're aware of and hoping to get in the next patch. But we don't know what the patch notes look like. So most of the time, you probably won't get an answer from us. But I just wanted to take a special moment to kind of mention that to everyone. These streams aren't really the best place to get that kind of information, but nonetheless know that we are aware, of course. We're having a look at the bracket now. Here we are into the semifinal stage, and Fermir's Flamboyance up against My Insanity. That's now technically like second place against third place. Trelleborg against Bednar is also now technically, as things stand, first place against third place. Those places, at least the third places, could change because My Insanity and Bednar are tied coming into the weekend on circuit points. They would now be tied if they both go out at this stage. But if one of them can advance and the other gets knocked out, they would be sitting alone in third place after this weekend. So a lot of good matchups, including this first one. I'm not really sure. Like Fermir's Flamboyance has been, kind of one of the teams that we've talked about a lot. Of course, they're in second place. One of those teams on the rise. But I would argue as well that My Insanity, despite the fact that they're 70 points behind them in circuit points coming into the weekend, are also on that similar trajectory of being a well-improved team and a team definitely to consider at the top of the standings, Maddie.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation with the circuit points, and now Bednar, as they are advancing, so they will not let, for example, My Insanity just to be collecting the points. We spoke about the chances if Power Team was going to be winning that series, so Bednar will be definitely now challenging My Insanity a little bit and trying to kind of like close the gap if it's doable. But yeah, you still have to make it to the final. That is definitely something what they have to do. They're tied with the points, obviously closing the gap, but like making the gap. So now it's all about trying to go over linear on this situation. And of course, depending what's going to happen with the Fermir's Flamboyance, that is also a different question.
I love the guy on the left, and apologies to Fermir's Flamboyance. I'm gonna have to look up. I don't know them by like first look. So that's Cygnus. He looks like he's on holiday. He's got like a Hawaiian shirt on. He looks super relaxed in that picture, but at the same time, he's gonna be all business here when things get underway. So Haydn, Cygnus, and L. Rhodes are the three for Fermir's Flamboyance. And then My Insanity have Jan, Hannes, and PB. It was awesome to meet Jan and PB at FarmCon. They were there participating in the FSL show matches. And My Insanity against Fermir's Flamboyance. This is another one that I can't really call. Like, I don't know going in what to expect. Will we see another match go to the third round of the best of three? Who knows? This time we've got both telehandlers banned and then two narrow tire tractors banned instead of the two triple stackers. Interesting choices by Fermir's. I don't know whether that's something they normally would do or they just have seen something My Insanity has done and they're trying to break that up. Similar picks in the captain pick phase, bottleneck for both teams, same harvesters, same baler reserved.
Well, I said on the previous game when My Insanity was playing that a small fan is growing into me, but Fermir's Flamboyance is definitely a worthy opponent. I think they have been also showing a great performance on the past, so I think it's going to be a tight series. Fermir's is currently having a better standing on the leaderboard, and of course, if they will win this one, they're going to be drawing away from My Insanity even more. But I think that if My Insanity is going to be winning this one, they're going to be getting pretty close to Fermir. So it's going to be they're going to be rising up to the battle from the second place of the current standings of the circuit points. So, but yeah, hard to call at this stage. Have to wait and see. I'm expecting to have a tight series. Both of the teams, they have a chance, but My Insanity, they showed a very stable performance yesterday and also today. So I think that they're definitely kind of like I'm not going to say that they are favored, but I think that based on what we have seen, they have a very good chance. And then the Fermir Flamboyance might be a bit of a more question mark at the current state.
Yeah, well, if we go back to the second tournament as well, like maybe My Insanity wants a little bit of like revenge and justice, if you will, here, because there was I believe it was the second tournament, Fermir's Flamboyance got pretty much a bye into the semifinal because their opponents that were potentially going to face them in the quarterfinal, both of them didn't show up. My Insanity got knocked out by Voltra, and there was some discussion as it happened. I mean, it all went by the rules, and it was all fair in the end according to the rules. But if my insanity had played for Ramirez in that quarterfinal, maybe that gap wouldn't have been as significant in the circuit points. So this is a chance for my insanity to show that they belong in this discussion at the top end of the table, and a chance for them to be able to, make up for a little bit of those missed out points when they didn't make it to the quarterfinals in that second tournament. 138 to 136. So if this is a sign of how the rounds are going to play out, buckle up, everybody. We're in for a good one again.
Yeah, it seems to be it is a very even start, just 2 points. We have seen very close calls today, so the 2 points, they could play a role at the end game. So both teams getting a nice first bail. Nothing crazy, but they know that they also need to get like stable amount of points. They can't really mess that up. That would be too much to lose more than a 1 bail, for example, if they make a mistake. And we have seen the mistakes happen this weekend quite a lot actually on the first bails. So I think it's a fair start, and I think both teams are happy with how it in the end went out, as they will see that the gap is very small. So they know that that might not be the decider of these matches. And then of course we'll see how the strategy is going to be evolving for these teams. I mean, the guys are almost exactly at the same part of the field as well. I mean, this is the once again the agricultural ballet, but this time it's just a group sport, so there's more than 3 players doing it at the same time. Actually 4 of them. And on the days of COVID, which we had, people doing stuff remotely, we saw also like bands playing on the different locations. So maybe this is the ballet dancers just dancing in the different locations.
There you go. I like it. Yeah, I'm loving this camera, being able to see this action like this. The ghost mode is great at times too, but it's nice to have this camera thrown in. It's always fun to work these events, but again, shout out to all of the FSL team in Germany producing this event. They make it easy for us to just show up and chat. Myself and Maddie today, Virtual Farmer usually is with us. He should be back next month as well. It's interesting, it's quickly kind of creeping up on us, Maddie, that we're like halfway through this season already. We've got 2 more regular tournaments to go after this. September 10th and 11th is the tournament number 5, and then tournament number 6 will take place in October. And then in November at some point, we're going to have the World Championships, the Grand Finals, and hopefully we'll be able to have that one as an in-person event. That's not been announced yet, but we are hoping that'll happen. So, yeah, we're already halfway over the season now when we conclude today.
I'm really looking forward for the remains of the events, and especially if we can do if the grand final is going to be on site, would be definitely fun to see how that event went. And of course always when you're casting with the other people, it's almost the chemistries are always working better when you're like sitting next to each other. So definitely looking forward if we can actually sit on the same table, and then we'll see what's going to come out of. Maybe we can even do like a triple cast with Alex. That would be something, because that is definitely doable as well. But that's something that we have to look forward to when we have more information about it. And of course the online broadcast, they are great as well. So definitely that is the case. If we do have the on-site, like a LAN event, I think there's something that we need to have. We need to have.
You don't even have to say the word. Say no more. Everyone knows what we're talking about at this point.
Yeah. We need to have coffee. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, with something to go alongside it for sure. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm following you.
We can build different kind of challenges definitely there. But okay, back to the game. We can always think about what's going to come in the future, but let's focus on the game at hand. And once again, the lovely sceneries from the fields, and people at work. When we see the stats, I think the situation with the grain, I think there is a slight advantage maybe for Fermius Flamboyance currently, when they have been collecting the grain, based on the half numbers that I can see under the plate of Fermius Flamboyance, because you can see just a small bit of numbers running down below. So I think that is a slight advantage, but that's a very minor one. So far the strategies are seen pretty much the same. We can see Haydn already heading towards the silo. We can see My Insanity gonna follow, and yes, there's a slight advantage for Fermius Flamboyance, about 7k advantage. Both teams are coming in, and it's 9 minutes and 15 seconds, so there's no multipliers at play, but we can see both of them are just leaving them there, so they are definitely preparing for a bigger drop and kind of like maybe hoping to have a multiplier coming in for the 8 minute on the 8 minute mark. And we saw on the previous game how much it's gonna cost if somebody's gonna now unload the grain just 2 minutes before. So yeah. Now we'll just have to wait for the drops, and then we'll see bales, by the way, 0 for both of the teams. So they haven't been pressing any so far. But it's just a matter of time when they will start coming in. And as we can see that the grain collection continues for both of the teams, they are actually now pretty tight with it. So when they will bring the secondary vehicles next to the silos, then they should be having a pretty much same amount of grain when the possible multiplier comes, if it comes.
L. Rhodes running back and now finally grabbing his tractor that he left at the starting area. That's the nice thing about having the runner perk, is you can run on foot towards the pods and then go back later and collect your equipment. Still only the first bale scored. Our 8th minute drops are about to pop up, and neither of these teams are going to make the mistake of delivering their grain before seeing what this is. It's not grain multiplier this time. Direct delivery and bridges lowered. And with those being at the barn location, I'm not sure if both teams are that worried about trying to go collect either of these.
And we can see at the same time that both teams will start producing bales. 4 and 5 almost going hand to hand. So the strategy seems to be quite similar. Now we can see the unloading starting for Fermier Flamboyance. As Signis will start the unloading, just a matter of time when Mainzen is going to do the same. They did have about the same amount, so in the end it should be resulting to exactly 2.0 multipliers for both sides, and the belts being used as well. And just a matter of time, and we can see Hannes coming in, going to deliver the last batch of grain. We can see the bridges lowered, being picked by the both teams, by the way, so nothing that fancy. It's gonna do something, but the both teams, they have the same harm, so they'll have to use the Kermit's favorite passage to the barn area, the safer route. And there we go. Also, My Insanity starting the unloading. As we can see, almost everything already drained out for the Fermier's Flamboyance, and now My Insanity just catching up. And as they are producing the bales, they're not going to be delivering until I think all the grain is going to be already disposed. Of course, Fermier's, they will try to use the slight advantage for a second. They might gain a couple points. They actually might take that 2-point difference away, pending how fast this is going to go inside. And it's going to be a very small change.
Yeah, My Insanity has more grain, so they're going to, in a second, be able to flip it back in their favor. Meanwhile, the Fermiers are scoring those extra points. So that's 2, 4 extra points, 6 extra points coming up for those few bales.
Yeah.
But now My Insanity might end up with a higher advantage here with the amount of grain they have left. It's actually going to end up being slightly lower, 2.1 to 1.9. So a few extra points scored by Fermiers there when they had that advantage, but now the rest of the way they're at a 2-point disadvantage as one slides off for Haydn here.
Yeah, I mean, they had a 2-point. I mean, mine said they had a 2-point lead. So basically, when we forget the bales, they made 6 extra points, so they are basically leading with 4. But when My Insanity has that 1 point extra, basically 2 points versus the Fermier Flamboyance on the rest of the bales, because I don't think that there's going to be much of a grain delivered anymore. So in a way, they can still get that slight couple point advantage. So if it comes down to the wire that they're actually delivering exactly the same amount of bales, then of course My Insanity, they should be winning with couple points, like 15 points or something like that. Depends how many bales they're going to be delivering. So we'll just have to wait and see. Still plenty of time remaining. We still have the super drop coming in.
Nose dive.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you did skateboarding when you were as a kid, that's
Nice
how the nose dive, like a nose ollie, what was it called?
Nollie,
pretty
yeah.
close to it, yeah.
Very nice. And he skidded along nicely too. And like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, he would have gotten a little bit of combo points for the length of time he held it on there. Nice bit of play. Shout out to Hendrik over on YouTube. How you doing? Good to see you today. Thanks everyone that's joined us on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook as well. Thanks for hanging out with us this weekend. This is our first semifinal matchup of the day, so we still have Trelleborg against Bednar after this one, and then of course the winner of those two matchups in the semifinals will face off for the biggest prize of the weekend. At stake still, first place gets 90 circuit points, the runner-up gets 70. The teams that have made it to the semifinal today get a minimum of 50 if they lose this round. Everyone else got 30 that made it into the quarterfinals and didn't advance any further. As far as prize money, the teams that went out at the quarterfinal stage got 500 euros. These teams making it to the semifinal is a minimum of 1,000 euros guaranteed. Second place will get 2,000, and first place comes away with 4,000. Also, some Netrato vouchers and some Noble chairs are usually at stake as well for these teams. So, lots still to play for, as this is a close contest at the moment. Just 6 points in it, and a Bale-tastic scored by My Insanity. And that is a huge moment for them, and good play there by PB, and Cygnus catching some air. We're seeing a replay of that as well. I wasn't even paying attention to the combo tracker, and My Insanity snuck in there and got themselves an extra 50 points, Maddie.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that things are going My Insanity's way. I mean, they're about the same amount of bales as well, so I think that the My Insanity, they have the lead currently. They got that extra 50 points, and of course those couple extra points for Bale. They're definitely looking stronger as we speak. There was a drop, the super drop as well, didn't cause much of a difference, to be honest, which was picked by Fermier Flamboyance, the Bale withering. And I mean, even though the belt is just slightly slower for My Insanity, it's not going to be making a huge difference. It's still like decently fast, just one, what is that, like one notch slower than the Fermier's one. And PB just doing a great job with stacking. They are steadily getting those points home, leading by 50 points, and still 2 minutes to go. Of course, Fermi is trying to catch up, but yeah, as long as we don't see any mistakes, there's a very, well, not a very, but a slight advantage on the My Insanity side, and in the end, if nothing crazy happens, they should be, of course, that is always should, you never know from Farming Simulator, they should be still kind of like being in a good streak to get the victory from this round.
Oh, I caught that. I was looking over at chat and caught that out of the corner of my eye, and I didn't realize the Cygnus was doing the intentional dive, and I was like, what just happened? Looked back. That was intentional. This is definitely something that we're seeing teams do, and that was actually a smooth one from Cygnus as well. Sometimes it's a little bit shaky. We saw in the last matchups in the quarterfinal, Chase bumping into the wall a couple of times. Both of these teams are playing a really good round so far, but that combo, it could end up being the difference for sure. Fermiers keeps like matching them back and forth, but now we're tied on bale count, and Fermiers are trailing, and they're getting 2 less points per bale as well at the moment. So with a minute to go, it's not looking good for Fermiers unless My Insanity don't get all of their bales in somehow, and they can get all of theirs into the top. That one's coming off for sure.
Yeah, that's gonna drop. 45 seconds to go. The gap is 100 points for now, and the bale count is exactly the same. My Insanity just steadily working with the bales, have no issues whatsoever. Fermiers, on the other hand, they did drop 1, but I think that they still have the time to recover from it, probably. But yeah, time is running out. 25 seconds, 9 bales to deliver. My Insanity leading with 60 points. That's the extra points from the combo, plus the couple points coming from each of the bale as well. That's how it's summing it up. And there we go. Just more bales on the belt. I don't see that there's a way for Fermiers anymore to come back from this situation. The last bale's being stuck on the first floor once again. 5 seconds, 4, and Fermiers, they are not scoring anything anymore. Just 10 points coming in, and that's gotta be definitely My Insanity taking the first round of the series, and they'll win it with about, I think there was like 100 points of a gap. So in the end, they will manage to scrape more bales inside. It's more. It's actually 150. So it's not just the combo, also more bales delivered.
Yeah, the combo was part of it. More bales delivered, 3 overall total, 2 extra into the top, and then for a long time, for most of those 34 bales, they were getting 2 extra points for each one, 2 compared to Fermiers. So a good first round by My Insanity, and definitely showing that they are a team to be reckoned with. I could very well see Fermiers winning the second and forcing the third of the best 3, but these teams are very evenly matched for sure, and it's fun to start seeing this season kind of take shape. There's some teams that kind of interchange into these stages, but for Fermier's Flamboyance, this is what they've been into the semifinals several times now. They've had one runner-up appearance, losing a final to Trelleborg, and then they've had 2 semifinal appearances as well. So they have never really gone out earlier than the semifinals. So that's good for them. For My Insanity, 1 runner-up and 1 quarterfinal elimination to their name. Of course, they didn't make that one tournament. I think it was the second tournament of the season where they were knocked out by Vultra in the play-in. So sometimes it can come down to an unlucky draw in the play-ins. We saw that happen with Vultra getting matched up with Trelleborg yesterday, so they didn't advance to the quarterfinals this weekend. But there's still a lot of storylines that can play out through the rest of this season.
Yeah, that is true. So now it's going to be time almost for the second game of the series. And I mean, when the whole last game started, it was a pretty even situation, couple points difference. Then we had something happening on the middle. We had the grain wars once again, and the kind of like slight lead in the middle parts for Fermiers, but then My Insanity just like getting more grain and changing the multiplier, getting the combo. So in the end, even though the gap was 150 points, still a very close series. I mean, it could have gone the other way as well. Just those small details, as we saw in the previous series as well, they can cost a lot. So Fermiers, they have all the. I think there's definitely a huge chance that they can still turn this around and go for the third game of this on the series as well. So they just have to find those fine tunes. I don't think the key is going to be the first, like the bail, the first bail. I think they have to take it like they did on the last game, just be steadily getting the points. So don't make a mistake. Don't take it like too heavily. If you get 5 points more, we can clearly see that not might be the tiebreaker on this series.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are definitely hard to separate. I think it's going to come down again to those kind of moments. My Insanity took advantage when it mattered most. Fermiers could very well do the same thing in the second matchup. So Fermiers, though, can't afford to have any mistakes. They have to bring their best game here, or they are going out at this stage. This would, be not an upset, but it would be huge as far as the standings go from My Insanity's point of view, because even though Bednar are a really strong team, we've seen them also knocked out twice by Trelleborg this season. So that semifinal is looming. Trelleborg have to be the favorites in that one. They always are when in any match they're in, rightfully so. So this could be a huge moment for My Insanity to move into that third place position and kind of make it their own. But also they would make up some ground on Fermier's Flamboyance as well and get at least 20 points back from them. They're currently trailing them by 70 coming into the weekend. So every little bit counts at the end of the season. Like I said, we only have 2 more tournaments in the regular season after this. After those 2 tournaments, it comes down to where you're seated is what your matchups are going to be in the grand finals. So the higher up that you can climb in the standings before the end of the regular season, the better matchups you're going to get in the earlier rounds of the grand finals. So it is important to climb this leaderboard as much as you can.
Definitely. Well, there we go. The second game is just about to start. Couple seconds and we'll see the people or the players rushing to the pads. So let's see who's going to be getting what. We can see Jans out challenging Fermiers, or the other way around. Jans seems to have a slight advantage. But then we'll see how the reversing actually works. Oh,
so close.
It's going to be Jan getting it. I mean, there was a chance for Fermiers, but there was a small touch on the kind of like the edge of the pad, which stopped him for a while, and that is what was costing it. So close And then we can see Jan
Oh,
gonna
he's
be
beat him to that
collecting
one, too.
something else as well. So he's gonna go and get 2 of them. So he's gonna be super fast. At the same time, I guess we do have the first bales also coming up. We can see people just rushing to the fields. The harvesters, they are already at work. We can see Jan coming a little bit later. And I mean, for the first bale, what does this mean actually? I don't think we're gonna see that so fast first bales, because we don't have the bales pressed. And it's over almost 2 minutes. So Rhodes is here moving along. We have the bale actually done for My Insanity. So we can see Jan. He managed to stall 2 of the balers,
Yeah, that
and
was
still
good.
make the first bale before Vermeer's. So he should be having the advantage. We can see Vermeer's following, but I'm expecting more points.
Oh,
He's
there he
actually,
is.
let's see, Hayden, and he's going to reverse that in. So Jan is actually a little bit slower. So Hayden will get those early points, 121. And Jan comes with the bale now, not gonna swing it, and that should be 100 and I don't know, 14, okay, 15, and yeah. So this time it's
think
gonna
that-
be in the end Vermeer's getting the advantage.
Yeah, but I think that 6 points My Insanity will be fine with, because what they've done here is they've grabbed those 2 balers, they've disrupted their opponents, and if Vermeer sticks with using this Coon baler alongside the case that they reserve, they can only bring 2 in the back of that Coon baler, whereas like the ones that My Insanity has secured can carry 3 on the back at one time. So that could very well end up, making up the gap and then some for My Insanity if that's how it proceeds. That was a good moment. You got to be willing to take those kind of chances and disrupt your opponent in the FSL.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, we see that teams are challenging from them, and then they just move to the next one. We don't see that they're gonna go and challenge the other one as well. So that is definitely a lovely moment. And there we go. We have the lovely view as well. We haven't seen this on the previous broadcast, so this is something new for this weekend definitely. And yeah, we can just see the teams at work, working as pairs. Jan and PB holding their hands. L Rhodes and Hayden doing the same. And they are just enjoying the lovely scenery. I mean, if I would be a farmer, and if I would be, doing this as my living, if I could do it like on a lovely landscape, having like the Alps, the mountains right next to it, that would be the life.
Wouldn't it though? It is a lovely backdrop for this map, and Farming Simulator as a game as well. So beautiful, the scenery. Sometimes my wife and I play it together a lot, and you can kind of have like this, feeling of virtual tourism, but then you fall into the game and you're like, man, wouldn't this be lovely just to see this as your view all the time? There's a lot of beautiful maps that Giants have made, and a lot as well that modders have made over the years that are just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I think you just need to melt your mind to the virtual reality, kind of completely disappear from the physical existence, and just, sucked into the internet, and you can just enjoy these virtual sceneries all the time. There was a movie about that back on the day, The Lone Mover Man, if somebody has seen, when the guy actually did transfer to the virtual reality because he wanted to see what is happening there and not what is happening on the real life. But okay, that's quite far-fetched once again from me, but yeah, this came to my mind. And I mean, lawn moving is not what we are doing here, but it's not so far away from it, so it is definitely something. But yeah, we had the 12-minute drops, and we are already closing on 10. Bales, none produced. We can see both teams once again collecting the grain, so we are set to have a similar kind of a standoff with the grain, and who's going to be getting what, who's going to be delivering a couple of the bales. I think at this point, Vermeers, they had those couple bales done, which they decided to deliver in the middle after delivering a first batch of grain, when they got the like a 1 minute window when they had the advantage on the multiplier, and that's how they got that 4-point early lead in a way when it comes to the counting the amount of bales as well. But this time it's different, and also of course Vermeer's having the early lead, so they don't have to do the same trick. But of course there's some other things in play, like the whole issue with the balers, which we saw at the start.
Yeah, it's funny how like each moment throughout the 15 minutes, can have an impact. You often need several of those types of moments to beat your opponent.
whether it's the multiplier in your favor or disrupting your opponents and beating them to something on the pods, or maybe your opponents gamble before a drop and you take advantage of something like silo closed or a grain multiplier. That can often make the difference as well. But so far, these teams are pretty even. Fermir's does have slightly more grain at the moment, but we also saw them ahead on grain at a similar time stamp of the last round. And then My Insanity actually ended up with that slight 2.1 to 1.9 advantage when it was all said and done. So we'll see how it plays out. A minute to go. Both teams, I would imagine, are going to wait to deliver their grain until they see these 8-minute drops in case it is grain multiplier. 6 points separate them at the moment. And we've got just under 9 minutes to go. My Insanity, if they win, they're into the final. Vermeer's Flamboyance has to win to force the third match in the best of 3.
Yeah, it is so hard to tell at this stage. So let's see how the strategies are playing out. The grain game. It has been quite hectic lately, to be honest. And there we go. PB is going to be starting to build the setup. We can see Hayden pressing the bales. So Vermeers actually are now producing bales because he actually My Insanity producing some as well. Let's see how many they will get. Will they is it like a couple, well, it's not accidental, but the couples down on the side, or will it actually be that they are like focusing into it? And Jan is definitely up for the task. He's going to be spending a while. The drops are coming in, and it's going to be direct delivery and speed limit. So this time there will be no grain multipliers or silo closed, and that's going to mean that they have to do with the grain that they have.
Yeah, I would imagine that teams are going to be delivering grain anyways. They'll probably go with speed limit, especially if their opponent grabs it. They'll want to try to cancel it out. Direct delivery, not really useful at this point because neither team is, they're not harvesting any longer. They've got the grain that they need, and now the focus is pressing these bales so that you can start getting them in and scoring them. So we're going to start to see grain being delivered here. It looks like Cygnus for Vermeer's Flamboyance is going to run out and grab speed limit. There it is. And then he's going to go back and start delivering the grain. Is someone from My Insanity within that area of the barn as well? Indeed they are. And there's Hannes grabbing it with 5 seconds to spare. So both teams canceling each other out here. And now they're about to do the same with the delivery of the grain as well.
Yeah, these strategies are following. So we might see, you never know, we might actually see that this is going to come down all the way to the first bale. But My Insanity, they did deliver more bales on the last game. So they do, I think that I said this before, but I think that they are very efficient next to the belt, how PB was working there on the previous game as well. So I do have a feeling that if it's going to come down to the last second or minute madness, or just doing the hard work at the belt, I think that the kind of like the individual skill, not saying that Elroads can't handle it, but the history has shown that My Insanity, they don't do much of a mistakes next to the belt, and I do have a feeling that they have a stronger hand if it comes down to that.
They might end up with a slight multiplier advantage as well if they have all 15,000 liters of this grain sitting here at the moment. Both combines are emptying. Currently, it's against them, but here in a second, Hannes is going to be delivering more. The grain is pretty much used up for Vermeer's Flamboyance. Meanwhile, they have scored some points with the multiplier slightly in their favor. And at the moment, it looks like it's going to end actually even, 2-2. Both teams just barely a little bit of grain left somewhere. So it's going to be even the rest of the way. I think Vermeers were able to score 1 or 2, though, at that slight advantage. So a couple of extra points scored for them at the right moments that could make the difference, as we've got under 5.5 to go now.
Yeah, that is true. I think that it was My Insanity. I think they needed to, like you described it to me on the past, that they need to hop from vehicle to vehicle and just for a short while need to stop the delivery, and that's when the Vermeer Flamboyance used the timing and got those bales in, so they catch up some of those points. Actually made a couple points extra to gain more lead. But now it's coming down to the wire with the delivery of the bales. They have the same amount of bales. I think they have about the same amount of bales next to the belt as well. So this is looking very, very even so far. And the question is like how even it's going to be all the way till the end. I mean, this could come to one bale difference, and with the points that we currently are getting, so then it should be like just a less than 20-point difference. I think that the Fermier Flamboyants, they managed to make something like 10 extra points by delivering those bales when they had the multiplier. So when they had a was it like 5-6 point advantage, I think they have like 15-point advantage when if they would be having the same amount of bales. So basically, my understanding, they need to deliver one bale more in the end if they want to win this.
Yeah, and this super drop could be huge too, depending on what it is. If it's Bale points or it's Bale Withering or Lord Baylor, this could be the difference. Here it is. It's Bale points, and it looks like L. Rhodes is going to get to it. Indeed, he does. It's 26 points, and that's a huge moment for Fermier's Flamboyants, who have to win this one to force the third of the best of three. And they've given themselves about a 40-point lead at the moment with under 4 to go. So that was definitely needed.
Yeah, I mean, Fermiers, I think now when you sum all these small things up, I think they have managed to make like 30 points, maybe more, during the a bit more than 30 points more without the actual, if you don't count the the 20 points per bale, the standard. So this is definitely looking good for Fermiers Flamboyance, and that is a shadow.
That's a bale in
That's
the
a
water.
bale. Okay. I was really thinking that there might be a tractor hanging somewhere like up on the sky, and it's actually reflecting the shadow. Damn, I was wrong about it. You can always hope, you can always wish that somebody would be actually doing the Kermit style bridge crossing, but that was not the case.
Hey,
and now we can
to
see.
hang on a bridge like that. Come on.
Yeah, it's like the gorilla style. Straight from the deep jungle, Kermit appears and hangs on the bridge.
So My Insanity has 2 extra bales right now. If they can get them all into the top, that would make this really close. That would be the difference, actually. Now they're even on the amount of bales, though. So it's going to come down to maybe if, who gets all of their bales into the top here will win this. And now My Insanity in the lead by 2 points. PB just methodically continues to stack them up on the belt. And I feel like this might be the advantage that My Insanity needs here. Now, Fermiers has a 3 bale advantage, now 4. But can they get them in is the thing. Here goes 2 more in for My Insanity now. A 2-point lead again, 5:15 to 5:13. This one's going to be really close. 2 minutes to go, Maddie. Buckle up, everybody. We're going to have another close one.
Yeah, it's a really close one. We can see that the bale count for My Insanity is growing as well, so they are pressing more bales. Fermiers, they're trying to deliver everything they can. You cannot afford a mistake. If they're going to do a mistake here on the bridge or something like that, that might be costing the victory. Also, the slightest error on the belt. Oh, there we go. Cygnus going to be dropping 1. Okay, he's going to actually just, making sure that they will be made on the other side. And we can see L. Rhodes getting them on. So it's a 18-point difference what we have currently, and just 1 minute and 25-ish seconds remaining. PB needs to go back on the fields. No, they do have some bales there on the other side. Cygnus gonna use the faster way of getting away, so he didn't accidentally drop to the water.
Wow.
He's actually just moving on the other side, and we can see the troops are coming in. They try to deliver everything they can. They are taking like every piece of a bale which they can find. If they could steal it from the other side, they would do it that as well, but that is not doable, unfortunately. And we can see
PB's rescuing that last one.
Yeah, let's get
that one. That one could be the win. So you got to go grab that one now. I was wondering where he was going. That makes sense. But the problem with that now is that he's spent the time to go do that, and they're falling behind in the score.
Yeah.
They do have the bales to get the score back to close to even, but they're running out of time. They have to score them all into the top.
Yeah,
they have
35.
8 bales. Is that enough time?
Yeah, we can see Fermiers putting 2 bales on the belt as well. There's going to be some more coming in. This is going to be going all the way till the end. I'm expecting to see that
some
PB
bales
is going to be
fell off.
climbing. One is going to fall down. We can see more coming in. Jan is going to try to put one on the belt. It's going to be a close call. We have 20 seconds to
that
go.
one
One is going
falls
to fall
too.
as well. It's going to be hard for My Insanity. So Fermiers, they definitely have a chance. PB is going to be putting something. They're going to put something on the first floor as well. But is that going to be enough? 10 seconds to go. And they are running out of bales. They can't catch
can't
it
do it.
anymore. It is done. It's going to be Fermiers claiming the second round, and they will take the first semi-final to the third round.
Yes. I wonder there, like, was it worth it to go for that one extra one, because they had to put several into the bottom. They lost like 10 points for each one of those. It came down to the slimmest of margins there. And it started out with My Insanity trying to disrupt Vermeers and claiming those 2 Baylors, and ended up not being enough difference in the end. But remember the Bale points as well. It was like 40-ish points or so. It wouldn't have been the difference.
Yeah.
It came down to the Bale points and 1 or 2 extra Bales there.
Yeah, and the first bail. Basically, that's the gap. So yeah, 20 points lost from the because there was I think it was 2 or 3 bails on the first floor for Vermeers, and then 2 more for My Insanity. So yeah, that's 20 points. Then we had the bail drop, and then we had the first bail. So that's where the gap came in. It's just so
Wow.
small things which are adding up, and that's gonna cause the gap of what's like a 60 points or something in total.
We've really been seeing some great matchups today, and this is just the latest one. As you get further and further in to these games, yesterday we only saw 1 best of 3, but in the play-ins, there's usually like a more of a random mix, obviously, of like where the teams are in the standings, right? Even unseeded teams that haven't got any circuit points yet, we see those sometimes play on the Saturday play-ins. And then once you get into the Sunday event, you start to get the teams, the more experienced teams, the teams higher up in the standings. The later on you go in the round, usually the closer the competition is getting. And yeah, Vermeers and My Insanity in these first 2 rounds have given us an absolute great show. And it's too close to call. There's a lot to play for in this third of the best of 3. There's a lot on the line here. But either of these teams could win, and it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, either of the teams, they can definitely win. We have seen that the proof is there, right there, because they have won 1 game of the series, so we don't have to be guessing about it. We have hard facts. So not everything is about luck, not everything is about guessing, and not everything is about pancakes, because we go for the 3rd game of the series. And I mean, there's nothing else now. Okay, nothing else, but I mean the final spot is on the line, so of course that's a huge thing for either of the teams. Of course the circuit point's going to follow, and then of course claiming a better position on the leaderboard is doable. So if Vermeer's going to be heading to the final, they're going to be keeping the 2nd place for sure. But if it's going to be My Insanity, then they do have a chance to snatch even the 2nd place on the current standings.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a shame that one of these teams has to go out here. Both teams, I think, could argue that they deserve to be in the final, but there's only one way to find out who deserves to be in it, and that's to play this third of the best of 3. Interesting selections here. We've got 1 big tractor banned by Vermeers, and then 1 narrow tire tractor banned as well. So I feel like that's a direct ban based off of what they think My Insanity would want to use. We still have the John Deere 6120M in play and the Lindner, and PB loves that John Deere, so I would expect PB to go with it again. I maybe would have thought about banning that one out of the game, because PB does like using it and is a very good stacker with it as well. Deutz-Fahr 9340 and Under Pressure for the captains of each team. Let's see what Hannes and L. Rhodes are going to go with.
It's going to take a while, but I guess we are not expecting any huge differences here. We can see John Deere and Massey Ferguson, Archimedes and Runner as a perk.
And now the other 2 guys are going to do the reverse of what their teammates just did. We're going to have the John Deere and the Massey again, I would imagine, and then Runner and Archimedes. Yep, there it is.
Why can't they choose it on the same order? I would love to see it. My eyes would love to see that they would be like having the same, same straight on the both sides, or maybe just like a mirror from the middle. But those 2 tractors, those 2 peaks being the other order on the both sides. That's okay. That's a very minor thing, but still, I gotta say it. But yeah, this is the final game. This is gonna be it.
Here we go.
Yeah.
The winner of this one will play the winner of Bednar versus Trelleborg, which is coming up right after the conclusion of this matchup. 15 minutes to go, all to play for still. Oh, a flip of the tractor for Vermeers, or rather My Insanity, Jan. So he is going to get beaten to this Baylor here.
And then PB looks like he may have been beaten to a combine. So it's kind of a reverse of the last game where my insanity is now being disrupted at the pods.
And there's a good chance that Fermis are getting a good first bail. As the things are, Jan is going to be making another
Oh, and there
slight
another
error
mistake.
with
Oof.
the reversing as well. So I think that the Fermiers, they have a great chance. I mean, they do have a bail already inside.
They're
Heiden's going to be
ready
disengaging.
already.
So they are going. This is going to be actually pretty good. We can see 14-10. Yeah, this should be more than 140 if they're going to be tossing that in straight away. But he's going to be making it sure that it's going to be fitting inside. So 130 something, 70s, 60s, I don't know. No, still
141
141.
still,
That's a
nice.
great one.
Jan
without the
just
toss.
now pressing as well.
Yeah, it's going to be slow. There's going to be at least a one bail difference. And Fermiers, they are starting this with a bang.
Yeah, this is a huge early moment because they've been able to disrupt my insanity even more so than my insanity disrupted them last time around. I think it was smart by Haidun to take the safer approach to, putting that bail in because he knew he was so far ahead of Jan here. And this is going to be 114, so nearly 30 points, Maddie, at the beginning. And the way that these 2 rounds previously have gone, that could end up being the difference of the game and moving on or not when the next 13 minutes or so run off the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same amount of points, but the 2 last digits are just in reverse order. Almost the same, but it's not the same. And that's that is definitely something that can make a difference on the later stages. And we saw how well Fermiers managed to keep the lead, and on the previous game also gain those like small details, pick a point from here and there, and kind of like increase the lead before the final stacking competition started. And if they can do the same here, they have a great position. So my insanity, they need to pull something out. They need to come up with something disruptive maybe, or maybe change something, or just be better in each of the phases of the game. But for now, it's hard to tell. It's so early once again. But there we go. Once again, the split screen views. A lot of grain being collected once again. Haydn is transferring a little bit. Not gonna go for the silos yet. It's not gonna be enough. Actually, he will be heading to the silo, so he has enough for that trailer. So he'll be happy to park these right next to the silos. Or do we see something different? We can see Haydn going here as well. So do we have an early delivery? We have the first drops, direct delivery, and speed limit. So nothing that's going to be doing anything about the grain multiplier or the silo close, but we can see the early delivery of grain. So this is earlier than what we've seen on the past. We can see Fermiers, they did something similar on the fast game. Speed limit being picked by both of the teams, so they're gonna counterfeit each other, so shouldn't be a major problem. But I'm just wondering if Fermiers want to get some early points once again.
And giving us a little honk of the horn, maybe saying hello to everyone watching at the moment, all the fans in France, all of the Fermiers Flamboyance fans out there. I know we've seen them in chat before, and they are 1 win away from moving into another final here. It would be a good moment for them, the second place team coming into this weekend. Both teams are going to be, well, actually a slight advantage now for my insanity, but they don't have any bales pressed to take advantage of this moment. This is when you want to have a couple already ready to go, in my opinion, to be able to score, because it's only a matter of time before Haydn heads over with this grain for Fermiers and evens things up.
Yeah. So let's see the multiplier on my insanity. As we can see, they fought back, so they took back the multiplier. Fermiers was not able to get any bales in at that stage because they don't have any bales, so they didn't get any points before my insanity was just evening out the situation. So it's the grain, and I guess that around the 8-minute mark we'll see once again what's going to happen. But yeah, quite similar strategies for both of the teams, and also quite similar as what we see on the previous games as well. So nothing that major has changed. And once again, it will come down to the smallest details and the actual technical execution of the plan.
I have to say thank you, JK, who has a really important match coming up in the other semifinal after the conclusion of this one. But
He's been hanging out in chat for us on the English stream, and he's been giving a lot of good insight. Hardly anyone better of a candidate to pick in the Farming Simulator League to get you the inside scoop and information about the inner workings and strategies and things like that than JK. So thank you, JK, yet again, and good luck in your next match. I'm sure you're not going to be typing during the next match, right? I wouldn't imagine you can. You're not that. You're good, but I'm not sure you're that good to be able to type and play at the same time. No offense. That would be quite a feat if he could pull that off, though.
Yeah. Oh well, the game continues. The slow. It's well. I mean, it's not a slow, but I mean, it's the middle game phase. So this is the time when the work is done, and then we'll see how it's going to be building up. 1 bale for Vermeers, 2 bales for Vermeers. So there might be, you know, because they have the grain earlier, so they do have a chance that they can unload, and they can maybe have a short moment when they will have the multiplier on their side. If we mind that it actually has the same amount of grain, that they will come back to the 2.0. So there's a slight chance that Fermius could be collecting a couple extra points on the middle, you know, straight after the drops, for example, depending, of course, what's coming up. And we haven't seen Silo close for a while. I mean, we saw it, I think, on the first 1 or 2 games of today. We had quite oftenly, actually, it happening yesterday. But, yeah, we didn't have at all on the last semi-final. And all these semi-finals on this series, and we didn't have them on the last quarterfinals either. So maybe silo close would be something that I'd love to see, because that would be completely changing the strategies on this whole situation. And there it is. I was asking for it. The caster curse is a real thing, and it's a no-brainer. They gotta go for silo close, both of them. Otherwise, somebody will be in trouble.
You wanted it, so is it really a caster curse? It's more of a caster conjuring in that case, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I think Jenny is just pressing the right buttons. Okay, Copter asked for it. He's going to get it.
Both teams have picked it up, meanwhile, and both teams were able to get it before the other team was able to get into an advantage. So canceling each other out here. It does look like it'll last slightly longer for my Insanity. But I don't know if it's long enough really to take advantage here and score any extra points. We'll see how this plays out in about 60 seconds or so when they start to expire.
And I'm just wondering that the kind of like the previous 2 matches, the teams were executing the same strategy. Of course, the first game was more even than the second. But I'm just wondering now, when we have this like a more disruptive situation building up, I think it's like a very fair last game of the series, because this is like a problem which both need to solve, and we see something different, and kind of like the team which solves the problem better will be most probably getting the victory. So I think it's definitely deserved how they will, you know, change the gameplay, how well will they adapt to the current situation. Of course, the first bale is a significant lead for Fermius already. But I do have a feeling that there's really like the feeling of a last game of the series. So whoever's going to win it, it's going to be very well deserved.
I think My Insanity is trying to take advantage here because they're loading some bales onto the belt as they're getting ready. They need to deliver the grain though, because these are going to go in.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to get maybe 1 or 2 of those scored with the extra points.
Yeah. And they are unloading at the same time, so that's going to be definitely a couple points more coming for them. They managed to get 1 with 2.2, I think 1 with 2.4 multiplier, so that is about...
Yeah, good moment.
Yeah, 2 to 6 points extra in total. Okay, maybe 4, 5, 6, something like that. But definitely, that is something they need to catch up on Vermeers, and that is exactly how you do it. And if they can close that gap, maybe those, if they got 6 points extra, I need to calculate this. Yeah, that's gonna close those missing points. So now the gap is just 1 bale exactly when you calculate the first bale differences. So basically, those extra points are gonna be about the same. It's gonna mean that they don't have to deliver 2 bales to come over Fermiers. Just with 1, they're gonna be tied. So that's basically 1 bale in total.
Yeah, I mean, that even if My Insanity doesn't win this round, that was one of the smartest usages of the silo close and the drop. Like, they timed that nearly to perfection. The only way they could have improved it better was if they could have delivered the grain slightly faster, because that first one went in at just 20 points. But all those little bit of extra points could be the difference at the end. Now, it could not have an impact at all depending on how the rest of the round plays out, but you often see teams go for these drops, but they're not ready to capitalize on them. That time, My Insanity waited slightly longer before they went and claimed it, so their silo close lasted slightly later than Vermeer's did. It didn't backfire on them to wait because Vermeer's wasn't able to get an advantage. And now you're looking at My Insanity actually has a slight disadvantage in the multiplier at the moment. PB is lurking and ready to collect the super drop meanwhile. My Insanity in the lead by 18 points. And it's just, you got to be smart in those kind of moments. And what is that? Bottom boost as the super drop out there in the distance?
Yes.
Indeed it is. This could be a big moment. It looks like Hayden is going to get it for Vermeer's, and that means 21 points.
Yeah.
And they can just put these into the bottom and get 21 points per here.
Yeah,
L Road's bumping into the side of the barn door there, but this is a good moment now for Vermeer's to flip it back in their favor.
Yeah, 5 out of 10 for combo as well. But, it's going to be My Insanity immediately putting something in as well. So this will be interesting to see. Definitely Vermeer's, for a while, I think that My Insanity, they made the right trick. They managed to gain the lead, but now Vermeer's with that super drop going to turn the whole situation completely upside down. And we can see that L Roads, that's an easy task to get those bales in. The bale count, by the way, at the same time is pretty much even. 11 to 13. So My Insanity, yes, they do have the bales. They're going to be getting something more. 3 minutes remaining. So somebody needs to start working with the bales. You have to start putting those on the belt, especially when they are scattered across the whole area. So there's no clear one single line or a stack of bales which you can just start working with. You have to be collecting them separately, and that's going to take a bit of time. So PB is going to be coming with those 3 bales, and I don't think he has the time to leave from that area anymore because he really needs to start doing that work. At the same time, Vermeer's also the caravan is coming here. We can see Hayden, Signis, and they will just deliver the bales. The lights are on, as we can see as well, even though it's sun is shining and it's a beautiful weather. The birds are on the sky, but still, every time when you have a machine that you can drive, there's no way that you can have enough LEDs. You always need more of them.
Yeah, LEDs are fun. For sure.
Yeah,
it's
that's
all
what the
about
lights are
the
made
style
of.
and the fanciness. I would like to, Vermeer's having this advantage now pretty much wipes out that moment that My Insanity had where they scored a few extra points, because now for every single bale, Vermeer's is getting 2 extra points. And with My Insanity trailing here, it's going to be hard for them to make up this difference. They're going to have to deliver several more bales now in total into the top of the barn over what Vermeer's is able to do. Minute 40 to go. There's a lot of bales sitting there for Vermeer's. Can they get them all in? We'll find out. It's only a 9-point lead now, and in fact a 10-point lead for My Insanity despite the disadvantage. And they have a lot of bales around the barn too. PB is stacking them really well at the moment. 6-point lead for My Insanity. This one's too close to call yet again, Copter. It's going to be a fun finish.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. There's more bales for Vermeer's, but how many they can actually get in, how many they will shove on the first floor. So, yeah, it's going to come all the way to the last seconds. Yeah, we can see the LEDs. They are still on, definitely. We can see the action even better. I love when they put the the working lights on. That's even better when you get the orange light a little bit on that place as well. But now Vermeer is 590. My Insanity, they need to do something about it. So we can see L Roads putting the stuff on the belt. 600 already for them. We don't see the counter coming from My Insanity yet, but there we go. PB is there. And this is, this is not looking good, to be honest. There's 2 bales, yes, but where are all the other bales? He can't be putting anything on the belt, and they have to start showing it on the first floor. And Vermeer's, they have the same amount of bales, so I don't know if My Insanity actually has the time or the bales to win that one anymore. But there's going to be 20 seconds. You can still put those 2 there. They should be able to go inside. It's going to go very close, but at the same time, Vermeer's 5 bales remaining, and they have gained more points as well. That's going to be 640 when they are all the way up there, and we can see that Vermeer's, they're trying to drive all the way in. They seem to be getting the better half, but they're going to be dropping a couple of them. It's going to go very close, but in the end, Hayden comes with the rescue, and he's going to secure the series for Vermeer's Flamboyance. Oh boy, what a series.
That was great. I mean, it came down in the end, 104-point win
Oh,
for Vermeer, so it didn't look all that close. That bottom boost definitely helped them because without that, they probably have several bales left sitting around the barn at the end of the round. So that was a huge moment for them and a good reaction to my insanity taking that first round and won back-to-back games did Vermeer's, and they're moving on to yet another final. Will it be a rematch with Trelleborg or will it be a matchup with Bednar? We'll find out after we have this short break in a moment. But man, Maddie, these last two matchups have been amazing. We've still got two more to come today.
yeah. I mean, two series in a row, going to the third game, and so tied with the first two games. So definitely, I mean, you're getting all the excitement for the money, and that definitely. I hope that the people have been enjoying the matches as well, because we have definitely been enjoying them.
Thanks everyone that's been joining us. Thanks for all the love and for sharing the stream around and for the conversation on Twitch and YouTube. It's much appreciated. These two guys right here, the German casters, they're having a good time over there. We're having a great time too. We're hoping that you're having a good time. Get up and stretch and come back in about 3 minutes. We'll have the next semifinal. See you then. All right, we're back. And it's a shame, really. We only have two matches remaining this weekend. Online tournament number 4 of season 4 has been an absolute awesome time. The only thing we've been missing is Virtual Farmer this weekend, who I hope is having a lovely holiday wherever he may be, and he should be back with us next month. With only 2 tournaments remaining after this one, there's definitely a lot to think about, because for Firmer's Flamboyance now, this victory means that they're putting an even further gap on the teams behind them in second place. So they are kind of making that second place in the standings their own at the moment. And at the end of this regular season, the places matter, because that's where you're going to get seeded, and it'll give you, on paper at least, easier matchups early on in the tournament. At the moment, we're going to look at replays here in about a minute, but we're going to have Trelleborg against Bednar in the other semifinal, and that one is going to be an important one as well. But Maddie, what do you think about the match we just saw, Fermiers against My Insanity? It really could have gone either way, but Fermiers showing their quality in the end.
Oh boy, what a series. I'm still stunned about the whole series. I mean, it was My Insanity defeating the first one, Fermius fighting back, and then claiming the victory on the last one. And we really saw on that series how the smallest things can make a difference. Sometimes these matches are like that at the end, the gap is a couple of 100 points, and, a lot of things happen that it's sometimes a bit unclear. Because there's so many things going on, that what actually made the difference, how they managed to get 200 points more than the others. But this time we really were able to see and pinpoint the moments when those small changes happened, which actually turned the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, this first one especially was a really close one. We're seeing the highlights now from it. My Insanity right away grabbing the Harvester from their opponents, and now we're having to look at Fermier's lovely bit of stacking here, and the Baylor coming in with those. That one's going to fall off, so not the best stacking, but still. Cygnus doing the little nollie there, little nose grind with the tractor. He rejected by the drawbridge. But yeah, these 2 teams put on a great show, and My Insanity to be, pretty happy, but also kind of like a bittersweet moment for them, because they were right there on the doorstep of moving on into the final. It just wasn't to be.
Yeah, I mean, and Fermius, of course, when they get the place on the finals, so at least they're gonna. That's for sure that they're gonna keep the second place. I don't think that, unless, of course, we will see on the second semi-final that Trelleborg is gonna be losing it, and somebody else gets to the grand final and manages to win the victory. Then, of course, the situation is different. But for now, Fermiers, they are looking very strong on the overall circuit points as well. So this is gonna be strengthening the current gap to the others behind, most probably.
Here's the back-to-back Baylor rejection by Jan against Fermier's Flamboyance. It ended up not costing them or not helping them in the end. The bail points picked up by Fermier's there, and this second round, I really thought My Insanity still could have pulled it off at this point of the game. But in the end, Fermier's was able to get it done, and I think My Insanity just ran short of time to be able to get all of their bales delivered into the top.
Well, still going on with the replays. We didn't have that many mistakes on this series. This is the wet bale. Somebody said that it's like a Weetabix. The morning, it's not a cereal.
Those
but
2 fail off as well. Not great timing for those to fall off. And then I didn't notice that PB actually clipped Jan's bales that he had on the front and took one off as well. So not a smooth end to that second round for My Insanity. And then not a great start for My Insanity in this third round, as they fell very far behind on the first bale. They were, several seconds. They weren't even pressing a bale yet when Fermiers was already at the barn about to score the points.
Well, anyways, great performance. A couple of the jumps happening. We didn't see any that close calls. That's a small. I think we saw that from the different angle during the game. So tried to go for the bridge, but just didn't calculate the turning trajectory completely properly, and hit the kind of the pole on the bridge. But there we go. That is the final ending. Hyde and climbing all the way and just making sure that they will still get those 42 points from those 2 bales. So that's how the series went. And yeah, like I said multiple times, a great series, great farming simulator esports when you can actually see when they're going neck to neck, very even teams, and they're fighting these small things here and there to gain the lead.
Yeah, and well, for Vermeers, it's their third final now. They've made a semifinal that they lost to Bednar, who are about to play Trelleborg in this next semifinal. That was the first tournament of season 4. Tournament number 2, they made it to the finals and lost to Trelleborg. And in fact, I'm wrong. Last time around they were knocked out by My Insanity in the semifinal as well. So they've made one final. They've been in the semifinal several times, but they get a chance again to play either Bednar or Trelleborg and try to, exact some revenge on them. I would have to say, I'm sure that Vermeers is hoping that Bednar will be their opponents, because that would mean that they could close that gap by 20 points or more over Trelleborg at the top of the table. But I don't know what to say here other than like Bednar needs to bring their A game. I don't think they are in the semifinal, and rightfully so, this weekend. But I would say that their last performance in the quarterfinal, they had a few mistakes that if they make here are gonna, prove to be even more costly against a team like Trelleborg.
Yeah, and we have seen Trelleborg. I mean, we know how good they are. We don't have to talk about that. So it's gonna be really a hard game for Bednar. They like you said, they have to bring the A game to be able to win or be close with the points, because Trelleborg, every time when they play, especially on the later stages, they are always like finding the ways. They are so good on adapting on the situations at hand that they are definitely the strongest opponent that to beat. And I have no hints for Bednar, because I don't know myself. Like I don't know the secret formula how to beat Trelleborg, to be honest. And I really hope that somebody else has it at some stage.
Yeah, we were just joking with JK in chat during the previous round that maybe the best way to disrupt them is to serve them food right before they're supposed to play. From the sound of it, he was talking about how he wanted to have pancakes at the next event. This is interesting. Trelleborg are going with the Russell Mash 161 Combine. We don't see this harvester used a lot, but something interesting about this harvester, Maddie, and then they switch it at the last second. They're just trying to mess with this. The Russell Mash ignores weeds, though. The only downside to it is that it has a really small grain tank. So you never see it used, because the grain tank is so small in comparison to the rest of the combines that it ignoring weeds doesn't really make up for the size of the tank. So I would have been surprised if Trelleborg locked that in, and I think Wooler was just trying to mess with us a bit.
Yeah, they have done that on the past as well. And regarding the food, I mean, somebody said that for the next event I need to bring my food van to the event. Like do they actually imagine that, first of all, I do have a van that I can, cook inside, and secondly, getting the van all the way from Finland. I don't live on the Central Europe, so I have to like take a ferry and take the boat to Germany and drive all the way from there, depending where we're gonna be going. So it's gonna be like a long journey. So if we're gonna have any kind of a food challenges happening, I will definitely just revert to the local kitchen and use the equipment there. I hope that's a little bit easier, definitely for me.
Cakes by Copter would be a good name, though. It'd be a good side thing for you, to do if you ever want to do it. But I agree with you. Let's leave it to the professionals. We'll talk about FSL, and I will let a professional cook a pancake over you any day. No offense, Maddie.
Yeah, I can tell you a secret as well. At the same time, I've been talking with Jenny, and I just gave her the lyrics of yesterday, and she's already practicing, so everything is running smoothly.
Okay, all right. You heard it here first. Here we go. the second semifinal of the day. Trelleborg against Bednar is kicking off. Doesn't look like we really have any battles. Okay, there's the battle for the ideal. That one usually is being battled for. Wooler, it looks like he's battling his own teammate, Beatmaster, there. He's like, no, I want the ideal. Get out of there, Beatmaster. That's for me. And here we go now. The teams are starting to kind of set off. Looks like we're going to be pretty closely even on the pressing of this first bale. JK is right there behind Wooler. And here goes Ventold now with the John Deere baler. And I would imagine, from what we've seen previously, that Trelleborg are going to go with the drive-by baling, the little flick, and Ventold will take the safer approach.
Yeah.
So let's see how this ends up playing out. If JK can time this right, they're going to have maybe just a slight advantage. It is a risk to do the drive-by if you miss it here. And 133 for JK. It's going to be, what, 131, 130 actually for Ventold in the end. So good play there by Bednar to keep it close early on, and plenty more time to go.
Yeah, not much of a difference on the first bales. Of course, that is not the 150 that everyone's going to be expecting from Trelleborg. So it's going to be just a 3-point difference, but it's still it is still a lead, an early lead. We can see the grain numbers just growing for both of the teams, about the same pace as well. So we don't see much of a change happening there. So let's see. I mean, Bednar is definitely so far keeping up with the pace, but we have only done a couple minutes, so anything can still happen. We are so early stages of the first round of this lineup or the matchup. But yeah, let's see how it's going to continue. We can see Ventold just moving the trailer a little bit. Got to go and pick up some grain from Hyper, so we can see that the harvester will start unloading it. Wooler and JK are doing the same already. Nicely side by side, just enjoying the scenery once again. I mean, this is life. This is the farming life.
JK has accepted my challenges and has responded in chat while playing, but I would say that it looks like speech to text. Maybe because of the way JK was written out. But my goodness, what a showman over here. From Trelleborg in the middle of a semifinal.
No, I think he wrote it down and then just pressed enter while he was playing.
That could be too.
Yeah.
Let's hope he focuses on the rest of the game too. Imagine if I'm the downfall of Trelleborg in this round. He might get no more typing, no more distractions, JK. Here they go now. JK's going to deliver some grain to the silo. And speed limit picked up by both teams, meanwhile.
Yeah. We can see JK unloading. Maybe now he has the time to type something on the chat at the same time, because that is a couple seconds that he can definitely use. Hopefully no issues while alt-tabbing, for example, from the game to the window, or maybe he has a different computer for it, but it is doable. You never know. I mean, these guys are pretty well doing on the game, and I wouldn't be surprised if they handle the other computer tricks that well as well. Ventold will go unloading as well, so we can see that the multiplier is going back and forth, but should be ending up with quite similar numbers, depending, of course, how far, for example, Bednar wants to take it, but they're gonna leave it to 2.0. They will not go over it, and now they will start collecting more. So they don't wanna wake up the bear and put it on the on a higher side, because that might be kind of like provoking an action from Trelleborg's side. So they're just gonna leave it on 2.0 for now.
Yeah, sometimes that is the last thing you want to do, that's for sure. We are about 2.5 minutes from the 8th minute drop. That could be the next moment where things start to, take shape. Maybe a team can get an advantage here. But so far, so good for both of these teams, matching each other pretty much like for like. Only 3 points difference in the first bale. And as of yet, neither team has pressed a second bale.
I think that the whole chat challenge that we just spoke, so if JK actually manages to do that during the game, I think the next one is that he needs to eat pancakes at the same time as playing and type on the chat at the same time as well, and then we need a picture as a proof. But
yeah, that's what we
do
need proof. We need proof.
Definitely. definitely. Proof is always needed. Picks or it didn't happen. That's the thing. But anyways, we can see the game is going to move forward. Still the same amount of points, so the 3-point difference is there. We can see Trelleborg actually pressing the bales as Bednar still staying with 0. I'm imagining that's going to change pretty soon. But yeah, no movement on that front for now. We don't see the counter going up at all. 9.5 minutes, so probably are going to be waiting for the 3-minute mark until we see something done with those 30k of grain. Because there is definitely a reason why they are collecting it, and we can see Bednar collecting a little bit more than Trelleborg currently. So we'll see how it's going to play down in the end. But we have seen that Trelleborg, they don't even need the belt if they want to win a game. We saw that happening
Right.
yesterday. They were just, oh, we're just going to, use the lower door, and then we're going to, I mean, we didn't see it yesterday, but they have been wiggling with the telehandlers. Okay, tossing, but then also they can reach it from the right next to the barn doors. They can try to show it in. We have seen that happen in JK. There's something which is very uncharacteristic of him. Actually, yeah, he was definitely typing at the same time. And we do have a slight delay on the stream, so now we have to see if there's going to be something happening in a minute on the chat. That is what we are, of course, hoping to see. But yeah, actually, I'm just hoping that he's actually focusing on the game. Of course, we are just making funny jokes when we shouldn't be making it. And I know that not all the people like it, but yeah, chill Sunday, and when you have Trelleborg on the server, of course we need to make a thing about it.
Well, I think the important thing to remember is this is an esport. It's competitive at the end of the day, but it's also still a video game, and fun is the #1 goal.
It's
I know
simulator.
some people earlier were saying this is no longer farming. It shouldn't be a thing. It's goofy or whatever. But my argument is that Farming Simulator, even as a base game, it is a video game at the end of the day. So if you want to play it serious, then by all means do it that way, but don't encroach on what other people want to do, whether it's in the esport or the regular game experience. Bale multiplier and grain multiplier in the 8th minute, that's like a double whammy. What do you go for? Trelleborg's gone with Bale multiplier. And let's see what Bednar are going to go with. Which Trelleborg, that's a smart move because they're already putting bales onto the belt. So this is going to be a significant amount of extra points here. 40 points per bale at the moment. They've got a 2.7 to 1.3 regular multiplier in their favor at the moment. And then the bale multiplier on top of it. Bednar has gone with the grain multiplier. So basically what's happened here is Trelleborg's gone for the short-term boost in points. Bednar is going for the long game and long-term improvement in points. So this should give them the multiplier advantage the rest of the round, but has the damage been done already with the bale multiplier for Trelleborg?
I mean, they had 47k of grain, and with that multiplier, I think they should be able to even break the belt. But yeah, it's 3.3 for now for Bednar, so they are just having a short break, as we can see that they're moving the grain away from the harvester, should be starting to unload it. So let's see how far it's gonna take them on the multiplier. Now they're gonna start unloading it. I think they can definitely stop the belt. I think that's gonna be just enough to do so. Still 5k remaining, but yeah, they're gonna leave it on 1.2 from whatever reason, or maybe they have a short break and just unloading from the other harvester, and that is exactly what they're doing. So let's see if they can actually stop the belt completely, and then we'll see once again. Yeah, there we go. We see the great gameplay coming from Trelleborg. Can they do the same, that they can actually play with the broken belt 6 minutes on the end game, and just get the enough points as they need to by playing it on the first floor, and then doing the tricks maybe with the by driving on the belt, and something else regarding the agricultural
really,
ballet.
Because you're getting 10 points into either part of the barn with the multiplier at 1, so you might as well just put them all in the bottom. I would imagine that Trelleborg are now going to stack them up and try to get some combo points at some point. They're only 5 away from a combo now. But this is interesting. They have a lead, 305 points at the moment. But this kind of a disadvantage in the multiplier with still 5.5 minutes to go, and Bednar could easily start to close this gap now.
Yeah, but they still need a lot of points, 300 points behind. And every time when you have such a big gap, even though when you have the multiplier on your side, especially when you have an opponent like Trelleborg, it's not going to be easy. That's going to be 40 points of Wooler, just pushing them in, collecting more points. But no, basically by putting 10 bales on the belt, they could close the gap, and there we go, couple bales inside. That is 90 points moving in, but it's, of course, it is very slow. Buller tries to make on the other side, and that's, I mean, I definitely saw some glimpses of youth on that jump, like, you know, with the with all the energy which the young guys have these days. They're gonna be trying to jump on the other side. Sometimes they make it, sometimes they don't, but yeah, it doesn't cost much of a time, to be honest, so it's completely fine. I don't think that's gonna be a game changer on this current match.
Man, I really don't know what to expect. Did Trelleborg have enough of a lead here? The good news for Trelleborg is that there isn't like a massive gap in the amount of bales at the moment now. No one really is better than Trelleborg in the FSL than getting just, you know, a lot of bales. They hold the record for most bales in a single match this season. In fact, they hold all the records now. The most bales that they had previously coming into this weekend were 53. I think we saw them get 57 yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
They've picked up bale withering. Meanwhile, it was only for one bale, but that'll help, you know, delete one for Bednar now. So that's 20 points, or 30 points rather, off the board for Bednar. And with 3.5 to go, they are closing that gap a bit. But is it going to be enough? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, still 3.5 minutes remaining, but they have managed to close that with 100 points so far. So they're doing something there. And I mean, I see no reason why they wouldn't be able to do so. But then on the other hand, I'm just wondering, like, what kind of a tricks Trelleborg still has on their sleeves, as they are actively, of course, collecting. They need to get those points. They can basically only just get the 10 points. So either it's just hard work, a lot of hard work, or maybe a combo if they can pull one off. But the Bednar also need to be delivering the bales all the time, so there shouldn't be that kind of a gap on the on the flow of bales for the Bednar side. The Trelleborg could be able to get that combo unless they have like some super fast execution to get 10 bales at the same time inside. And that is another 90 points for Bednar. Those gotta go inside. The last one's gonna be a bit on the side, but I think it's gonna go just right in. And Trelleborg knows that they have to hurry as well. So there we go. Five more bales coming in. JK is gonna be changing the duty. Slight jump, no mistake. Will just continue, and they will just do the job. It's gonna be which they need to do.
Yeah, I think Bednar can do this if they get them all delivered into the top. I think that the 20 extra points per bale would be enough to make up the difference. Right now, if they get them all into the top, they've got what, 420 points out there at stake, whereas Trelleborg only have 110 points. So they'd be looking at like 768, whereas Bednar would be well into like the 800-900 range.
Yeah.
So with 1:40 to go, Bednar could pull this off in the first round.
They can, because I mean, I was checking the clock, and it took like 1 minute and 30 seconds, so 1.5 minutes for Bednar to close the previous 100. So they still have the time to be even with Trelleborg, and if they will still at the end battle on the belts, they shove the same amount of bales inside and got some of them on the second floor, they definitely should have a fair chance. They will take the lead with these bales. I mean, Trelleborg, they have 17 bales, and I want to see that 1 minute, the last 1 minute that's going to be starting right now, how they will get all of those in. That's going to be very busy time. I mean, if they would be playing ice hockey, I wouldn't want to be the goalkeeper who's going to be trying to hold down the barn doors, definitely, if Trelleborg will come with all those 70 bales at the same time. But yeah, it's going to be a 60-point lead, more than 60 point, 80-point lead almost for Bednar already. And now Trelleborg, they need to do, I mean, we have seen Trelleborg losing single matches, but we haven't seen them losing complete series of matches. And yeah, there we go. Buller, let's have it.
This could make a difference.
I mean, that is how I eat pancakes. Let's get that inside.
There it is, the Bale-tastic. They needed that.
The combo comes in.
That might win it.
The lead coming for them, and Bednar just 5 points away. 20 seconds remaining. More bales are coming inside. They cannot get the next stage of the combo.
Oh, it's
just
so
15
close. There's
points
the win
behind.
for Bednar on the belt, though.
Coming in. It's gonna go inside, but it's gonna be 15 points for Trelleborg. Hyper's gonna be putting the last bales in, and they gotta get it. They get a combo at the same time as well, and in the end, they will get it done.
Oof. Wow. Good job, Bednar. Great round from them. And for Trelleborg, taking the Bale multiplier at the moment, it seemed like a good move because they were scoring 40 points per Bale. But the problem is that only lasted for what, a minute, Maddie? And then for Bednar, they chose Grain multiplier, and that affected the multiplier in their advantage for the rest of the round, and they were able to make up that gap. Without that bonus 50 points, Bednar would have won by an even bigger margin, and Bednar showing why they are in the top 4 of the standings of the Farming Simulator League, and they are one win away from finally dethroning Trelleborg in this season. Trelleborg have won all 3 tournaments so far this season and now have to win back-to-back games to keep that streak hope alive.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why Trelleborg actually didn't go for the grain multiplier, because I think it's kind of like no-brainer to go for it on a situation like that, to be honest. But also, I mean, maybe Trelleborg wants to see. I mean, we have seen them winning with the different kind of strategies, so they want to try if they can actually make that work. But one thing is for sure. I mean, they have now taken a hit, and they can't take huge risks, especially with the drops like that on the upcoming matches. And I haven't counted, but I think it's like just 1 or 2 games which they have lost. Of course, they have won the series in the end, so this is
Right.
definitely a great achievement from Bednar so far.
Yeah, it is for sure. Now, though, the question is, what does Trelleborg do in the second game? Because we've seen them, like you said, lose games, but we haven't yet this season seen them lose a matchup, and they always seem to bounce back even stronger. So, will it be the same case here? I'm not so sure, but Bednar very easily, if it, with a performance like that again, could win this thing and move on to the final to
Hmm.
face Fermier Flamboyants, who are sitting and watching this one and waiting to see who their opponent's going to be.
Imagine if Trelleborg would not make it to the finals. I mean, okay, that is one thing, but I mean the significance of the final for the teams actually making there, because they have so much at stake there. So it would be nice to see actually happening. But now we have the second game starting up.
I just want to
If
say something if it does happen. Alex has been, Virtual Farmer has been a part of all of the seasons of the Farming Simulator League.
Yeah.
Trelleborg have won back to back championships with him doing the casting, and they haven't yet lost a tournament this season. So if Trelleborg go out here, then they can blame Alex, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Alex has been quite much away. He wasn't at FarmCo. Now he's missing from the broadcast as well. So yeah, like I said yesterday, I'm kind of like missing him definitely.
Yeah,
But
definitely
we'll we'll
missing
we'll
him.
we'll get him back as soon as his family is gonna be letting go. So it's not a problem. But the second game is just about to start, and I'm just wondering. I don't think that Trelleborg is going to be allowing to let their belt be stopped on the next one. We saw the results
Yeah.
of it, so I think they have to be play more careful with the grain, or come up with something else. Maybe we'll see Unstoppable being actually picked by them, but I don't think that they're going to make that much of a difference to the strategies. But that is one thing that we could see, and if that happens, then it's definitely a sign that they are taking this very seriously, this loss.
Yeah. And JK in the chat is saying I think that was their 4th loss of the season. It's definitely right around that number. I feel like no one would know better than the team himself. In the first tournament, they lost a game to My Insanity, the second one of the best of 3 in the quarterfinals. So that's one of them for sure. There's been a few around there, but yeah, no one as of yet has been able to string together 2 out of 3 wins against Trelleborg. So
Mm.
can Bednar do it? I think they can if they bring their A game here. Trelleborg, though, has become known for bouncing back from these kinds of moments and playing an even more solid round. So the thing is, if Trelleborg didn't have that multiplier disadvantage for so long, they scored so many bales that if they would have had those extra points, then we probably would be talking about a different result.
Yeah, that is true. The multiplier definitely, and in the end, the drop which they picked, that was the one that cost them the victory there. And like I said, they don't want to do the same mistake twice. At least I hope so. And there we go. We have the bans and picks, nothing that special. So now we're going to be heading for the explosive start. And on the last game, I said that the first bale wasn't really reflecting what I was expecting from Trelleborg, because they are still putting the 150-point first bale as a benchmark, and they were actually quite far away from all of their previous first bales, to be honest. So now we'll see if they will do something differently on the second try. They were challenging each others on the pads on the last game, so kind of a bit of a mix-up going on. So let's see how this is going to go down. We can see Ventil going for the same pad for the John Deere baler, which also Trelleborg wants to have. Who's going to win the reverse? And it seems to be Trelleborg, so they will claim that right in front of Bednar. And now we can see Beatmaster going for the ideal, so he's going to start harvesting. We should get the baler on the backside of it. Let's see how the first bales are coming in. And Ventil, yeah, is that another battle? Yeah, they're gonna steal another harvester, baler in front of him.
Yeah, that's a good bit of disruption by Trelleborg. They also were able to grab the second ideal off the pod as well.
Yeah, there we go. And we'll see how the first bale is going to be building up. But we'll just have to wait and see until the countdown timer goes down. And then, of course, we have a shortish pause as we are just about to get the refresh on the video feed. We can see JK putting 137 just in time, and Ventil is going to be a little bit later. So this time it will be Trelleborg who's going to claim the early lead with that bale. And now we can see Bednar coming, very slowly coming in.
I think, did he end up having to go to the other side and get their reserved baler, or did he grab one on that far side? I'm not sure, but either way, a lot better start to the round for Trelleborg. This is going to be a huge difference in first bale points in a must-win game for Trelleborg, too.
That is the third baler he went to. So the first two were stolen right in front of him. And then this is the third one already. So let's see, this is going to be 100. What? 95?
Oof.
So that is more than 2 bales as an advantage for Trelleborg. And now if Trelleborg can just, manage the multiplier, get the decent amount of points from each bale, it's going to be very hard for Bednar to come around to see this game of the series. But of course, anything can happen.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go, but Trelleborg have to be liking this start, and they definitely have come out strong in this second must-win game. Having a look at JK now grabbing the grain from his teammates. Beatmaster running the second ideal here and emptying it into the Horsch Titan. We're seeing Chose and Ventil, meanwhile, for Bednar on the bottom portion of the broadcast, doing the same thing. I think that it's going to be a different story. Bednar are going to have to find a different way to win this time around, because the multiplier is likely not going to be in their favor this time around.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, but I mean, we saw on the previous game as well that they collected about the same amount of grain, but then the multiplier drop was kind of like which turned the whole situation upside down. So we have still all the possibilities, but of course I see no reason why somebody would make the same call, especially when we have seen how huge impact it had on the end game as well. So I don't think that Trelleborg is going to do the same again, and I don't see that Bednar will be going for the same play which Trelleborg did on the last one. So unless of course there's something like completely nuts happening, but we are assuming that it's going to be like a normal round. But there we go. It's the grain collection time, and we can see Bednar having 40k, so Trelleborg not having as much. They have, of course, unloaded a bunch of it because the belt has been stopped for Bednar already. So that's going to be now Trelleborg doing the same in a very early game, actually. So that's now Bednar, they just need to get the belt back moving. That is what they want to do. But a very early unloading of grain for Trelleborg, which Bednar was not really prepared for it. But they don't have the bale, so it's not going to make a difference. They have the time to kind of like change it. So now we just follow and see how far the teams want to take the grain game. I think one of the factors of the grain game is like how far you want to take it, because I mean, you can still go back on the fields, even get a third patch if you want to, and it all the way comes down that you need to find the balance, like when to stop
Right.
and start doing something else.
Well, and also I think like Trelleborg delivering it this early makes Bednar have to think about delivering it as well. The other point is once you get a full load this early in the game, if you don't go empty it, then your harvesters are going to be full pretty soon, and then you might start wasting the grain. So there's so many factors that come into it when you start thinking about it. Because here we go now, JK's ready to deliver the second batch already, and we're just now hitting the 10th minute mark. So 5 minutes into the game, and we've already had this is going to be 60,000 liters of grain now that Trelleborg have brought in. Ventel, meanwhile, is trying to gather some as well, but Bednar are at a disadvantage because they don't have two ideal combines. So the difference between that John Deere and the ideal is 3,000 liters of grain extra that Trelleborg are coming away with every time.
Well, 1.5 minutes, and then we'll see what's gonna be on the drops. In a way, I'm kind of like hoping that there is like something disruptive on the way. Maybe the silo close would be nice to see, because we saw what happened. Oh, JK. I wouldn't dare to do that, especially while chatting.
Right.
Oh, that is
They
a
do
scary
have a
move.
slight advantage already, Trelleborg, in the
Yeah.
multiplier. And with a minute to go to the 8th minute drops, they left the second load of grain sitting at the silo, and I would assume they're going to wait to see if the grain multiplier drop appears. Let's see if Bednar is going to do the same thing here. Ventel is actually going to go ahead and deliver some of it to get it back to 2-2. That's a smart move because Trelleborg has started pressing bales, so at least get it back to even so they're not getting any extra points scored on you.
And 30 seconds for the drop, so but yeah, definitely Trelleborg leading by that first bale difference, and Trelleborg is still like they still have a plenty of grain, so they can still change the game, and I do have a feeling that we'll see something happening at the later stages. But let's see the 8-minute drops, like I said multiple times, that what they have to offer. If there's nothing regarding the grain, no multiplier, no silo closed, then it's I think then Bednar they have to hurry.
All right, bale drop and speed limit. So neither of the really exciting disruptive ones have popped up, but bale drop for Bednar would be pointless because they don't have any pressed. So if they're going to go for it, I'd imagine that they're going to go for the speed modifier. Trelleborg could go for bale drop, but not really important for them either. Meanwhile, Trelleborg is delivering more grain and increasing their multiplier. Bednar are there and ready to respond back. But I feel like, Trelleborg have more grain overall coming into that exchange there too. So they should come out ahead in the grain multiplier, or in the multiplier count for the rest of this round. They're definitely in a lot better spot with 7 minutes to go than they were last game.
But did you see what Wooler did there? He went to pick up the drop, at the same time he let the tractor to slide and pick the bale. So at the same time he was collecting a bale and collecting a drop.
Skill.
That is definitely
Little flair
skill.
as well.
And now we can see bales going in for Trelleborg. At the same time they have been unloading the grain, so they still have 2.3 or is it 2.4 now, as Bednar is coming back with their grain. So in a way, this is going to be ending up in a 2.0 about, actually, no.
Yeah, no, they have the advantage.
It is. Yeah, Trelleborg will keep the advantage all the way. I already thought that Bednar actually has the grain to come back to 2.0, but once again, I was wrong. So now it's almost, well, it is more than an 80-point lead what Trelleborg has, and no more grain should be coming up from either of the sides. And I spoke earlier about how effective, for example, my Insanity was working on the belt, but I think Wooler and the rest of Trelleborg, they are like, even more consistent and even more effective. So, I mean, if all the stacking and everything works like they should on Trelleborg, this should go on the third game on the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think that part of that is having both
of the ideals, and Bednar being stuck with the John Deere. So 3,000 liters less each time they filled both of their combines, and they delivered it twice. So bringing the combines in and dumping them into the chain as well is, enough to give that difference for Trelleborg. So they're looking good to force the third game at the moment. They had a good start with the first bale. Now they're scoring 6 extra points per bale put into the top of the barn. And with the amount of bales we normally see Trelleborg press, I'm not sure it's going to be doable for Bednar here. They're going to have to get as many bales in as they can. They need several extra at the end of it into the top of the barn. Nothing else will do.
Yeah, it will be complicated because I can see nothing on the stats currently that is really like working on the Bednar side of things. They have less bales, they have less points, they have a smaller multiplier, so it will be hard. I mean, it's not that often when I say something like this on a 4-minute mark or a 5-minute mark, but the history has shown us how well Trelleborg usually manages these. But of course, I mean, anything can happen. I mean, Wooler can just, drop to the water and get stuck, and JK's gonna follow or something like that. Completely nuts. But of course, I'm not expecting it. That bale is gonna be thrown out though. But that is 23 points right there, and they can still deliver it later, so it shouldn't be a problem for them for now. So let's see how Bednar wants to play this down. But they need a lot of bales. That's the fact. They need a lot of bales. They need them fast, and they can't afford any mistakes.
Yeah, they could use the super drop going in their favor as well. If Trelleborg beat them to this drop, it's bale points. 70 points for Bednar it would be. They need this desperately. Trelleborg is making a move for it as well, it looks like, but Chase is going to get to this without much of a challenge. So that evens things up a little bit, but still, is it enough? I'm not convinced at this moment.
Yeah, it's I mean, yeah, it's a 30-point gap, so about the same difference which we had after the first bales. And now we can see Hyper just, putting stuff to build is of course faster. One is going to go on the side, not going to be a huge problem. Meanwhile, on the bale stats, we can see that Trelleborg has been pressing some more, so there's a lot of bales coming in. 17 already waiting. Do they want to get some combo points? Will they do the pancake push? That's another question. But yeah, Bednar, they need everything. They need all the help. They need all the bales. They need everything possible. And if there's a smallish mistake, that drop of course helped a little bit. And if there will be some kind of let's say a mistake from Trelleborg's side, then they have a chance. But but if they actually shove the same amount of bales inside, then I don't know how they can win this. But
yeah,
okay,
still
2.5
minutes.
It's
Close. So it's kind of funny sometimes when there's 3 minutes left and the score is close and we're kind of not writing one team off, but definitely one team looks in a lot better position. But when you factor in the multiplier right now and the fact that Trelleborg have 4 extra bales currently as well, like it looks hard for them to lose this unless they end up driving into the moat and getting some of these bales stuck and not being able to score them at the end. So far so good, and the lead continues to grow, 547 to 420 now. It's going to be 437 for Bednar in just a few seconds. So 110-point lead for Trelleborg with under 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, Bednar delivering some, but the gap is already almost 100 points. And still more bales available for Trelleborg as well. So Beatmaster's going to go back on the fields. Will go and collect more bales to be delivered on the belt. We can see Bednar putting something in, but we can see Trelleborg doing the same. So the gap is going to stay about the same, 105. Now it's going to be increasing, more bales coming in. I mean, something where Trelleborg usually shines is the kind of the late game bale delivery, and that's where Bednar needs to beat them if they want to win this series. For now, on the second game already, and that is going to be hard. We can see that there's no bales at all available next to the belt. And that is, of course, a problem. If you have nothing to shove inside, I don't know how they can do it. There's 8 bales, but yeah, I guess some of them are on the way. Some of them are, just being collected from the field. So even if they put all the bales inside, that's going to be 150 points, and they cannot reach Trelleborg anymore. So yeah,
Yeah.
I can say 50 seconds gone. It is already decided, more or less, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're gonna see Trelleborg maybe, you know, giving a little show to the fans now. Maybe driving up the belt, maybe flashing of the lights. There they come now on right on cue from Beatmaster,
Hell, it
and
is.
this is going to be the third matchup in a row that we're going to see go to the third round, and both semifinals will have gone to the three of the matches of the best of three, and we've got the final still to come after this. One of these two teams, Trelleborg and Bednar, in the third match will have a chance to move on to play Vermeer's Flamboyance for the entire tournament prize this weekend. Tournament number 4 of season 4.
Yeah, there we go. Couple seconds remaining, and the gap is going to be about 170 points for Trelleborg. So they will claim the second game of the series, and they're going to force this to the third game. And we're going to see how that's going to go. But like you said, Kermit, both semifinals going for the third game. We'll see what's going to be happening at the grand finals. But of course, we still do have this third game of the series waiting before that. Kind of like expected from Trelleborg, to be honest. It would have been a huge surprise if they would have been taken away with a 2-0 scoreline by Bednar. That would have been definitely a huge sign of power from Bednar, but it's going to be Trelleborg who's going to be fighting back. And of course, I mean, it seems that the teams and the players, they're doing everything they can that I cannot get my dinner.
If I was Bednar, Maddie, I would be kind of worried just by the like bail count that Trelleborg have been putting up, and like this last round it was only 37. Maybe more so it's the lower bail count that they're putting out on their own. They're gonna need to find a way to press more bails and get them scored, because looking at it, if you removed that grain multiplier and bail multiplier choice, Trelleborg went with bail multiplier in the first round, Bednar went with grain multiplier. It ended up paying off for them in the long run because they were scoring 20 extra points per bail. But if you're matching Trelleborg, or even worse, if you're at a disadvantage in the multiplier like they were that last game, and you can't press more bails than them, you're going to be, having a hard time at getting the victory no matter what else you do throughout the round. So, first of all, Bednar in that second round, not a great first bail. That one put him behind from the start. And then having the multiplier against them too was not what you want to see when you're up against the likes of Trelleborg, for sure.
And we have seen twice today that the early challenges at the pads, when the opponent has taken the, let's say, 2 bailers right under the nose of yourself, and that has always had a huge impact on the first bail on the both occasions. So of course that made a difference on this one. So I want to see how this last game starts, because I mean, Bednar, they need a good bail. They cannot afford losing 30 points on the first bail. So we'll see if Trelleborg wants to pull something similar, or was it just bad luck, bad timing. We'll see. But Bednar, they need a better start for the series. So it's going to be the first minute also very important for Bednar on the last game.
Agreed. I mean, they very well could pull this off, though. Like, the things go right for them. The way they've been playing, they can do it. You just have to be careful that you're not falling behind early and giving yourself a mountain to climb. It's already hard enough as it is. One of these teams, though, Maddie, will move on to the final. One of them will go out at the semifinal stage. The difference between finishing in those two places, a minimum of 20, potentially, if you win the whole thing, 40 circuit points. And then for prize money, a minimum of 1,000 euros missed out on, and potentially 3,000 extra if you win the entire tournament. Still nothing to, be upset about making it to this stage, but still a lot more could be won by either team if they move on.
True. Well, the bans and picks, let's see if we have any trolling happening here. I guess the end result will be the same, but we saw Trelleborg changing the picks a little bit on the last seconds, just to troll a little bit. So we'll see if that's going to happen also in the last series. But in the end, I'm not expecting to have anything huge. One thing is for sure, the telehandlers are being banned, and we will not be seeing the Trelleborg toss, unfortunately. And that would be lovely to see, but maybe they're going to save that for the grand final if they make all the way through, because they will still have to win Bednar. And now the picks are coming in, and they should be pretty much the same as we have seen on the past as well. Bottleneck, Ideal, New Holland. Let's see what's going to be happening on the Trelleborg side. case will be the Baylor instead of New Holland, but otherwise it's the same. And then we have the player picks, and I mean, I think like half of the viewers can already guess at least what's going to be coming up next.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. Hello to Magnetron, who just joined us for the first time, chatter in Twitch chat, but a familiar face for me, a former Beam OG partner, Mixer partner, now Twitch partner as well. Yeah, Magnetron, farming esports is the thing. I'm glad that you've discovered it. Hopefully you fall in love with it like most people do when they tune in for the first time. It's we're in the semifinal. There was a question about where we are in the day, so this is the last semifinal. This is the third match of the best of three. One of these teams moves on to play Vermeer's Flamboyance in the final. Will it be the German team Trelleborg? Will it be the Czech team Bednar going up against the French team Vermeer's Flamboyance in the final? We're about to find out. Copter, everything to play for. What do you expect here? From the get-go, is there going to be more disruption on the pods?
That is definitely one of the key questions here. What's going to happen? I'm also expecting that Megatron is the twin of Megatron from Transformers. But yeah, now we're going to go for the start of the game. We're going to be leaving all the funny stuff besides, because these are the most important seconds. We saw how much difference, and we can see Trelleborg immediately going for all three different gates. We can see Hyper just running with the pass. It's going to be challenging Trelleborg. They're going to be running all the way side by side. Who's going to be getting? It's going to be in the end Trelleborg. They will get the harvester, and the Hyper, he's jumping away like a not so happy man, to be honest. And Jake is going to be getting the Baylor at the same time, just rushing to the field. And we can see also it is the Baylor, the harvester moving in. So they will start already building up the first bale. We can see Ventil getting the John Deere auto. That is the second one they're going to get. I don't actually know how it went because we didn't see that challenge. But this is actually looking good for both teams for the first bale. So I think we do have a pretty even situation with the first bale. Maybe JK having a slight advantage because look how close he is to the bridges. And now he's going to go for it. We don't see the seconds, but it seems to be
a good
140 plus, I'm expecting, if he's going to be doing the toss, chatting at the same time, of course. And he's going to be ejecting the bale already. The toss is going to come. It's going to go.
He missed it.
Not inside. And that's going to give a chance for Ventil because he's coming in. Jake is going to try to push that in. Let's see how well he's going to be doing it. 129. And Ventil should be getting something like maybe, I think the gap is going to be about one bale.
Wow. I mean, that's a huge moment because it could have been, 135 plus, maybe close to 140 if he had pulled off the flick. It's still going to be a nice little lead. It's not going to be as big as the last round, though. No, 17 points. So that's not quite one bale. A lot better than the last round for Bednar. They can make that up. But they need to have a solid remainder of the round now in the final 13 minutes if they're going to move on. Here we go. Welcome everyone that's new to the game. By the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time today and you're wondering what's going on, first of all, welcome to the chaos. It's beautiful. We love it. We hope you love it. But to put it simply, you harvest your grain, you deliver your grain to increase your multiplier. If you look at the top of the screen, you see the scores. There's a little yellow box that shows each team's multiplier. Then you press bales with your baler with the paths of straw, the swaths that have been left behind, and then you deliver your bales to the barn to score points. Any bale after the first bale put into the bottom of the barn scores 10 points. Any bale put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt or otherwise will score 10 points multiplied by your current team's multiplier. There's drops at the 12th and 8th minute, and a super drop at the 4th minute, and a pick and ban phase even at the beginning in case you've missed that. So there's a lot of different strategies and adapting that has to go on to compete at the highest level, and these two teams in the semifinal today are two of the best in the league.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a pretty even situation. The gap is smaller than what we had on the previous match. Of course, Trelleborg having a slight advantage, but it's not as big as it could be. And we can see the 12-minute drops are coming in as well. Just a matter of seconds. We're going to see what's going to be happening with them. We can see Crazy Tool and Herbicide. Let's see if any of the teams do have the timing for the Crazy Tool that they can actually get that working and producing the bales. It's pretty early for it, but it's still doable as JK unloading it already. At the same time, we can see Bednar just collecting more. So yeah, definitely the belt is going to be almost, and not just almost, it's going to be completely taken down from Bednar. And maybe...
It's crazy fast, Maddie, how quick Trelleborg are getting this first load of grain to the barn. I mean, that was nearly 12 minutes, 3 minutes into the game, and they already have 30,000 liters they're bringing in. Bednar not too far behind again, though, and answering back. And luckily for them this time, they have both ideals. Last time, they were at a severe disadvantage for the amount of grain that they could put into their combines. It won't be as big of an impact this time around in the case of Trelleborg because the New Holland holds 400 extra liters compared to that John Deere, but it's still a chance for Bednar to maybe flip this grain multiplier in their favor for this winner takes all round.
Yeah, just have to wait and see where the figures are going to be ending. It is important to follow, to see it, like, that you don't collect too much, you don't collect too less. So it's not that they're gonna all get like just the maximum amount. It's more than that. They're gonna do multiple runs, so you have to have like a, you have to have a feeling like how much you do actually need it. And one thing that I love, I just gotta say, because this whole JK chat joke, which kind of like was started some time ago, and I'm actually the one who has been keeping it up, and everybody on the chat is just blaming you, Kermit.
Yeah. I'll allow it. I work for Giants and you don't, so they can put the blame on me. That's all right.
Yeah.
I get paid full time to take that burden on for the community. So by all means, hit me with it. I can handle it. In fact, we sent this internal thing out within the company, and for the community team, the description is basically like we help bring feedback from the community while trying to maintain sanity or something like that. Like, I feel like that's such a good description of the job, because that is kind of partly how it goes. But I love working for this community. It really is a dream come true. Farming Simulator has been a huge part of my life over the last 10 years nearly now. And I'm truly living the dream, getting to work with this community and work for this community every day. And the Farming Simulator League is one of my favorite things to do too. The casting is so fun. I find this esport just to be so unique and so kind of wholesome. The community around it is great too, just like the base game Farm Sim. So always having a good time when I'm out there doing the work, and looking forward to hopefully getting to see people in person maybe for the final of the season later on in November or so. No clue yet if it will be an in-person event, but it's great that we can still do these online, Copter, but there's just something extra special about an esports event in person, isn't there?
Yeah, I think you just need to move to Europe next time, so that's even better then. It will be easier. But yeah, looking at the current situation, 24 seconds remaining until we have the next drops, and we can see the grain collected for both teams. They're going to be going for the maximum, and they're definitely building the setups once again. So when we see the drops, if there's anything that's going to be affecting, I called it last time, I'm going to call it again. So I'm going to do I'm going to be summoning the silo closed once again. Let's try to get that done.
Conjure by Copter.
And I don't get it this time, so I'm just proving myself. Nah, it's not about luck. It's about just showing that I don't really have the power, so that the people that they cannot really blame me. Because if I really would be getting it for the second time in a row, there would be a lot of angry people on the chat.
They'd be like, okay, what's going on here? Something fishy's happening. 129, 112, still just the first bale in it. We are starting to get the teams pressing bales. I would imagine Ventil's going to go for bale drop here, maybe. Just go ahead and move one of those in. It's got to be the one to go for at this point. Trelleborg, meanwhile, are delivering more grain and getting that multiplier currently in their favor. I would imagine that Wooler is ready to deliver some bales as well. If they could get a few in right now, they'd be getting 27 points per bale. So this is a good moment to start scoring some. In fact, they've gone with bale drop to bring one nearby the barn anyways. There's JK, who probably just was coming back from grabbing that drop, about to bring some bales in. So can they score some of these? Bednar now, though, is responding back and delivering their grain, so it might be left a bit too late. Trelleborg now, though, delivering grain and increasing the multiplier back in their favor. So back and forth we go.
Yeah, now they have the bales, so they want to make sure that they get those early points away from these. And we don't see Bednar actually starting to unload. They do have a lot of grain, 43, but I don't know, somehow I do have a feeling that when they unload all of that, there's going to be a couple of points now coming for Trelleborg as an extra. But when they unload that, it's going to be ending up quite even to 2.0. I don't think that anybody will be having the advantage. So if these couple of points going to come for Trelleborg, that will be a slight advantage, which they're going to keep all the way till the end. If the whole situation with the multiplier is going to end with 2.0. There's a short break for Bednar, but probably going to be just, moving the grain from vehicle to vehicle, going to be unloading it fully in a matter of seconds. And now we can see also Ventil going with 5 bales to make sure that they get some points quite shortly, because Trelleborg, they already managed to put like a 4 bales inside with a slight multiplier, and now the unloading happens and it should be ending about 2.0.
Oh, wow, 2.1 to 1.9, but I think Bednar have a little bit of extra they must need to, like, empty out. Hopefully, for their sake, it's at the silo, and there it is now.
Yep.
So you're right, Maddie, 2 to 2. So it's going to come down to amount of bales now, which is not really an ideal scenario when you're going up against Trelleborg, because they have the record for most bales in a round, and they're constantly pressing around upper 30s to upper 40s mark of bales.
Yeah.
And even higher sometimes.
Yeah. Old dog is learning new tricks. I'm starting to understand this whole grain unloading a little bit better. I mean, I got some help from the chat as well, because I didn't understand all of that.
The chat.
But yeah, definitely I'm loving all the help that I can get, because I'm still the kind of the noob of the casting team, and I'm not like super experienced farming simulator player either. I'm just the hired gun for the event. Okay, hopefully not just that, because I do love the game as well, but I just don't play it as much as some other people. Some people has been asking I should start streaming farming simulators, and maybe that's going to happen at some stage. And you never know.
If we're honest, though, Copter, we hired you for your singing. That's what it was. I mean, when it comes down to it, it was all down to the vocals.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that because I sing so well, you will have some DMCA issues on the channel if I start singing more. So I can't do it. That's a lot of the footage is actually just happening on the backstage. But okay, we're coming off 4 minutes.
Sticking to it.
Okay.
We've got our super drop about to appear, don't we? Let's get back to this game. There's a lot at stake here, more so than your singing career is at stake. The super drop is about to appear. This could be what makes or breaks one of these teams making it into the final. Ooh. It's Lord Baylor, which isn't like that effective in a close game. This would score 2 of your bales that you've already pressed automatically. So for Bednar, for example, it looks like they're going to ignore it. It would have been more worth it if it were bale points, because those are just points, extra points, and you don't have to worry about it taking away from the bales you've already pressed, right? So it doesn't look to me like either team is really concerned about this. In fact, now Bednar is going for it.
Yeah.
And it's 3 bales for them that they're going to score automatically. Ventil taking an interesting approach. He must have known that Trelleborg weren't going to challenge him for it. So that has closed the gap for now, but it's not extra points. It's just taken 2 of their bales away and scored them. So will they have look at the bale count right now, bottom left, 19 to 6. In the favor of Trelleborg, so that is bad news for Bednar.
Yeah, now it's 21 to 6, so it's just increasing. And Wooler is like, is he actually gonna put? Yeah, just
he was
put
trying
it on
to reset the combo.
Floor. Yeah,
yeah.
So Bednar, I mean, they are currently on the lead, but the bale situation is not looking good. But I mean, if they can still produce the bales, I mean, I'm not really questioning can Trelleborg put 22 bales in, because they definitely have the capability. But it's going to be quite busy. So now Bednar is producing more bales. So the situation is, it is interesting. I'm not going to say that the Trelleborg with that amount of bales is going to win for sure. But I'm going to say that Bednar needs to do a lot of work to be able to keep the lead. That's what I'm going to say. So it's hard to make up my mind. And I guess it's even more harder for that. JK started dropping 1 bale on the way. And I saw somebody was actually counting the mistakes JK has made. So that is 1. At least, and there's a lot of bales. We can see at least like 10 bales waiting right next to Trelleborg's belt, so that is definitely a factor which we cannot ignore. And now the lead is going back to Trelleborg by 40 points.
It's probably going to stay that way now, I would imagine. Like, Bednar have put up a great fight here, but I think they're going to fall just short, barring some sort of crazy mistake by Beatmaster when he's coming back with these bales or something else, Trelleborg are looking good to move into on the fourth attempt, their fourth final, and the streak should remain alive for them to win all 4 tournaments of this season. It'll be another rematch in a final against Vermeer's Flamboyance coming up. It's just under a 100-point lead for Trelleborg at the moment now. In fact, over 100 points, 105, even more now, 105. Again, Bednar are answering back, but at the end, they're just going to fall just a little bit short.
Yeah, there's still time, and they still have some bales. I think like a 6 should be lying around somewhere. 5 of them. So yeah, it's I mean, they're doing a great job with stacking. They don't do the mistakes, but they're just gonna run out of bales, unfortunately, because we know how efficient Trelleborg is. And there we go, the LED lights are on. So I guess Beatmaster has gone to the disco mode instead. I'm probably sure that he's going to be listening to heavy music at the same time as he's driving the tractor. And there we go. The bales are just flowing in. And Bednar, they have 7 bales. So with those 7 bales, they can make 140 points. And that's going to be enough for the moment to get tied with Trelleborg. But still 20 seconds to go. We know how efficient the last push from Trelleborg always
look at
is.
that stacking, by
yeah,
the
that
way.
is like an 80 points on that bell, and they all gotta go inside.
Wow.
So I think it's unfortunately it's gonna be a close series though. It's not like a huge victory for Trelleborg, but it seems to be a victory, and there's nothing that Bednar can do about it. The final push comes in. Beatmaster's gonna be pushing Fuller a little bit, and there we go. Trelleborg,
wow.
they will do what is expected, and they will claim it.
Yeah, and they're going to get that rematch, or I guess Vermeer's Flamboyance more so will be the ones viewing it as a rematch from a previous final this season. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think that was the second tournament of the season that they played each other in the final, just going back and trying to confirm that. Yeah, so that one was the final where Vermeer's Flamboyance won the first round, 1,005 to 1,003. It was like super close at the end. And if I remember correctly, Vermeer's did what Trelleborg were just doing, driving up onto the belt and pushing some bales in at the last minute to win. But then they bounced back with a performance where they had a lot of mistakes and only scored 452 points. Trelleborg scored 921. And then in the third of the best of 3, they only got 647 and Trelleborg had 942. So they need to make sure they're scoring at least 900 points or more this time around if they want to come out victorious against Trelleborg at the second attempt in the final. It's going to be an interesting match, though, Maddie, and we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with highlights of the semifinal you just watched. And then we'll have the final for you all. Vermeer's Flamboyance, the French team against the German team, Trelleborg, coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then.
for nobody else. I've got one thing on my mind. I already hear the bell.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are there. We're to the penultimate game now, or the final game rather, in tournament number 4 of season 4. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. We've got a rematch of the tournament 2 final with Vermeer's Flamboyance taking on Trelleborg. And Maddie, I think that Vermeer's will be excited to have this opportunity to, win win a tournament for the first time rather, and have another crack at Trelleborg.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we saw maybe a small crack on Trelleborg on that semifinal. I mean, they lost one game. We didn't get any huge score lines. They didn't go over 1,000 points. I don't know. It feels to me that Trelleborg, they're still on top of the game, but we haven't seen so huge results as we have seen on the past. So I think that now is the best time to beat them.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, if we go back and look at how these teams got here, Vermeer's Flamboyance beat Astragon in round 2 of the play-ins yesterday. Trelleborg beat Valtra. So you're talking about wins against seeded teams within the play-in rounds. And then coming into today, Vermeer's Flamboyance knocked off Sim Game Alliance in the quarterfinal, My Insanity in the semifinal in 3 games. That was a great matchup. And then Trelleborg swept Cortiva in the quarterfinals. Just watched them beat Bednar in 3 matches in the semifinal. But for me, this is what I have to put the challenge down for Vermeer's. If they want to have a chance to win this final, they have to get a minimum of 900 points around, because Trelleborg so far, the lowest that they've had today was 880 points. So if you can get right around 900 or more, you're going to have a good chance at coming out victorious. And we're going to have the highlights here from the previous matchup. Bednar against Trelleborg. Bednar winning this first round, and Trelleborg opting to go for the Bale multiplier. We'll probably see that in a moment. They scored the short-term extra points, but Bednar went for the grain multiplier instead and scored the long-term extra points. So differing strategies, and grain multiplier winning out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the first game was a little bit problematic for Trelleborg in a way, with the ruler's jump here, which, well, kind of like didn't have much of an impact, didn't mess up the gameplay that badly, and just needed to try that going out, or maybe it was planned completely just to do that way as well. You never know, these guys, they are practicing and testing all these things, or maybe they had the idea that they want to, do that on the game as well. The belt was gone on the first game for Trelleborg, so that was kind of like the key factor, how and why in the end they lost the game to Bednar. But and of course the drop, which we saw that they didn't pick, they took the other drop instead of the grain multiplier, that kind of like lost the game for them. And the final pushes, they're always like very good looking for both Trelleborg and also Bednar. Did a lot of work with the final pushes. And there we go. This is the important challenge on the second game. We saw that a lot of equipment was stolen by Trelleborg. I mean, eventually he didn't get the first baler, he didn't get the second baler, which we might see happening here, and then the first bale was just almost next to a disaster, to be honest.
Yeah, this was definitely one of those poke the bear type responses from Trelleborg. I would say right out of the gate, they were disrupting Bednar and getting, 40 plus points ahead
early on in the round, that's hard to come back from no matter who you are, in my opinion, even though there's a lot of the round left to play still. And Trelleborg just really got back, I would say, got back to business after that first round loss. They just became the methodical machines, the Borg that we've come to know and expect from them.
Yeah, it's I mean definitely they're coming back to shape. The endings of the second and the third game, as we can see, they managed to push a lot of bales inside and kind of like make sure that they will get those final points. They didn't need all of those, but of course you want to go for the maximum just in case that there's something special in store on the other side. Some small issues they had, as we can see, Wooler messing with the bales a little bit, but as we can see, he will find a way of collecting at least one of those back and then just start moving them back to the original destination. But yeah, I mean, great matches from Trelleborg, great matches from Bednar, both of these. And I'm just eager to see how well Trelleborg will play. Will they up the game? Because quite oftenly they have been, hiding something. We have seen multiple times on the final that they do something
Yeah.
special there. So yeah, I mentioned that they haven't been getting those 1,000-point games and so on. But I'm just wondering that do they have something special in store? Will they just put like the next gear to the box when they start the next game, the grand final?
And they do know how to pick their moments pretty well. And also, like, especially last season, we saw them a lot of the time saving kind of surprises for those final games. Sometimes they'll pull out new things like the bridge jump when maybe the margin of error is greater. Maybe they have a more of an advantage against the team. I wouldn't expect them to take too many risks here, but they could have something up their sleeve, as they've shown in the past, like you said, and it wouldn't surprise me. Last time these two teams played in the final, like I mentioned, Fermier's Flamboyance won that first round 1,005 to 1,003. So if we get something like that again, it's going to be really exciting. But yeah, I would expect both teams to be shooting for at least 900 points per round. And we're about to get started. So it's a best of 3. You got to win 2 games to win. What's at stake here? You may be thinking to yourself or asking. So the first place winner, the winner of this game, will go away with 4,000 euros. And then circuit points, you'll get 90 circuit points. The runner-up will get 70 circuit points and 2,000 euros. And circuit points are arguably more important in the long run compared to that prize money. Money's good and everything right at the moment, but come the end of the season, you want as many circuit points as possible because where you finish in the regular season will determine where you were seeded for the grand finals in November. So there's only 2 tournaments remaining after this one in September and October. We'll be back on September 10th with the next one. So you're running out of time, really, to get circuit points at this point.
Yeah, that is true. And you have to be, of course, on the top 16 to be able to go for the grand finals. So, definitely some of the teams who haven't made the circuit points at all, definitely the next 2 tournaments will be very important. Of course, the guys already on the, let's say, on the top 5 of the current circuit points, they're going to be quite happy with the situation. They should be already covered to be included on the grand finals. But yeah, if somebody else still wants to make it, there's 2 tournaments of time to make it there. But now we have the, of course, we had the bans already. We have the captain's picks, and I guess they're gonna start it with the quite straight line. And this is how I like them. I mean, this is exactly that they are like mirrored the same picks, going left and right.
Yep, same picks. Not surprised by that. Interesting again that Fermiers are going with a similar approach where instead of banning the telehandlers, they've banned one of the narrow tire tractors that allows you to drive through the grain without slowing down, and then one of the larger tractors in the Voltra. Trelleborg, meanwhile, going for 2 large tractors as well. So the Fendt that Haydn has picked for Fermiers is the only viable heavy tractor left to pick for these teams. JK's gone with the Fendt with the narrow tires and under pressure. So, of course, he's always going to be doing first bale. That could be beneficial, potentially, him picking that. Could we see maybe an attempt to get the 150 first bale? It has a lot of factors that have to play out right. They need the right harvester to spawn on the nearest pod near that small field that's closest to the barn. If it's not the right harvester, it's not going to be possible. And they have to get to it and claim it at first as well. The New Holland's right there. That's not the one they want to hit that 150. And I think that was the Rosselmash or the Massey that's to the left. It looks like the Rosselmash. So they are going to fight for the New Holland. And it looks like Vermeers might get to this. Indeed, they do. So Wooler missing out. And a good start for Vermeers Flamboyance.
Yeah, it's a good start. Of course, JK has the tractor with the narrow tire, so that's going to be very fast. But like you said, they need something else. I mean, definitely harvesters need it as well. You cannot just make the bale with the one tractor with the baler and on the backside of it. So we'll see what's going to come out of this one. But yeah, whatever's going to be the situation, we can see JK now. He's going to go behind Beatmaster, a bit far away. But it's going to be still pretty good. He's going to be disengaging. To remember, it's a very fast tractor with the narrow tires. And the bridges, I mean, it is not close enough to go for 150, definitely. We'll see if he can make it 140, but it's not going to be a bad first pair. We can see Hayden at the same time. He's closer. He has kind of like the right starting point. So we'll see. JK seems to have a slight advantage because he already has the speed and the momentum, and he's going to go from the first bridge. He's going to go, and let's see what kind of a toss we do have incoming. Hayden's going to follow. JK's toss is coming out. He's going to go inside 127. That is quite low, and Hayden missing, well, not missing the bale, just not tossing it in. It's going to be 121, so 6-point difference after the first bale. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting start. Nothing super about it. It's just a normal first bale for both of the teams. So at least we know that there's no huge gap building on the first minute.
I think maybe what happened there is that we saw Wooler on screen at the beginning of the round getting beaten to the New Holland Harvester. But I think off the stream, Vermeers was beaten to a baler, and so that slowed them down. That would be my guess, because Trelleborg still came out ahead in that equation somehow. And yeah, no harm really early on. 6 points can easily be made up throughout the remaining 13 minutes now, and it's time to get down to the grain.
Yes, let's start collecting. That's the normal part. Nicely, Wooler just, almost, I mean, he's so close to the edge. But yeah, just doing a great job, very very sharp driving.
Oh, dumping some grain there on roads.
Yeah, that's something. It's maybe like a 1K of grain dropped there, but in general, the whole situation
you want to
is
keep
so
moving,
even.
Though, so you don't want to stop the harvester, because I mean, a little bit of grain spilt, not really going to miss that. And you can keep going and putting straw down on the field, which is the most important thing at this point of a round, because later on you'll want as much straw down as possible so you can press as many bales as possible.
Yeah, this is looking good. We have the first drops coming in as well, as we can see that there's some hints about them already, and that is bridges lowered and bridges raised.
There you go.
So, yeah, it's, I don't know, it's... it makes a small difference, but you don't have to really run to the barn that heavily at this stage at all, because you might not be, delivering the bales. So they can ignore them. So it's not going to make a big of a difference. So if somebody wants to go there, we can actually question, are they wasting their time at this stage, because they're not going to last forever. So definitely, I think that they will not pick anything out of those.
If you're in the area, then sure, go for likely, I would say, bridges lowered, or maybe you want to do bridges raised if you think your opponent wants to go into the barn at this point. But yeah, not worth it otherwise if you're not driving right by it at this stage of the game. Not the most useful drops in the 12th minute. Both teams even on the multiplier at 2 apiece, so still nothing to separate these two with 11 minutes to go in the first round of the best of 3. The final here of tournament number 4 of season 4, and in fact that minute window went away and neither team picked up a drop. So we continue on. JK is headed over to grab a baler from the look of it.
Yeah, he's gonna go and start pressing the bales. So that is 10.5 minutes on the clock, so it might be a good time to do some bales. We didn't see anything being picked from the drops, and now it's gonna be time to go for the bales, and I'm just waiting to see when the unloading starts, because we have seen like 2 different strategies when it comes to the grain. and from Trelleborg especially, a very early unload of grain has been happening now 2 games in a row. It's not going to be as fast as it was on the last
They've
game.
already done it once. Yeah, both teams have already delivered grain once already at this point of the round. This is their second load.
What was I watching?
Yeah, they evened each other out at one point. It wasn't shown on the screen, so it was easy to miss, but I did see those bars moving back and forth. The action was elsewhere, but yeah, both teams already delivered and already loading up their second bit.
Yeah, I was Googling the pancake recipes at the same time. Sorry, I had my focus
We'll
completely elsewhere.
It was worth it.
Yeah, okay, so they have done the first drops already. So in a way, Fermiers are matching the pace, which we said that Trelleborg is like super
look
fast.
at that! Is
Wooler,
stuck.
it is stuck definitely.
Oh, that is completely stuck. I've never seen that before, Maddie. And this is not a good moment for Trelleborg. Wooler has had to go grab this combine to try to get his tractor unstuck. And the thing is it wasn't worth it in the end because he didn't get to that combine anyways. And now wasting more time because his tractor is completely stuck here.
Yeah, this is a moment that I have seen before. I mean, it somehow reminds me of certain nature pictures, but yeah, let's not go there.
I don't think we're getting a hybrid tractor combine out of that situation. Let's put it that way. And Trelleborg, meanwhile, are delivering more grain at this point. JK is going ahead and putting some bales on the belt. They could score some extra points here. It's a 2.6 multiplier, so it'll be 26 points per bale. Wooler just now finally getting his John Deere 6120M unstuck, but that was valuable time wasted by Trelleborg.
Yeah, meanwhile, we can see Trelleborg, they have unloaded the second batch of grain, and we can see Fermiers doing the same. So Trelleborg has the multiplier for now. And I'm just wondering that if Wooler wouldn't have been busy with that tractor and the harvester, would he have been able to put some bales on the belt to kind of like get some early points when they still have the multiplier? There's still a chance because they have 2.6 as far as I can see. Yeah. But I mean, we can see Fermiers, they have the grain ready. So now we have the drops coming on the 8-minute mark. Let's see what we have there. Is there any multipliers? And if they do have a grain multiplier, no, they have a silo close.
Silo
so
close
that
would
is
be
something.
Huge for Trelleborg right
now. And we can see that they're already coming, and JK is going to go for it without the chaff. He's going to pick that up, and the Fermiers, they will have to sit on that 50K.
Yeah, and now a chance to make up for that moment wasted with the tractor stuck on the back of the combine. Wooler can now bring some more bales in, and they're going to score 26 points per bale. So not a good few minutes for Fermiers, and they've gone with Crazy Tool meanwhile, which is probably not a bad call to try to, increase the amount of bales they have because they've fallen behind in the score. They've fallen behind on the bale count, and Wooler is going to score 3 more about to go in, 3 more on the front. Beatmaster bringing 3 more in. This could be a huge amount of extra points scored here early on in the game in the first round for Trelleborg.
Yeah, and that 50K, I mean, they don't have the multiplier for it, so it should be going pretty much even in the end. There might be a slight advantage for Fermiers after unloading that 50K, but still, these points are huge. Of course, the normal bale points plus those 6 points per bale, which are extra, so that is making like 20, 30, 40 points even with all those bales.
Wow.
So that is huge. And Trelleborg, even though they had the problem with the harvester and the tractor incident at the pad, I think they're still in, but they're going to try to go for the combo at the same time as well, and they will take that home. 450 points already for Trelleborg, wow. So they will get that combo at the same time. And Fermiers, as they are sitting and just wondering what just happened, that they got the silo closed and kind of like, wondering how they should play it. Meanwhile, the strategy is so mixed up that Trelleborg actually will take all the advantage out of the situation, and they are just getting all the bales in. And can they still get more? Because we can see Fermiers, they haven't started unloading the grain, and JK with this kind of a load, that's going to be even more extra points coming for Trelleborg. So they will definitely take a very, I can't say early lead because we are already like 2/3 almost done from the time, but let's say a very good lead when we still have a significant time on the clock remaining.
I think it was a good disruption because what I imagine probably happened as well is that when right before silo close popped up and Trelleborg had the advantage, Vermeers was probably at the silo or just about at the silo and ready to start delivering. And then all of a sudden, silo close kicks in, and they have to then spend the time to leave the silo, go back out in the field, wait, and go back now. They are
Oops.
finally delivering that grain. 3 bales flying off the front of the John Deere 6120M for L Rhodes. So another precious few seconds ticking off the clock here for Vermeer's Flamboyance, and they are up against it with 5 minutes to go here. Not the situation you want to be in against Trelleborg.
Yeah, that's going to cost like 10-15 seconds. Also, 1 bale is going to be left behind. So if you want to use that, you have to go and pick that up later. They do have the advantage on the count of bales, but I mean, they are almost 300 points down, and they the multiplier is exactly 2.0. Now they're going to change the move the grain to a different vehicle, and they can finally start unloading rest of it. So yeah, it's going to be definitely a slight advantage for Vermeers in the end, but it's going to be less than the advantage which Trelleborg had when they unloaded the previous bales. So, unloaded, but okay, put it on the belt, got it on the barn. So Trelleborg, even though they have a 1.6 for the remains, I think that the gap is like very convincing, 430 points of a lead. And Vermeers, they have to do a lot of work to be able to get that gap back on their side.
Yeah, it's maybe the super drop can help close the gap, but it's not going to be significant enough that it's going to get them back into the game. Yeah, bale points, 73 bale points. I mean, that is helpful, but look how far away it is from where they are at the moment. In fact, that was Trelleborg we were looking at. So Cygnus is going to get to it. 73 points just for grabbing it, and extra points basically. That's helpful, but they needed it to be about 370 points to be helpful, didn't they?
Well, they need all the help they can, definitely. So yeah, getting those points is good, but they still have to get more. And 3.5 minutes remaining. The gap is 300 points. Trelleborg putting more bales on the belt, so they are closing to 700 points in a matter of seconds, as they will get the remains of the bales from the belt inside of that barn. L Rhodes. Let's see how that's going to go, because they still have 15 bales, and of course there's going to be more, so probably they will have like 20-something bales that they can still stuck inside. And with that multiplier, yeah, they can get to 900 points, maybe even. But yeah, Trelleborg with that speed as they're delivering it, even they have the smaller multiplier, they're just so busy at the time that with that speed they are just almost counterfeiting the plus points which Vermeers is getting from the multiplier.
Yeah, this has been a great start for Trelleborg. I mean, yeah, like you said, the multiplier, it's kind of flipped around right now. Vermeers in the advantage, but I feel like the damage may have already been done. It's 8 extra points per bale now, but they could have used that advantage several minutes ago, because trailing by 300 points and having the same amount of bales as Trelleborg, don't think they're going to be able to close that gap.
Yeah, it's going to need more time than 2 minutes, to be honest. But now it's 200 points, so they are getting closer. But yeah, I mean, the Empire strikes back. That's for sure. So Trelleborg will just put more stuff on the belt, and they probably have some kind of reserve of the bales waiting that they can also shove on the first floor as well. And it's looking good for Trelleborg, to be honest, at the moment. But yeah, of course, I mean, minute by minute, Vermeers is closing it down. Now it's 170 points, but yeah, the question is just how much time they actually have. And now when Trelleborg is getting those bales on the belt, it's 3 bales is about 48 points. So it's definitely less, almost the same which Vermeers get from 2 bales, but still the lead which they made during that silo close period, that's gotta be, or that should be enough as we are heading towards the last minute, as we have just 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, and the gap is 180 points.
Don't forget, guys, there is a giveaway going on. We're giving away the FS19 Ambassador Edition. So if you don't have FS19 and you want to try out the FSL, it's a good chance to win it. Also being given away is the Kubota pack for Farming Simulator 22. There's several hours, what is it left? 7 hours left now on that giveaway. Since it's a Gleam.io link, you don't have to be here and active in chat. Of course, it's going to be drawn after we're done today. So if you win, you'll be contacted via email to claim your prize, so definitely go enter. 30 seconds to go, and Trelleborg look like they're going to take the first of the best of 3. And it was those moments right around the 8th minute. It was a gamble to deliver their grain before the 8th minute, because if grain multiplier had dropped instead of silo closed, for example, then Vermeers is probably coming out victorious. But now over 1,000 points for Trelleborg, and it's going to be hard to beat them when they reach that mark or higher. That one's going to fall off for them at the end. Wooler runs in and gets it in at the last second. So what was it, 1,024 or so in the end total points, and they've won by about 300-point margin, I believe. Let's see the stats here. 1,024 to 798, so closer to 200. Point victory, 47 total bales to 29. So not only that, but the amount of that they scored with those extra points too, Maddie. And Vermeers has to find a way in this next one to press more bales, because 29, no matter what your multiplier is going to be, it's not going to cut it against Trelleborg unless it's like a 3-to-1 multiplier.
Yeah, this is something I was a bit afraid of, because I said that the Trelleborg hasn't been able to make that 1,000 points, so they're going to prove me completely wrong. And this is exactly the moment which Jean-Luc Picard is afraid of, that the Borg is back.
I love it. Yeah, it's Vermeers are up against it now. Last time these two played in the final, Vermeers scored 1,005 points, and they won the first round, and then Trelleborg responded with back-to-back rounds won to win the final. Now Vermeers is going to have to do the same thing in this rematch of that final 2 tournaments later. They're up against it. They can do it. They can pull it off, but they've got to make sure that they're not getting disrupted, and they also need drops to go maybe more so in their favor.
Well, I mean, the first bale was still interesting. I mean, there was no huge advantage. We saw the problems with the pads, that the teams didn't get the equipment they were hoping for, so we didn't see like a super first bale from either of the teams. So
Right.
maybe if Vermeers can actually pull off a little bit first bale, and if, let's say, that the Trelleborg's going to struggle with the first one, then maybe there's a chance to start the next game with a completely different note. But of course, I mean, the strategies and the adaptation from Trelleborg, they are once again spot on. Even they had the problem of the pads. I mean, I think they still wasted like a 1 minute of battling there. So if the silo close wouldn't have came, I'm just wondering what would have been the situation, around, let's say, 1 minute after the drops, because there was definitely a chance for Vermeers to kind of like close the gap a little bit and kind of like deny the advantage which Trelleborg was gaining earlier. So a lot of ifs, but Trelleborg will still come on the top. So Vermeers, good luck with the next game.
Yeah, definitely. Good luck, Vermeers. 1,024 in that last round. We're getting a lot of props for Trelleborg for scoring that. That is a really good mark. It doesn't get anywhere close to their record, though. Do you want to take a crack, Copter, at what you think the current record that Trelleborg holds for most points in a single round is?
Do I remember correctly, like a 1,200 something?
Not even close. 1,797 points. They
That's
scored
from
that. They scored that in the play-ins, though, of Tournament 3 against Battle Combine, who, if my memory serves me correctly, I don't think is in the circuit point leaderboard yet. In fact, no, they're not. So, of course, a lot higher standard here in the final. So you're unlikely to see that high of a score. But still, anytime at this level, 2 evenly matched teams, if you can score over 1,000 points, you're putting yourself into a really good position.
Is that from this season?
Yeah, this season it was the play-ins of last month's tournament, actually, the first round of the play-ins, and it wasn't broadcast, unfortunately. So we missed it live on the stream. But yeah, going back and looking at it, I don't see it here now. I thought, yeah, here's the play-ins. Trelleborg, where are you? Against Battle Combine. Yeah, 1,727 in the first game, 1,316 in the second game against Battle Combine's 317 and 492. So I think for Battle Combine, a newer team,
to the scene, they came up against the much more experienced Trelleborg and paid the price for sure in that one. But that is a crazy amount of points.
Yeah, I missed that. I was at the holiday cottage last tournament, so I was casting it from the remote location, and I wasn't. Of course, I was a little bit distracted with the other duties at the same time. But yeah, that's why I missed that. But that's a huge amount of points, like 1,700. I mean, ah, I don't know what to
I
say.
find it hilarious. We've got JK who is about to kick off and play in this match a lot on the line. He's back in chat and he's doing his own commentary in chat for us. Tactical changes. Trelleborg not banning the John Deere 8R, he says. And in fact, it has been I think picked by Fermier's Flamboyance. So they have two John Deeres here. They have the 6120M and the 8400R. So interesting selection there by JK, and he's coming in and giving us the inside look. Meanwhile, JK has been beaten to the New Holland Baylor by Fermier's Flamboyance player. Cygnus is setting off with the Baylor as well. And now JK is having to go for the Kuhn Baylor here. And I'm wondering if this is going to slow down their first Bale attempt.
It will. It needs to slow it down. I mean, we can see that JK is going to be quite far away. He can also already run to the fields. Everything is ready for him, so he can just go there, drive it through, and then just get inside. But we can see the clock already. It's 14:10, and that usually means Heiden's going to be already crossing the bridge, so he's going to be faster. Let's see. He hasn't been doing any of the tosses, so he has to be very careful with it, reversing it in, and he's going to do the same this time as well. So that's going to guarantee him better points than Trelleborg. 140 without the swing. That's a very good start actually. And JK, will he risk it? And if he risks it, will he actually make a mistake? I don't think so, but you never know. Oh, he actually will make a mistake, so that's going to slow them down even more. So Fermiers, they will have the upper hand after the first bales. He can just throw that in. Gotta be problematic as the traction will go above it. So another try. And 117, so that is actually a pretty big difference. That's 23 points for Fermier's Flamboyance straight on the first bale.
Yeah, but considering there was how many extra bales Trelleborg had last round, if Fermier's doesn't match it the rest of the way, then it's not going to have that much of an impact. They've got to find a way to press more bales this round due Fermier's Flamboyance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to change something, so just 23 points are not going to make it. But I guess the silo closed and everything combined from the last game. So, if the stars are aligning properly on the sky,
right? Yeah, every
Fermier's,
minute every moment rather counts too. They all add up in the end to the overall picture of how a round plays out. It's wild to think that there's so many moments throughout the 15 minutes that have such a big impact, but it is true. There's so many moments that can change the course of a round.
Yeah, I mean, if I would be playing the game, I would be probably still like hanging on the pads at the 30-second mark. That would be me. So that's not going to give a great result. These guys are not doing it, and I mean, Haydn is just breezing through everything. I mean, he's just going for the silos. We'll see. We have the first batches of the grain incoming, and Haydn is actually pretty fast. We can see JK still on the field, and so yeah, Fermiers. I guess they're trying to do a bit the same which Trelleborg did on the last game. They tried to get an early delivery, but now they just need some bales that they can actually, maybe get some points away from this situation. But most probably Trelleborg has the time to counterfeit the whole situation. Bridge is lowered, crazy tool, and I mean, it's not the worstest timing, but we can see that, for example, Fermiers, there's no balers nearby, even though they have the everything ready on the fields that they could do something with it. But seems that they are maybe deciding not to go for it.
Yeah, Fermier's this time faster off the mark, getting that first bit of grain delivered. Trelleborg is responding back now, and then we're going to end up at 2-2. This is kind of how the last round played out, too, about at the same time. And in fact, Trelleborg might get a slight advantage. Nope, that looks like it's 2-2, isn't it? So still pretty much even, and we're going to go right back at it again and fill up the Horse Titan grain carts again. And in about 2 minutes, deliver the second bit of grain. We'll see maybe if a team waits to see if grain multiplier is going to pop up in the 8th minute drop or not, because that could really change the course, the outcome of this second round. Fermier's
would love for that to fall in their favor because they need to win this game, or Trelleborg are winning the fourth tournament on the fourth time of trying of season 4.
And there was somebody asking on the chat that, yeah, was that the worst first bail for Trelleborg? I don't think so, because I do remember that there was a tournament when they didn't deliver the first bail at all. They just left it there, and then I think they came back like a long time later when they delivered the bails, and they got something like 50 points out of it or something like that. But they still won the game.
I think the minimum you can get is right around 60. So sometimes you'll see teams, if they get the bail, like if they miss the mark on like a drive-by attempt at flicking it in, and it's in a really like unsavable position, then it is not really worth it to spend the time trying to get it in. If it's not recoverable, you're better off leaving it, going back out, pressing some more, or doing something else, and then making up for it later. So you're right, they definitely have scored like the minimum points before off of a mistake on a first bail.
But yeah, Fermier's unloading more, and what we can see is that they don't have any bails yet. So in a way, which what Trelleborg did on the previous matches, they kind of like used this exact moment when they have the slight advantage on the multiplier to put the bails in. And now Fermiers, yeah, they're doing the same with the grain, but they don't have the bail, so they cannot score the extra points at this stage, and that might be a problem. And Trelleborg, they have the grain, so they will go definitely later there. We still have 1 minute and 10 seconds until we'll see the next drops. And do we have something regarding the silos? We can see JK going with the bales already right next to the belt. We'll see if they will do something with them. And at the same time, Fermier is going to be starting to press the bales as well. And I mean, there was a time when they could have scored some extra points, but now Trelleborg is already denying that possibility, and actually they are taking the advantage as well, as they have the one bale at least on the belt. They have more incoming, and they have a 2.3 advantage for now, and Fermiers are coming, but there will be at least one bale getting inside, as we can see, 138, so they'll get 21 points from that one bale, and there's a couple more coming with the 21 points as well. So they are putting once again these early bales to kind of like, get the mental setup done right, that the Fermiers will see that they are losing the game. It's a mental game at the same time.
Yeah, 40-point lead, getting those extra points. It's only one extra point per bale, but every little bit can count when it comes to the teams at the top and the finest of margins. As we're seeing Cygnus bringing in the ideal combine with more grain. They're going to do a grain chain here. Silo closed, and Beatmaster is going to grab it, and this is and this is going to be time wasted again for Cygnus. He now has to leave. It's similar to the last round. The only thing that's good news for Fermier's Flamboyance this time around is that it's not as big of an advantage in the multiplier for Trelleborg. So they have another 75 seconds and counting to score one extra point per bale into the top. And with a 103-point lead already for Trelleborg, Hayden's put that one in the bottom to reset the combo counter so that Trelleborg doesn't get away with more combo points again. So good bit of awareness by Hayden there. But Fermiers are up against it here. They need to get more bales pressed. They're behind 7 bales, now 8 bales. They're behind on the score. They're behind in the multiplier. And with 7 minutes to go, all those things are starting to stack up against them.
Yeah, it seems to be the same as the last game, more or less. So they're using the same strategy. Yes, the multiplier is not so bad as it was on the last game, but still they are going to lose some important time. I mean, Fermiers, they had the grain delivered next to the silo. It's going to be closed. So, I mean, they lost some time there, definitely. And now Trelleborg is just using the momentum to get the bales in. 2.1 is really not that bad. The belt is like reasonably fast, and you are getting those points, and the lead is already 150 points. And when you look at the bales, they actually have the same bales pressed. So all these bales which just went inside, they were kind of like, extra, because they did start pressing them earlier as Fermiers spent the time. So they will turn the setup completely upside down. They will make Fermiers to kind of like be on the catch-up position, and that is how Trelleborg wants to play it. So this is definitely looking good for Trelleborg once again.
Yeah, I agree with you. 200 points there briefly was the lead. Fermiers now is getting the advantage in their favor. And so the good news for them, though, is they're going to hold this advantage now the rest of the round. So arguably, they're actually in a better position than they were last time. And that looks to be what, a 2.5 to 1.5. Unfortunately, sometimes it's no, yeah, that's what it is. 2.3 to 1.8 actually. It's hard for me to see sometimes because the feed we get is a little bit pixelated around those numbers and they're kind of
It's
tiny on the screen. So
I think it's 2.5 to 1.5 because the speed of the belt is kind of like telling a story about it as well at the same time.
Good
but
call.
It's hard to say. Yeah, we get a different kind of a feed
A
than you
Bale-tastic
guys,
for
and
Trelleborg,
we'll
meanwhile.
see. Oh yeah.
Bale-tastic has happened off screen, so 50 bonus points for Trelleborg. That's another helpful moment. That's back-to-back games now against Vermeers where they've scored a Bale-tastic. So we saw Hayden come in and reset it a moment ago, but a little bit slow on the draw to get back and do it again. L. Rhodes was stacking these up and didn't notice the combo was at that position, and with how slow this belt is, it takes a while to get those in there. Meanwhile, back behind him, Hayden coming in and losing a few bales off the front, crashing into the bridge. Here comes Wooler and JK into the barn area for Trelleborg. And this is going to come down to, again, can Vermeers catch Trelleborg? It's almost like a carbon copy, isn't it, of last round. I think the thing that is helping Vermeers this time is that the time that Trelleborg had the advantage in the multiplier, it wasn't as high of an advantage. But we'll see how the 4 minutes 15 plays out. We're about to see the super drop. If this is like bail points or something, Vermeers needs to grab this. If it's bottom boost even, that would be helpful because then they can shove all of those bales in at 2.5 multiplier and get 25 points per. It is bottom boost, and Vermeers are going to get it. So that's going to be helpful. They can clear those bales sitting around the barn right now, close this gap early, and then focus on bringing more in.
Yeah, but I mean the time is definitely a problem. The gap has been closed a little bit. It's 240 points about the gap, but and there's more bales currently for Vermeer Flamboyant as well. So there's definitely some signs of hope for them, and the bottom boost is going to be definitely helping because they're now just showing them inside. They're really trying to close the gap, 25 points per bale from the first floor, and there is still some available which they can push inside. But it's not going to be enough, even if they put all the bales inside, which they currently still have right next to the barn. It's not going to be enough, unfortunately. And then, once again, the efficiency of Trelleborg is going to play a story. We can see Signis reversing some of them in as well. They are not close to a combo, so that's not going to help. And those are not even going to go inside because they are having some issues. So they're going to miss those important seconds from the bottom boost. That they don't get those extra points, they're going to be left there. And that's going to be at least 45 points missed. Of course, they can still take those and put them on the belt, but that's going to be some extra work
time
required.
wasted.
They had a great chance of catching up hugely, but the gap is still 240 points about. And Trelleborg, they have been meanwhile just doing the regular work, getting the bales in. They are not really stressing about the results, and with the level of logistics, how they are handling it, they are just getting the normal result out of it, and the normal during these last 2 minutes might be or should be or could be enough to win the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure that even like if they get all of their bales into the top now, that Vermeers have enough. That would be 50 extra points that they have right now, or actually, I guess it would be more than that. It would be 6 times 25 is the extra points they have outstanding, but they need to get them in as well because we see Wooler stacking bales onto the belt. What are Vermeers doing at the moment? I'm not sure. Their score is not going up at the moment. So with a minute and a half to go, yeah, they have 16 bales, but if they can't get them into the top, then it's not really worth it having those bales. Now they're scoring some, but I think they're going to run out of time again. I think the last 2 rounds, Copter, if they had another minute and a half, 2 minutes, they may have been able to pull off the come from behind victory, but they've just run short of time.
Yeah, could be. Definitely. I mean, that is a chance. Trelleborg having only 6 bales remaining, and that will be about 90 points. depending how they want to use them. So that is the benchmark where Vermeer should be aiming at, about 850. So they need to like 300 points more. And 2 and 5, so yeah, that is exactly 300 points, which they get, which they put all the bales inside, and they're still getting some more, but they're going to be running out of time, like you said. It is 45 seconds remaining on the clock. And we can see that the bales are going inside for both of the teams, but we are more seeing what Trelleborg is doing currently. 600 for Vermeers. Wooler going to pick up the last bales available. We can see JK coming with the last batch as well. 30 seconds to go. And Vermeer still 10 bales. So during the last, let's say, 20 seconds, they managed to get 3 bales inside. They need to get more to be able to get even close. But I don't think that they can, with the remaining points anymore, get that amount. 8 times 25 is not enough, as we can see that they are trying everything they can. That one bale is, by the way, going to drop as well, so that's not going to go inside, and they don't get all the bales even inside. We can see Trelleborg driving all the way up. They're going to be swinging on the barn as they will claim the victory.
Oh, man. And 4 straight tournaments now, Trelleborg have won them all. And 46 bales that time. 20 extra bales that they delivered compared to Vermeer's. And this is a worrying trend if you're another team, because Vermeer's coming in, they're second place. They're going to remain second place in the standings. But to see them play and have a 20 bale gap against Trelleborg, how are Trelleborg pressing this amount of bales, and how can these other teams learn to figure out and how to match these numbers? Because without doing it, I hate to say it, Trelleborg look unstoppable, and I don't see anyone stopping them from going on for the three-peat and winning 3 season championships in a row either.
Yeah, huge performance. I mean, they're just showing what they're made of. It's leaving no questions at all. I mean, winning 4 tournaments in a row, that is a huge achievement. And they're just sending everybody else back to the drawing board. I would really like to see that we will find a team that's going to be challenging them. And I think that we have some teams which are close, but they need to find, that's just that little extra bit on the strategy, a little bit extra bit on the individual skill, and then they should be able to do at least to challenge them properly, because now we see pretty big gaps still on the grand finals. It's not the close series we had on the semifinals. So definitely Trelleborg's legacy has been already written to the history of Farming Simulator League.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that we talk about every tournament, but Trelleborg have earned that talk. People may think we're a broken record and get sick of us talking about how good Trelleborg have been, but they're going out and they're earning it, and they have built such a deep and talented squad. Yesterday, Martin was in, JK was out. Now JK comes back in, and you don't even notice any change when the teammates are switching in and out. So, they continue to show that they're the top team in the Farming Simulator League time and time again, and they've earned the right to have the bragging rights. Here's the first Bale-tastic in the first round. They got a Bale-tastic in each of the 2 rounds too, Copter, and that is not something you want to allow Trelleborg to do, is get those, extra bonus points. It's hard enough to beat them in a standard match without some bonus points being scored.
Yeah, I mean the silo close which they picked on the both rounds. What I said on the first game was that the kind of like they were too much focused on what was happening to them, that they didn't realize that that's exactly the time when they got the combos as well. So while Vermeers was trying to come up with the go around the silo close, do something else. Meanwhile, they were focusing, actually working on the fields, and they were not ready to be next to the barn to deny the combos. So that's a great time of using it as well, because they kind of have that one guy stuck next to the silo who needs to then leave for a while, but he can't go too far away because he needs to get back there after the silo close is ending. So that's when, on both rounds, actually Trelleborg used that the time to make the combo.
Here was JK messing up on the first bale. We thought maybe this would be a moment for Vermeers that would help them get the win, but it just really came down to the end of really the basics of the game. Throw away all of the moments with drops and things like that happening. when you are getting outpressed by 20 bales or so each game, no matter what, unless your multiplier the entire game is 3 to 1, and you have 20 less bales, you're gonna find it really hard to come out victorious. So, all credit though to Fermier's Flamboyance because they've yet again finished runners up in a tournament. They're gonna solidify their spot in second place of the season standings, and they are looking pretty good with 2 tournaments to go to hold on to that second place spot going into the grand finals, which would mean potentially not having to face Trelleborg until the very end of the grand finals as well. So it's a good place to be in. Yeah, you want to win a tournament and get that under your belt, get that accomplishment, but we shouldn't really, discredit what Fermiers have done either, because they have been the most improved team in the league this season, and they continue to perform at a high level as we see JK showing off with the pull-ups there at the end of the round, coming out victorious again. We're having a look again at Stefan and Steven, our 2 German casters. I know that they've been doing a great job over there. Copter and I have had an absolute blast bringing you guys this tournament as well. We're going to be wrapping up the broadcast in just a moment, but here's a look at the standings. So Trelleborg now 360 points, 120 ahead of Fermiers. Bednar and My Insanity now tied for 3rd place. Lindner, Valtra, Diaka, Ehrenfeld, who didn't even make it this week, holds on to single 7th place. And then the rest of the teams are all still down there, like in 8th and 9th place or so. Yeah, we're wrapping up now. We've got a couple of minutes to kind of say goodbye to you all, and then we'll be back on September 10th for tournament number 5, and we should have Virtual Farmer back with us for that one. Looking forward to having him back, Maddie, but it was a blast this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a great weekend. Definitely nice to cover all the matches as well. It's quite hectic days, to be honest. I mean, 7 matches in a row with the short breaks, but we still managed to do it. In general, I would say that the huge weekend, even though Fermios, they didn't win, it was still a great weekend for them, kind of secured the 2nd place on the overall standings. And of course, I mean, Trelleborg, they will just continue at the same tracks where they were before. So great lineups. Great. I mean, especially the last quarterfinal and the first semi-final, they were just so even all the time. I really enjoyed, and of course, Trelleborg showing the dominance on the finals. So the worst fears came true, that they actually had more performance hiding behind the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it was another fantastic event. It's coming to an end, unfortunately. We saw a lot of great games. Power Team Esport, although they didn't make it to the final, I think that they are a team to watch out for going forward. They definitely have shown market improvement as well, so maybe we'll see them pull off some surprises next month. Who knows? Same channels, same time, 10 a.m. Central European time, 4 a.m. Eastern time. It'll be September. You can't believe it. Only 2 tournaments to go in the regular season now. September 10th and 11th. Right here on these channels. Myself and Copter should be back. Virtual Farmer should be back for that one as well. So, yeah, for now, we say goodbye to everyone, and we hope you have a fantastic weekend. See you next time. Keep being awesome.
Bye-bye.